Chapter 201. Brat, why are you talking about principles now? A burly man with a large saber jumped over a chair and stared coldly at Chubei. I'll chop you up first. However, before the man could swing his large blade, a black arrow pierced through the center of his forehead with a swooshing sound. Clang! The large saber in the man's hand fell to the ground, creating a crisp sound. Following that, the burly man's body fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he died with a grievance. Tang-san attacked first. He was no stranger to killing people, as he had experienced it in his previous life. Furthermore, he agreed with Chubei's principle of survival: never show mercy to those who deserve to be killed. Swoosh! After killing the burly man who had pounced towards Chubei, Tang-san aimed his Juga crossbow in another direction and shot out another arrow. Another burly man with a knife scar fell to the ground with a loud bang. Xiao Wu, of course we have to obey the boss's words. Before Wang Fan could finish speaking, Xiao Wu smiled sweetly. After she finished speaking, Xiao Wu held the Juga crossbow and stood side by side with Tang-san. She shot the first arrow. Wang Fan still didn't move. He only held the Juga crossbow tightly and stood there hesitantly. Kill these 4 fellows, and you can pass the test and enter the real capital of massacre. At this moment, the waiter who was watching the show said coldly. Almost at the same time the waiter finished speaking, the atmosphere in the pub was boiling. Bloody light rose in the eyes of the burly men. Even those who weren't interested in attacking Chubei charged over with their weapons after the waiter's words. Little fellow, I'll kill you first. Suddenly, a tall and thin man snuck to Wang Fan's side. He licked his lips and killing intent surged in his eyes. As the Juga divine crossbow was too powerful, he didn't dare to face it head-on. However, the test to enter the capital of massacre was to kill this group of people. Fortunately, he noticed that there was a timid fellow in the group. Although he held the Juga divine crossbow, he didn't dare to kill anyone. After coming to Wang Fan's side, the tall and thin man's 2 yellow soul rings lit up. At the same time, he swung the saber in his hand and aimed it at Wang Fan's head. Brother Gauden, be careful. Sensing that the tall skinny man had snuck up to Wang Fan, Tang-san shouted loudly and hurriedly changed the direction of the crossbow in his hand, shooting it out. Whoosh! Just as the knife in the lanky man's hand was about to hit Wang Fan's head, a sharp sound broke through the air, and a pitch-black arrow pierced through the lanky man's temple. Plop! Looking at the corpse of the tall and thin man beside him, Wang Fan's body trembled as if he had fallen into a trance. Little Fan, you will have to take this step sooner or later. If it wasn't for Little 3, you would have already died under his blade. In most cases, you only have 2 choices. One is to kill, and the other is to be killed. Chubei's calm voice sounded in Wang Fan's ears. Boss, I didn't kill anyone. Wang Fan gulped, his hands trembling as he held the Juga crossbow. Since it's going to take this step sooner or later, why not let it take it earlier? The earlier you take it, the better you can protect the people you want to protect. Sometimes, being merciful will not only harm yourself, but also the people closest to you. Chubei said sincerely. Meeting Chubei's gaze, Wang Fan was silent for a moment. After a while, he took a deep breath and walked to Chubei and Xiao Wu's side with the Juga divine crossbow. Whoosh! An arrow shot out. Looking at the corpse that was shot by Wang Fan, Chubei's lips curled into a smile. There was a hint of relief in his smile. Among the 3 of them, Tang-san had lived 2 lives, Xiao Wu was 100,000-year soul beast, and only Wang Fan, who had only lived for 7 years, was as pure as a piece of white paper. Fortunately, Chubei had achieved his goal. He had successfully stained the hands of the 3 of them with blood, especially the most cowardly Wang Fan. Kill these people and you will be able to enter the true city of massacre. From then on, you will be protected by the King of Massacre. In order to motivate everyone in the hall, the staff member's cold voice sounded again. Indeed, the staff member's words were very effective. The group of burly men, who were already thinking of retreating, pounced towards Tang-san, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan once again. However, before Tang-san and Xiao Wu could activate the Juga divine crossbow, Chubei appeared in front of them. He waved his right hand. An energy palm print that contained a frightening aura extended from Chubei's palm. Wherever the energy palm print passed, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the burly men who had surrounded them were turned into meat patties. It was extremely bloody. Smelling the nauseating smell in the air and looking at Chubei's cold eyes, the staff member's face turned pale. The 2 red drinks in his hands fell to the ground. "I'm protected by the King of Massacre. You can't kill me." The staff member looked in horror at the demon-like figure that was getting closer and closer. His body trembled as he leaned against the wall. Chubei looked at the staff member who was scared out of his wits with disdain. He waved his hand again, and the energy palm print smashed the staff member into pieces of flesh and blood, splattering all over the bar. After killing the staff member, Chubei looked at the corner of the wall. His right leg trembled slightly. A majestic force swept through the corner of the wall. After shattering a series of floorboards, a huge square hole was revealed. In the hole, a cold wind blew from below. It was bone-chilling. "You can't go on like this. You haven't been recognized yet." Barging in rashly is not in accordance with the rules set by the King of Massacre. Seeing the gap, the other waiters in the tavern had a look of fear on their faces. If they allowed this group of people to successfully enter the City of Massacre, they would be derelict in their duties. In the City of Massacre, there was only one outcome for dereliction of duty: death. Thinking of this, the other staff members didn't know where they got the courage to open their arms and block in front of Chubei's group of 4. "Are you sure you want to block my way?" Chubei narrowed his eyes. His voice was cold in the forest. Hearing this, the staff members who were blocking the way trembled. They looked at their companion who had been smashed into meat paste. Out of fear, they instinctively moved to the side and opened up a path. "Go on." Chubei turned around to look at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan. Then, he jumped into the square opening first. After entering the square hole, Chubei's group of 4 landed on the ground after falling a few meters. This was a long passageway that extended downwards at a slanted angle. A gloomy and cold aura constantly blew upwards. "Boss, is this the way to the real City of Massacre?" Recalling the staff member's words, Tang San raised his head and looked at Chubei. "Yes." Chubei nodded in response. "Welcome to the City of Massacre. This is the capital of Hell, a world filled with slaughter. Here, you can get everything you want. The price is your life." After walking for less than 100 meters, a cold voice sounded from the path. "Master, I see someone." Hearing the voice, Tang San quickened his pace. After turning a corner, a ray of light appeared in his line of sight. Looking over, there was a black city outside the path. The thick city walls had countless years of history, giving off a sense of vicissitudes. In the sky above the city, there was a purple moon. The moon was very low, as if it was less than 500 meters above the ground. Looking up again, everything was black, just like the night sky. "Stop." Chubei's group of 4 had just passed through the path when a series of hurried and low footsteps sounded. Then, close to 100 people blocked their path. These people were all dressed in black armor, with helmets on their heads. Their faces were completely covered. Each of them was holding a heavy sword. Only the leader at the front was sitting on a tall war horse. His horse was also covered in thick black armor. "Who are you people? Why are you blocking our path?" Tang San took a step forward and looked at the leader of the opposite side. But when Tang San's voice fell, he quickly realized that something was wrong with his body. He couldn't help but frown. After coming here, he realized that the soul power in his body was suppressed. As for soul skills, he couldn't use them. "Boss, it seems like I can't use my soul skills." Wang Fan also realized that something was wrong with his body. He looked at Chubei with a puzzled expression. Sensing Wang Fan and Tang San's puzzled gaze, Chubei glanced at the army of black-armored knights and said, "The City of Massacre was built by the Azura god. Here, he set a rule that no one can use soul skills. They can only use their own body to kill each other. If the people who come in can break through the path he left behind, they can obtain his Massacre God Domain." Massacre God Domain? What's that? Tang San and Wang Fan were even more confused. I didn't expect you to know so much about the city of massacre." Hearing Chu Bei's words, the leader of the Black Armored Knights looked surprised. He came to the city of massacre decades ago. But even he only knew that the city of massacre was left behind by a person who became a god at rank 100. He didn't know which god it was. Unexpectedly, this newcomer in front of him, who looked like he was in his 20s, actually knew about the city of massacre and seemed to know it very well. "It's a pity that you didn't come in through the normal process and violated the rules set by the Massacre King." The leader of the Black Armored Knights squinted his eyes and stared at Chu Bei. His low voice was filled with coldness. "As the enforcers of this place, I must keep you here." His cold and emotionless voice fell. The leader of the Black Armored Knights made a horizontal slashing gesture with his right hand. In the next moment, the 100-man army behind him wielded heavy swords and charged toward Chu Bei's group of 4. Chu Bei glanced at the army indifferently. He was expressionless. Using his fingers as a sword, he casually waved them. Kai. With a strange sharp sound, the void where Chu Bei's fingertip swept past split open, extending a slender pitch-black gap. Then, a huge sword light more than 100 meters long swept toward the army of Black Armored Knights with an ear-piercing sound. Chapter 202. Kaila. 100-foot-long sword light swept across the sky. It was so fast that it left everyone speechless. The 100-man cavalry charging towards Chu Bei didn't even have time to react. They didn't even have time to scream before they were sliced in half by the sword light. How is this possible? The leading Black Armored Knight's eyes narrowed as he stared at the corpses that had turned into a pile of flesh. The disdain in his eyes when he looked at Chu Bei disappeared. It was replaced by fear. The Black Armored Knight grabbed the reins of his horse tightly, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, these 100-man cavalry were still his capable subordinates. However, they had turned into a pile of bloody corpses in an instant. "Boss, you're really much more ruthless than us." Looking at the hellish scene in front of him, even Tang San, who had lived 2 lives, could not help but take a deep breath and give Chu Bei a thumbs up. This boss either didn't make a move, or once he did, blood would flow like a river. Thinking back to how he had used the Zhuge divine crossbow to kill people one by one, it was nothing compared to what he was doing now. Xiao Wu and Wang Fan looked at each other. Both of them had strange expressions on their faces. They didn't know if they were shocked by Chu Bei's methods, or if they were frightened by his ruthlessness. "Why can you still use soul skills here? Even titled Doluor have to follow the rules here. Who are you? How can you ignore the rules here?" The Black Armored Knight recovered from his shock and stared at Chu Bei. His voice was trembling, and he had a look of disbelief on his face. According to what he knew, the Martial Soul Hall had once wanted to take over the capital of massacre. They had even sent 2 titled Doluor to lead a team here. However, these 2 titled Doluor lost their soul skills here. In the end, they were easily killed by the King of Massacre. It was also because of this that the Martial Soul Hall didn't dare to think about taking over the capital of massacre. Chu Bei didn't answer the Black Armored Knight's question. He placed his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. He leisurely led Tang San and the others forward. "I'm the emissary representing the King of Massacre. You can't come here, and you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will be punished by the King of Massacre." Sensing the coldness in Chu Bei's eyes, the fear on the Black Armored Knight's face intensified, and he retreated continuously. At the same time, his 5 soul rings lit up, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. He was a rank 56 Soul King, and because he was the envoy of the King of Massacre, he could even use his soul skills to kill rank 70 soul sages who couldn't use their soul skills. But for some unknown reason, he couldn't arouse a trace of battle intent when facing this young man of unknown origins. Although the strange aura that the other party released and enveloped him was different from the killing god domain of the King of Massacre, it still gave him an indescribably terrifying pressure, causing him to feel powerless. This feeling was as if the other party was a high and mighty king looking down on the world, while he was a prostrating subject. "Everyone who has tried to attack me has died. You won't be an exception." Chu Bei's eyes were half closed, and there was a hint of a cold in the forest smile in his voice. As he finished speaking, Chu Bei used his fingers as a sword and slashed out again. As the sound of the air being torn apart could be heard, the sharp sword aura instantly arrived. The black-armored knight couldn't react in time, and he instinctively placed his spear in front of him. Following a loud sound, a warhorse neighed, and a 4-meter-long spear was split into two. It broke through the air and flew far away. On the other hand, the black-armored knight's entire body was split into two by the sword aura. After crashing to the ground, he twitched for a moment before he stopped moving, and his aura was completely gone. "Boss, why can you still use your soul skills and ignore the rules here?" Tang San glanced at the black-armored knight's corpse before he quickly ran in front of Chu Bei and asked the black-armored knight the same question as before. Chu Bei glanced at Tang San, then looked at Wang Fan and Xiao Wu, who were also confused, and said with a smile, "In front of absolute strength, any rules are like decorations. Moreover, what I used was not a soul skill." "Not a soul skill? Then what was it?" Tang San and the other two were shocked. On the path of cultivation, there are thousands of methods. Martial souls and soul skills are only one of them. Chu Bei tidied his clothes and continued, "When you are strong enough, you will understand what I mean. Boss, what is your cultivation level? What about the Azura god who created this massacre city?" Wang Fan seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously. 50-50. Meeting Wang Fan's naive gaze, Chu Bei coughed softly and immediately looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, putting on the appearance of an expert. Before the 11th rank commodity authority was unlocked, he wasn't sure if he could defeat the Azura god. After all, he had never fought before. However, as the faith of these three little guys, he couldn't say that he couldn't defeat it. No matter what, this aura must be adjusted to the right place. "Boss, are you also a god?" Tang San whispered softly. Hearing this, Chu Bei didn't say anything and continued forward. In front of them, the pitch-black city gate gave people an extremely oppressive feeling. On the huge city gate, the words Massacre City hung high. In front of the gate, 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood there quietly. "You. Why are you here? Didn't Lord Scarlet drive you away?" Chu Bei's group of 4 had just arrived in front of the city wall when a woman with a black veil on her face, who was guarding the city gate, revealed a look of horror. "Are you talking about the black-armored knights? They have all been killed by the boss." Tang San stepped forward and looked at the black-veiled woman and said, "What? You killed Lord Scarlet?" Hearing Tang San's words, the black-veiled woman trembled fiercely. "The Massacre King will punish you. Quickly go and tell this to the Massacre King you speak of. I came for him this time. Remember to tell him that I will be waiting for him in the Hell Massacre field." Speaking of this, Chu Bei's voice became low, and he looked coldly at the black-veiled woman, saying, "If you don't go and tell him, you don't have to leave." Feeling the power on Chu Bei's body and the threat in his words, the black-veiled woman's face turned pale. After she reacted, she staggered, turned around, and ran into the city. Entering the city, blue-purple lights hung on both sides of the street. Since there were only these 2 types of light, this place could be said to be a bluish-purple world at first glance. Although there were many pedestrians on the street, not many people paid attention to Chu Bei's group of 4. Apart from this underground city being a little darker, it was no different from the cities under the jurisdiction of the 2 great empires. Walking along the main road, there was another city wall at the end. The words "Inner City" hanging above the city wall were particularly obvious. As soon as they entered the inner city, the pungent smell of blood assailed their nostrils. Unlike the outer city, the inner city could be said to be extremely rotten. Just by glancing around, one could see several unsightly scenes. Although he was mentally prepared before coming to the Massacre City, witnessing these scenes with his own eyes still made him feel nauseous. "Boss, what is your purpose in bringing us here?" Tang San covered his nose with his right hand and looked at Chu Bei again. Looking at the scenes in the inner city, he didn't want to stay a moment longer. Take the male corpse that suddenly fell to the right of him. A second ago, this man was still having sex with the woman who killed him. The next second, when he was about to climax, his throat was slit by the woman with a sharp blade, and the blood in his body was sucked by the woman as a delicious drink. Sign a first-class agent. Chu Bei finally said the purpose of this trip. What? You also have a first-class agent in this place. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan's faces became ugly. Those who lived in the massacre city were all vicious and evil people. They really didn't want to get along with such a person. Don't worry, he's just temporarily lost. Chu Bei seemed to know what Tang San and the others were thinking and gave them a comforting look. While talking, Chu Bei and the others arrived at the core of the massacre city, the Hell Slaughterhouse. This was a special building. It was circular as a whole. To be more precise, it was a non-standard conical shape. The area at the bottom was the largest, and the higher it went, the narrower it became. At a height of about 30 meters from the ground, it maintained the same diameter, all the way up to 50 meters. Entering the Hell Slaughterhouse, there was a clamor in their ears, and there was no lack of cheers and shouts. The first thing that came into view was a huge circular fighting ring. Around the fighting ring were rows of exquisite seats from bottom to top. This special arrangement ensured that everyone on the seats could see the fight on the fighting ring. At this moment, there were two men fighting fiercely on the fighting ring. One of them was holding a sawtooth machete with both hands. His movements didn't seem fast, but it felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, and there were strong soul power undulations. The other person was holding a machete with a cold light, and his soul power undulations weren't weaker than his opponent's. At the back of the fighting ring, there was a row of exquisite seats. There were a total of 7 seats, and they were all filled with people. From the way these 7 people were dressed, it was clear that they were the people in charge of the Hell Slaughterhouse. Boss, they're all very strong. Wang Fan pointed at the 2 people on the fighting ring. From the frightening power that was released when they clashed, it was clear that they were Soul Kings above rank 50. Whether it was the Star Luo Empire or the Heaven Do Empire, such people were at least generals. Since we're already here, find a seat and follow me. Chu Bei rubbed Wang Fan's head, and then looked in the direction of the fighting ring. To be precise, he was looking in the direction of the 7 people in charge of the Hell Slaughterhouse. Boss, there's still an empty seat. Xiao Wu looked at the empty seat closest to her, and there was a puzzled look in her eyes. However, when she saw Chu Bei walking further and further away, Xiao Wu quickly followed him. When Chu Bei and the other 3 entered the Hell Slaughterhouse, they didn't attract anyone's attention. However, as they leisurely walked towards the fighting ring, and as they got closer and closer, people gradually turned to look at them. When Chu Bei's group of 4 ascended the stairs and ascended the combat arena, they instantly became the center of attention of everyone in the slaughter ground. Even the 2 Soul Kings who were fighting on the battlefield stopped fighting at the same time. They shot their gazes towards Chu Bei's group of 4, and their faces were filled with confusion and incomprehension. Fuck, what the hell are those fellows doing? Are they crazy? Can't they see that there are people fighting in the ring? They even have 3 kids with them. I've never seen them before. Are they new here? However, if they can safely enter the Hell Slaughterhouse, it means that they have some ability. They should know the rules here. I've been in the City of Massacres for 10 years, and I've never seen a situation like this. Today is really an eye-opener. Aren't these fellows afraid of death? What are they trying to do? Could it be that they are being controlled by someone? Don't think so much. I only know that there's going to be a good show to watch. Hehe, there will be 4 more corpses on the stage soon. There are even 3 children's corpses. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I really want to taste their blood. When Chu Bei and the other 3 stepped onto the fighting ring, the entire Hell Slaughterhouse was in an uproar. In fact, more than half of the spectators stood up from their chairs with excitement in their eyes. Kid, don't tell me you want to bring the 3 kids behind you to join our fight. Tell me, which side of the 2 of us are you going to help? In the ring, the man with the sawtooth machete looked at Chu Bei mockingly, and there was a hint of mockery in his voice. As soon as the man finished speaking, his opponent, as well as the spectators in the slaughterhouse, burst into laughter at the same time. Chu Bei glanced at the man with the machete and shook his head. He ignored the mocking laughter of the spectators around him and continued to lead Tang San and Xiao Wu to the row of seats at the back of the fighting ring. It seems like you're all new here. You don't know the rules here. I've been the manager of the slaughterhouse for almost 20 years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a situation. Because there's no precedent, I don't know how to deal with you. It's really difficult. Among the 7 seats, the hunchbacked old man sitting in the middle stood up. He was wearing a long black robe, and the word slaughterhouse was especially eye-catching on the back of his robe. Manager Jew is going to deal with this personally. From the looks of it, these fellows are rather fortunate. I didn't expect to alarm Manager Jew. In my memory, Manager Jew hasn't really cared about anything ever since he became a Sol Doluor. Even when he's in the slaughterhouse, he's just taking a nap and going through the motions. How do you think Manager Jew is going to deal with that kid and the 3 kids behind him? He's definitely going to make an example out of them. Otherwise, what if there are people who don't know what's good for them and interrupt the fight in the future? Seeing the hunchbacked old man stand up, the spectators in the slaughterhouse had bloodthirsty looks in their eyes. Forget it. It's better to kill them. The hunchbacked old man sighed, as if he had made a decision. I knew it. Just as I thought. Hearing the hunchbacked old man's words, the spectators exclaimed. However, just as the spectators in the slaughterhouse were eagerly waiting for the hunchbacked old man to kill Chu Bei and the 3 kids, their pupils suddenly shrank in the next moment. At the same time, the noisy atmosphere in the slaughterhouse froze. Chapter 203. In the slaughterhouse, everyone in the spectator stands had extremely twisted expressions. Their eyes were wide open as they stared blankly at the scene in the arena. Their throats were instinctively moving. In the arena, the expressions of the 2 burly men who were originally fighting also suddenly froze. It was as if they were suddenly possessed. Their eyes were lifeless, as if they were struck by lightning. At this moment, the youth with the 3 children stretched out his right hand, and an enormous energy palm extended from his palm. Just as the hunchbacked old man threatened to kill Chu Bei, this energy palm took the initiative to grab the hunchbacked old man. The hunchbacked old man's entire body was enveloped by the energy palm. Only his hideous head was exposed as he let out a painful wail. As the energy palm rubbed, the hunchbacked old man's face became increasingly pale, and his wail became even more shrill. During this period, 8 soul rings lit up above the hunchbacked old man's head. However, after a few seconds, they dimmed again and disappeared. Crack, crack. The slaughterhouse became even more deathly silent. Only the crisp sound of bones grinding and the hunchbacked old man's painful wail could be heard. The intertwining of the 2 sounds was like a demonic sound from the real hell, and it shook the hearts of everyone present. The person who was playing the music was the youth with the 3 children who they had treated as prey to amuse themselves. The hunchbacked old man's blood flowed down the giant palm. In a few breaths' time, his blood dyed the entire arena. It was a ghastly sight. Suddenly, the wail intensified. The hunchbacked old man's eyeballs suddenly protruded. Then, the wail stopped abruptly, and his expression completely froze. He actually killed Manager Jew. Manager Jew was a Sol Doluor. Who exactly is he? Could he be a titled Doluor? Didn't they say that even a titled Doluor can't use soul skills here? Then how did he kill Manager Jew? What's his motive for coming to the slaughterhouse? The hunchbacked old man's final wail woke everyone up from their shock. After regaining their senses, all of their gazes were focused on Chu Bei's back. Their eyes were filled with intense fear. Don't threaten to kill me so easily. As his cold voice fell, Chu Bei waved his hand, and the hunchbacked old man's corpse that had been crushed into meat paste by the giant energy palm fell to the side. As for the 2 burly men who were fighting earlier, they glanced at the hunchbacked old man's corpse and glanced at each other before trembling as they jumped off the stage. Damn it, how dare you sneak attack Manager Jew? 2 deacons from the row of seats where the hunchbacked old man had been sitting were the first to react. Their voices were filled with killing intent as their 7 soul rings lit up at the same time. Blazing netherworld cannon, Acheron's ice. The 2 deacons shot up from their chairs at the same time, their bodies bursting with terrifying soul power fluctuations. Then, his 7th soul ring started to beat at the same time. One of them shot out a fireball the size of a soccer ball from his palm. The fireball instantly raised the temperature of the arena, and the scorching flames burned the void with sizzling sounds. The other person clenched his fists, which was the exact opposite of the former. His fists were filled with a bone-piercing chill, and a huge icicle appeared out of thin air. What a fancy move. However, before the two deacons' attacks could land on Chubei's body, the huge energy palm that had yet to disappear was pushed forward before it bent and slapped horizontally. With a loud boom, the fireball was destroyed, and the icicle disappeared. Two lumps of minced meat slammed into the arena, echoing the hunchbacked old man's corpse from afar. Gulp. At this moment, the Hell slaughterhouse became even more deathly silent. After casually dealing with two deacons, Chubei looked at the remaining four deacons. When they met Chubei's indifferent gaze, the four deacons looked at each other and made the same decision. They all stood up and left their seats. The spectators around the arena saw the four deacons leave their seats, and there was no disdain in their eyes. Instead, there was praise in their eyes. If it were them, they would have made the same choice. A terrifying existence that could easily kill a Soul Doluor was definitely not someone they could provoke. Looking at the empty seat in front of him, Chubei's lips curled into a smile. He waved his hand gently, and the huge energy palm disappeared. After that, under everyone's gaze, he stepped forward and sat in the main seat that the hunchbacked old man had been sitting on. Tang San first swept his gaze across the horrified spectators, then looked at the four deacons who had retreated to the side. Finally, his gaze landed on Chubei, and his heart trembled. At this moment, he finally understood the profound meaning behind the words that his unknown boss had said to him. Absolute strength could disregard all restraint. Why are the three of you still standing there like idiots? Come and sit over here. Chubei waved at Tang San, Wang Fan, and Xiao Wu. Oh! Tang San and the other two responded and sat beside Chubei. After sitting down, Tang San and Xiao Wu were still relatively calm. As for Wang Fan, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. This was the first time he had been stared at by so many strange gazes. Which one of you can go and urge the King of Massacre? I'm getting a little impatient. Chubei's cold gaze landed on one of the deacons. Meeting Chubei's cold gaze, that deacon shuddered. After glancing at the three pools of flesh and blood not far away, he quickly ran towards the entrance of the slaughterhouse. Is this person here to find the King of Massacre? How many years has it been? Perhaps we can use this opportunity to meet him. He has killed a manager and two vice managers. The city of Massacre can't tolerate him anymore. However, this fellow is also ridiculously strong. If he fights the King of Massacre, who do you think will win? In my opinion, it should be the King of Massacre. After all, this is the home ground of the King of Massacre. He's the ruler here. Two titled Doluor from the Martial Soul Hall died here. It's hard to say. Those two titled Doluor died because they couldn't use their soul skills. However, he isn't restricted by this aspect. Everyone around the fighting ring secretly glanced at Chubei, who was sitting on the main seat, and discussed in low voices. In a dark and spacious room in the inner city of the City of Massacre. It was an exceptionally huge chair. The chair was inlaid with blue and purple crystals. The crystals formed the shape of a drum tower. Other than this chair, everything else in the room was dark red. He killed my people and even threatened to let me take the initiative to enter the slaughterhouse. How many years has it been since I've seen someone so arrogant? A tall figure sat on the huge chair. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly in the darkness. One could only vaguely see that he was thin and tall. Great King, do you want to go over? The black-veiled woman asked respectfully as she stood beside the tall man. Do you think he has the right to ask me to go over? Go and get Ju Hui to find him. Kill him and bring his corpse to me. I want to see what this arrogant fellow looks like. The tall man sitting on the chair snorted coldly. Two blood-red rays of light shot out from his eyes. The surrounding air became viscous, and a strong smell of blood spread in all directions. Great King, this servant will go and inform Manager Ju. The black-veiled woman bowed to the tall man. However, just as she was about to leave, there was an urgent knock on the door. Come in. The tall man's indifferent voice sounded. A man pushed the door open and ran in frantically. He knelt in front of the tall man. This person was one of the deacons of the slaughterhouse. What happened? Why are you so flustered? The king of massacre glanced coldly at the man and questioned. Great king, something bad has happened. Someone is causing trouble in the slaughterhouse. Manager Ju, Manager Nan, and Manager Meng have all been killed by him. The man's expression was very ugly. He urged me to come and inform you. He wants you to go over quickly. What? Even Ju Hui was killed by him. After hearing the man's words, the king of massacre stood up from his chair. There was a hint of astonishment in his voice. Ju Hui was a rank 83 soul Doluor. If he could use soul skills, he could deal with a titled Doluor who couldn't use soul skills. In his opinion, there was no outsider who could threaten Ju Hui. However, the truth was that Ju Hui had been killed by someone. And this person was the one who had asked the black-veiled woman to pass the message to him. Great king, this person's methods are a little strange. He doesn't seem to be restricted by the rules you set here. Although I didn't see his soul rings light up, his methods are indeed extraordinary. I've never seen them before. The man seemed to have seen through the king of massacre's thoughts. He hurriedly described what had happened in the slaughterhouse in detail. Interesting. It seems like I really have to make a trip down and see who this fellow is. After hearing the man's description, the king of massacre was interested. He waved his hand, and a thick dark red liquid flew into his mouth. Upon closer inspection, there was a huge blood pool in front of him in the darkness. It was filled with viscous blood. The king of massacre opened his mouth and swallowed the blood into his stomach. In the dim light, 2 fangs could be vaguely seen. 15 minutes later, 3 figures walked into the slaughterhouse. Under the purplish-blue light, the figure in front was revealed. This was a face that couldn't be described as handsome, but it was filled with rigidity. The scar on his right cheek that was made by an unknown weapon was particularly obvious, and the 2 symmetrical fangs in his mouth gave off a gloomy feeling. He's here. Chu Bei stood up from his chair and focused his attention on the king of massacre. Although he was smiling, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The king of massacre in front of him was his target. He was also a rank 1 proxy on the list given by the system. Besides being the ruler of the slaughterhouse, he had another identity. Tang San's great-grandfather, the founder of the Clear Sky sect. His name was Tang Chen, and he was one of the 3 ultimate Doluor. He had once defeated the angel Doluor, 1000 Dao Flow, on Clear Sky Peak, and became the strongest person on the continent. Chapter 204. After breaking through to level 99, Tang Chen met the high priestess of the Sea God's Island, Bai Saishi. After sparring all day, he fell deeply in love with Bai Saishi. When he left, he even made a promise that he would not return until he became a god. Unfortunately, in order to become a god, he was harmed by the Rakshasa god during the 8th test of the Azura 9 tests and lost his mind. In the end, he became the king of massacre in the city of massacre. You're looking for me? The king of massacre looked at Chu Bei, who was sitting on the stage, and let out a cold laugh. He flew up to the stage unhurriedly. This is the king of massacre, the ruler of the city of massacre. After so many years, I finally see the real person. As expected of the king of massacre. That sharp and dense killing intent is far from what we can compare to. If the king of massacre fights with that person later, do you think we should go and help? If the king of massacre takes a fancy to us and we can become his trusted aide, that would be amazing. You can forget about it. Let's not talk about whether existences at their level have any dignity. Even if you, a soul ancestor who can't even use soul skills, went up to help, what difference would you be from an ant? Everyone in the spectator stands turned to look at the king of massacre. Their eyes were blazing with passion, and their eyes were shining brightly. I'm here to ask you to become my first-class agent and help me build a business empire. Facing Tang Chen, who had lost his mind, Chu Bei's calm voice was not mixed with any emotional fluctuations. Boss, the first-class agent you're talking about is the king of massacre. Heavens! Hearing Chu Bei's words, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan were the most emotional. Their mouths were wide open, and their eyes were wide open. They never thought that the first-class agent they were looking for would be the ruler of the City of Massacre. Business empire? In the City of Massacre, money has always been useless. As for your so-called first-class agent, this king has no interest at all. As for Tang Chen, he first let out a cold snort, then his tone suddenly changed. His voice was filled with thick killing intent. First, you killed my guards and barged into the capital of slaughter. Then, you caused trouble in the Hell Slaughterhouse and killed one of my managers and 2 deacons. After so many years, you are the first person who dares to disregard this king's rules. Tang Chen glanced at the 3 dismembered corpses on the table that were emitting a strong smell of blood. His cold gaze locked onto Chu Bei. As soon as his cold voice fell, a large red fog of blood spread out with him as the center. In a short while, it enveloped the entire Hell Slaughterhouse. From time to time, the sound of soul power exploding could be heard in the bloody air. In the blink of an eye, the Hell Slaughterhouse seemed to have turned into a blood-red ocean, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. On the spectator stand, the faces of the people who were shrouded in the blood mist instantly turned pale. Their bodies inexplicably felt a piercing cold. This was not a real change in temperature, but a chill brought about by the murderous aura. The purest killing intent quickly invaded their bodies. Every time it invaded, it caused them to tremble. Bloodthirsty, murderous, terrifying, all kinds of negative auras rose from the bottom of everyone's heart because of the blood mist. Is this the slaughter domain of the King of Slaughter? It's really terrifying. As the rumors say, in the slaughter domain, there's no way to resist at all. How many people did he kill to be able to comprehend such a domain? Fortunately, this murderous aura is not targeted at us. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to sit here peacefully. My mind seems to be affected by this domain. It's really a terrifying and enviable ability. No wonder so many people go to the hell path without fear of death. It's really not an ordinary temptation. A group of spectators frantically circulated the soul power in their bodies, trying their best to resist the invasion of the murderous aura in the surrounding blood mist. Their eyes were full of respect as they looked at Tang Chen. Are you ready to make a move? Can't you sit down calmly and have a good talk? Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and still looked calm. His casual appearance was not affected by the surrounding blood mist at all. What's there to talk about with a person who's about to die? Tang Chen's voice did not have a trace of emotion, only endless coldness and evilness. After saying that, countless strange blood patterns appeared on Tang Chen's skin. A sword-shaped demonic pattern penetrated his forehead and a pair of huge blood-red wings appeared out of thin air on his back. Flapping his wings, a blood-red light gushed out of Tang Chen's body. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chu Bei. Then, 2 hands with blood-red long fingernails that were like claws went straight for Chu Bei's chest. At the same time, a strong smell of blood suddenly spread out from his body, making people feel nauseous. Just as Tang Chen's hands were about to touch Chu Bei, there was a buzz. 9 gorgeous golden words appeared out of thin air above Chu Bei's head. Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. The 9 golden words hung in the air and rotated rapidly. Finally, the word Do increased in size and disappeared into Chu Bei's body. In the next moment, Chu Bei's aura seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. This was the level 10 upper-grade product that Chu Bei had pawned, the weakened version of the Do secret of the 9-word secret. Then, Chu Bei pushed his right palm forward. Mysterious runes flickered in his palm and a golden halo appeared. In the halo, a huge fist made of intertwined energy appeared out of thin air. The surface of the fist was also pulsating with runes, and it went to meet Tang Chen's claws. Boom! The fist evolved from the Do secret met Tang Chen's claws, and there was an earth-shattering bang. At the point of collision, countless dark cracks appeared in the void. The terrifying aftermath spread out, and the group of people closest to the spectator stand bore the brunt of it. Before they could react, the blood in their chests surged, and they spat out blood. In the arena, after the violent collision, the energy fist that appeared out of thin air returned to the halo. As for Tang Chen, he was sent flying. However, just as Tang Chen was about to hit the outer wall, his wings swung backward like sharp blades. After using the reverse thrust to stabilize his body, he leaned forward and swept toward Chu Bei again. This time, Tang Chen retracted his hands. His body was in the air, and his movements were as smooth as flowing water. He lifted his left leg, which was also filled with an evil aura. After avoiding the circle of light in front of Chu Bei, it was like a giant axe falling from the sky and sweeping towards Chu Bei's head. In the face of Tang Chen's attack again, Chu Bei smiled knowingly and remained calm. Without even looking at Tang Chen's flying leg, the mysterious runes around his body evolved into a sharp sword light with a wave of his right hand. The sword light slashed horizontally to meet Tang Chen's attack. Boom! Another loud sound was heard. The sword light and the blood-red light intertwined, and the sizzling sound was endless. Tang Chen's attack was blocked again. He flapped his wings and landed in his original position, not in a hurry to attack again. Then, his cold eyes looked at Chu Bei again. He frowned, and it was not difficult to see that his expression was more serious. After 2 probing attacks, he was sure that his opponent's soul power was not below his. Looking at his opponent's calm and composed appearance, he faintly felt that his opponent's soul power was above his. Why did the King of Massacre stop? Is this person's strength really so terrifying? He can't even take down the King of Massacre. Judging from the 2 collisions just now, the King of Massacre does seem to be at a disadvantage. Where did this person come from? He can actually defeat the King of Massacre. It's hard to say who will win now. After all, the King of Massacre only used his soul power in the previous attack. He didn't even use his martial soul. Anyway, this person is destined to leave his name in the City of Massacre for eternity. I just don't know what he meant by building a business empire. After the spectators saw that Tang Chen's 2 attacks had failed, they were all shocked. When they looked at Chu Bei again, they were even more surprised. As for Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan, there was only admiration for Chu Bei in their eyes. The King of Massacre was able to kill 2 titled Doluo. Without even thinking, they knew that his strength was extremely terrifying. However, even such a strong existence could not gain any advantage in front of their boss. The massacre domain that enveloped the entire massacre arena did not have any effect on the 3 of them. It was as if it did not exist. This was because when the blood fog spread around them, a strange aura surged from their boss's body. It engulfed their bodies and forced the blood fog to retreat. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. No wonder you dare to ignore the rules of the City of Massacre. Tang Chen focused his gaze on Chu Bei. I'm a little puzzled. Why aren't you affected by the massacre domain? What you did earlier should be a soul skill, right? Chu Bei did not answer the King of Massacre's question. Instead, he smiled and asked, why? Are you giving up on attacking me? Arrogant. Seeing Chu Bei's playful expression, Tang Chen shouted coldly again. He clenched his fists tightly. In the spectators' stand, everyone's pupils shrank when they saw the number and color of Tang Chen's soul rings. Their mouths were agape as they expressed their astonishment. 8 black and 1 red. How can this be? 8 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. How did he do it? How can he absorb the first 3 10,000-year soul rings? Not to mention the physical requirements of a 10,000-year soul ring, how did he survive the spiritual shock? The King of Massacre has completely broken my understanding of soul rings. Just 8 black and 1 red should be enough to intimidate even titled Doluo. Come to think of it, what rank is the King of Massacre at? In my opinion, he's definitely above rank 96. Everyone's attention was focused on Tang Chen. Before they could recover from their shock, his martial soul pushed the atmosphere in the massacre arena to a new climax. Chapter 205. In the slaughterhouse, countless pairs of eyes stared at Tang Chen's palm. The red light in his palm condensed into the shape of a hammer. As the soul ring flashed, the red hammer became bigger and bigger. Countless beautiful demonic patterns shone on the surface of the hammer. Clear Sky Hammer. What does the King of Massacre have to do with the Clear Sky sect? Is he from the Clear Sky sect? That can't be. If the King of Massacre is really from the Clear Sky sect, then the Clear Sky sect is not weaker than the Martial Soul Hall. Why would it hide from the world? Perhaps only the King of Massacre himself knows what kind of relationship there is between the two of them. Someone in the slaughterhouse recognized the hammer Martial Soul in Tang Chen's palm and shouted in shock. Other than the people in the spectators' stand, the black-veiled lady, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the rest were all shocked when they saw Tang Chen's Martial Soul. If it was said that the only person who remained calm in the entire Hell's slaughterhouse was Chu Bei. Boss, his Martial Soul is the same as mine. Tang San's eyes widened. After confirming it again, he opened his left hand and a hammer Martial Soul appeared in his palm. Compared to the red hammer in Tang Chen's palm, Tang San's hammer Martial Soul seemed to have shrunk. Even the patterns on the hammer were the same. Is the Clear Sky Hammer the name of this Martial Soul? What does the hidden Clear Sky sect have to do with me? Also, why are the first few soul rings of the King of Massacre 10,000-year soul rings? Hearing the discussions around him, Tang San looked up at Chu Bei and waited for him to explain. Chu Bei patted Tang San's head and said, his soul rings were not 10,000-year soul rings at the beginning. They were added as a reward when he accepted the Azura God's 9 tests. Azura God's 9 tests? What's that? Wang Fan asked. It's a test left behind by the Azura God. It's not just the Azura God. Other gods, such as the Sea God and the Angel God, will have a corresponding test when they are looking for their successors. Those who pass will be given a corresponding reward. Increasing the age of your soul rings is one of the rewards. When he spoke up to hear, Chu Bei's gaze swept past Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan before he continued, all of you have only just begun on the path of cultivation. The so-called end point isn't to become a titled Dolu or. Beyond that, there are gods who have entered rank 100 or even surpassed rank 100. Boss, you still haven't told me why my Martial Soul is the Clear Sky Hammer. Tang San asked the question that he wanted to know the most. Chu Bei smiled but did not say anything. His gaze returned to Tang Chen. At this time, Tang Chen's aura had risen to a critical value and completely stabilized. The next moment, Tang Chen's figure moved. The wings on his back flapped, and his body suddenly spun. With himself as the center, a tornado formed by blood mist instantly rose around him. At the same time, the huge Clear Sky Hammer in his hand danced rhythmically. Wherever the hammer passed, the void collapsed. Slender black lightning flashed around the hammer. The lightning and the red blood mist intertwined and merged before finally converging into the huge hammer. In a moment, Tang Chen's Clear Sky Hammer was wrapped in a layer of hammer shadow that was about twice its size. As the lightning and red blood mist surged in, the hammer shadow gradually solidified. Azura's hammer. Tang Chen's roar could be heard from the blood-red tornado. As the roar faded away, an incomparably huge hammer emerged from the tornado and smashed down toward Chu Bei's location. Behind the huge hammer, there were several hammer shadows. Every time the hammer shadows overlapped, the might of the huge hammer would increase by a bit. When all the hammer shadows overlapped on the huge hammer suddenly erupted with a gorgeous black and red light. Its aura was monstrous. Boss, be careful. Feeling the terrifying might of the Clear Sky Hammer, Wang Fan clenched his fists. There was a hint of fear in his nervous expression. From his eyes, it could be seen that he was worried that Chu Bei would not be able to take Tang Chen's hammer. In his heart, although Chu Bei was extremely powerful, the strength displayed by the King of Massacre in front of him was also extremely terrifying. Especially the other party's soul rings, which were 8 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. Compared to Wang Fan, Tang San and Xiao Wu were calmer. However, they also clenched their fists slightly and looked solemn. Facing Tang Chen's hammer, Chu Bei stood up from his chair. When the smile on his face disappeared and his expression became serious, his aura rose to another level in an instant. Buzz buzz, Chu Bei's hands danced at the same time. Mysterious runes danced and performed one of the 9 secrets, the Do secret. Amidst the buzzing sound, the mysterious runes quickly intertwined and merged until they formed a huge axe. Although the huge axe was not as dazzling as the Clear Sky Hammer in Tang Chen's hand, it floated quietly in the air like the King of Heaven and Earth. Whoosh! Amidst the sharp sound of something breaking through the air, the huge axe disappeared from its original position and went up against the clear sky hammer. In the spectators' stand, everyone stared at the clear sky hammer and the huge runic axe. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The atmosphere in the arena became deathly silent once again. Boom! The blood-red light and the mysterious runes instantly merged into one and exploded with a loud bang. Amidst the earth-shattering sound, everyone in the spectators' stand felt a huge wave of energy rush towards them. All they could do was to curl their bodies together as much as possible to resist the terrifying shockwaves from the collision. However, even so, figures were still thrown into the air like bullets. They were ruthlessly smashed against the walls of the massacre arena. Some of them who were below the level of Soul Elder had already lost consciousness while their bodies were still in the air. As for those who were of a higher level, even if they still retained consciousness, their blood was churning. Their faces were pale, and their breathing became rapid and messy. The arena, which was made up of black iron stones, was turned into nothingness by the collision of the two. Only the small area where Tang San and Xiao Wu were sitting was left. Good, very good. How many years has it been? You're the first person to hurt me. Suddenly, the tornado in the arena dissipated. A figure was sent flying backwards and smashed into the walls of the pit like a cannonball. Even the solid stone walls couldn't stop the figure from sinking in. The figure sank in by a meter and went through the entire wall. A chilling laugh rang out in the massacre arena. Under the countless gazes of the spectators, the figure that had sunk into the wall returned to the arena. Right now, the King of Massacre was in an incomparably miserable state. His clothes were torn apart, revealing the scarlet wounds on his body. You're very strong. Strong enough that you were lucky enough to die under the Azura sword. Tang Chen suddenly calmed down. His originally blood-red eyes were now clear and bright. The bloodthirsty aura he gave off before was gone. In the blink of an eye, Tang Chen's aura underwent a tremendous change. It was as if he was a completely different person. At the same time, his face also changed. Although he still looked like a middle-aged man, he was much more handsome. At this moment, all the evilness of the King of Massacre seemed to have been replaced by righteousness. His black hair fluttered behind him even though there was no wind. As he stood there, he no longer looked as frivolous as before. His eyes were as calm as a mountain. Azura sword, appear. With a loud shout, Tang Chen's aura rose again. It was even stronger than before. Almost at the same time, a red shadow that was filled with boundless murderous intent flashed behind him. The clear sky hammer that Tang Chen was holding seemed to have melted and transformed into a huge blood-red sword that was more than 2 meters long. Azura exterminates the world. The King of Massacre held the sword with both hands. After merging with the red shadow behind him, the heavy sword slashed down from above with the momentum of raising fire towards the huge rune axe that Chu Bei had conjured. Chu Bei looked at the Azura sword that had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. With a thought, he exchanged for the second upper level 10 commodity, the Berserk skill. Unlike most commodities, the Berserk skill could be found in any level 1 commodity. However, different levels had different amplifications. Furthermore, the amplification effect only lasted for a short 7 seconds. After successfully exchanging for the Berserk skill, a beautiful purple light surged out from Chu Bei's body like a river. In an instant, Chu Bei's tyrannical aura reached another peak. In the next moment, Chu Bei stretched out his right hand and placed his palm on the handle of the huge rune axe. Buzz buzz, the rune axe that was wrapped in a gorgeous purple light seemed to have evolved. With a buzzing sound, it doubled in size. Then, it faced the Azura sword. Rumble rumble, the massacre field exploded. The roar filled the void and shook the heavens and the earth. Under the sound waves that were mixed with terrifying energy, the people in the spectator stands covered their ears in pain. Their expressions were extremely distorted. Their ferocious expressions looked as if they had suffered a great destruction. When the trembling sound completely disappeared, there were only a few people left standing in the ruined spectator stands. Looking at these people, they were all soul sages and above. Those who had fallen were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They had died a tragic death. The few survivors stabilized their bodies, and when they looked at the battlefield again, their expressions suddenly froze, and their pupils suddenly shrank. The ruler of the city of massacre, the king of massacre, has been defeated. In the battlefield, the bright light disappeared. The red blood mist dissipated. The azure sword and the huge axe wrapped in purple light disappeared. There was a huge pit that was several meters deep in the spacious ground. There was a figure lying in the pit. Looking at it carefully, it was the king of massacre, Tang Chen. At the edge of the pit, there was a well-dressed youth with his hands behind his back. He looked at the king of massacre in the pit with a calm expression. Why is this? Tang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood as he muttered under his breath. His eyes were locked onto Chu Bei. His gaze was filled with unwillingness and even more confusion. He did not understand why he had been defeated. He had used the power of Azura and summoned the Azura sword, but he had still been defeated. A rank 99 peak Doluor. You are indeed very strong. With the power of the Azura sword, you have stepped into the demigod realm. In the entire continent, there will not be a second person who can defeat you. Chu Bei looked at Tang Chen and said calmly, Rank 100. You have taken that step. Tang Chen seemed to have thought of something. His body trembled. You are a god. Chu Bei lifted Tang Chen out of the pit with his right hand. He nodded and smiled. So, your defeat is justified. After using the battle secret of the 9 secret words, coupled with the Berserk technique, and 2 top-grade rank 10 items, he had indeed stepped into the god realm of the Doluor continent in 7 seconds. These 7 seconds might be nothing to a rank 100 god, but to an ultimate Doluor like Tang Chen, it was fatal. God. Are there really gods in this world? I didn't believe it before, but I do now. After all, I saw it with my own eyes. Maybe this is the only way. No wonder the king of massacre was defeated. It turns out that he met a god. I actually saw a true god. My 30 years in the city of massacre were not in vain. The few surviving soul sages in the spectator stand were in disbelief when they heard the conversation between Chu Bei and Tang Chen. Boss, he really is a rank 100 god. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan looked at each other. Their breathing became rapid. What is your godly seat? Angel. Culinary god. Herculean god. War god. Tang Chen stood in front of Chu Bei with difficulty. He looked straight into his eyes and asked, My godly seat is already in the past. I am now just a businessman who wants to build a business empire, Chu Bei said calmly. If I help you, what benefits will I get? After knowing that Chu Bei was a god, Tang Chen's aura was obviously restrained. I can let you know who you are. A smile appeared on Chu Bei's face. Hearing this, Tang Chen's body trembled violently. He was stunned at first, but when he reacted, he grabbed Chu Bei's arm excitedly. You know who I am? I can help you find all the memories before you became the king of massacre. Chu Bei's eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, but before that, you have to become my first-class agent first. What do you want me to do? As long as I can do it, I will do my best to cooperate. Tang Chen did not hesitate and immediately spoke. Obviously, he desperately wanted to find his past memories, no matter the cost. Chu Bei looked at Tang Chen indifferently and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a cloud of mist entered between Tang Chen's eyebrows. This was information about the first-class agent. After sorting out the information flow, Tang Chen put on the agent ring that Chu Bei threw to him. Host has successfully signed a contract with the first-class agent, Tang Chen. Battle through the heavens cultivation conversion is accelerating. Progress 57%, progress 58%, progress 59%. The moment Tang Chen dripped blood on the ring, the system's voice sounded. When the system's voice disappeared, the cultivation conversion progress increased from 56% to 66%. As for his soul power, it also jumped from a level 68 Soul Emperor to a level 75 Soul Sage. Can you help me find my memories now? Tang Chen's gaze was fixed on Chu Bei, his eyes full of anticipation. Chu Bei did not say much. With a flick of his finger, a jade bottle containing a sky blue liquid flew in front of Tang Chen. This is the 37-star water. Drink it. Chu Bei looked at Tang Chen calmly. Tang Chen nodded in response. Then, he grabbed the jade bottle and poured the sky blue liquid into his mouth without hesitation. When the liquid entered his mouth, Tang Chen frowned at first, then slowly closed his eyes. His body emitted a demonic blue light, and his body floated in the air involuntarily. Chapter 206. After a long time, Tang Chen opened his eyes. Compared to before, Tang Chen's eyes were shining with wisdom at this moment. Thank you. Tang Chen clasped his fist at Chu Bei. I need to leave for a while. When I return, I will do my best to help you build a famous business empire in the continent. Are you going to look for Bai Saishi? Chu Bei's lips curled up, and his calm voice entered Tang Chen's ears. Hearing this, Tang Chen trembled slightly. After recovering from his shock, he nodded. Before you leave, expel all the villains in the town above. The store's headquarters will be located here, Chu Bei said calmly. Okay. Tang Chen nodded and looked at the 4 deacons not far away, whose faces were still filled with shock. Pass down this king's order. Before sunset today, clear out all the residents of Anyi town and tidy up every courtyard. As for the passage to the massacre city, change it from inside the city to outside the city and announce it. Yes, great king. The 4 deacons bowed to Tang Chen, then glanced at Chu Bei fearfully and immediately retreated. After giving the order, Tang Chen disappeared and reappeared in front of Tang San. Looking at the king of massacre in front of him, Tang San instinctively took a few steps back, his face full of vigilance. Little guy, I look forward to your growth. After his smiling voice floated in the air, Tang Chen flew up into the sky and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Boss, what is the relationship between me and the king of massacre? Tang San looked at Chu Bei sincerely with a pleading face. Your father's grandfather. Chu Bei looked in the direction where Tang Chen had disappeared and said faintly. Tang San's face immediately turned stiff. When he came back to his senses, his eyes were filled with astonishment and his expression was full of disbelief. The king of massacre is my great-grandfather. Tang San raised his eyes and stared at Chu Bei, a puzzled look appearing on his face. Then why is my father just an ordinary blacksmith? About your father, you can ask him yourself in the future. Moreover, he is not ordinary. Chu Bei did not say anything more and did not say anything else. 15 minutes later. Do any of you know what happened in the killing field just now? Why are there so many corpses? Why are there so many guards leaving the inner city and heading towards the outer city? Were they going to leave the city of massacre and head to the outside world? What had happened in the outside world to cause such a huge commotion? Is it possible that the martial spirit palace is attacking us? Did he go through a terrifying battle? Who is fighting here? Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. The more you know, the sooner you die. Not long after Chu Bei's group of 4 left, more people arrived at the Hell slaughterhouse that had already turned into ruins. These people smelled the pungent smell of blood in the air and looked at the miserable corpses. Their faces were full of confusion. Star Luo Empire, Star Luo Imperial City. The most prosperous section of Changxiang Street was lined with mansions of various sizes. These mansions were named after their surnames. Their owners were all upper-class nobles in the Star Luo Empire. Among these nobles, the Zhu clan had the closest relationship with the imperial family. Zhu Mansion. Looking around, this mansion was very big. The mansion was lush with beautiful trees and colorful flowers. There were fake mountains, small ponds, jade lotus roots, and pink water lotuses. They all complemented each other, making it seem peaceful and beautiful. On the intersecting bluestone roads, there were guards with swords and busy maids walking to and fro. At the end of one of the roads, there was an exquisite little house. Standing in the house, the first thing that came into view was a pink and purple curtain. Under the curtain was a soft wooden bed with exquisite carvings and decorations. At the end of the bed were tassels that swayed gently. Looking to the side, there was a guqin in the corner and a bronze mirror on a wooden dressing table. The whole house was so fresh and comfortable. Father, no matter what, I have to find that merchant. The one who spoke was a little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old. She was wearing a long black dress. Although she was young, she already gave off a cold and distant feeling. Zhu Qing, that person can take a fancy to Mubai, but it doesn't mean that he can take a fancy to you. The middle-aged man sighed faintly. Ever since Dai Mubai returned to the imperial palace as a rank 51 Soul King, he had caused a huge uproar in the palace. In just 3 days, he had broken through from a rank 26 Soul Grandmaster to a rank 51 Soul King. It was simply unimaginable, especially when he took out a treasure box that was worth 800,000 yuan. It was so miraculous that it made people speechless. It could be said that they both loved and hated it. Some of the ministers didn't get anything, but some were able to get 2 pills. After consuming them, a rank 52 Soul King could actually break through 2 ranks. And from what Dai Mubai said, it was all because of the merchant who took him away and signed him as a first-class agent. Father, how do you know if you don't try? You know my personality. Even you can't change my mind when I decide on something. The little girl looked straight at the middle-aged man as she spoke. Forget it. Since you want to find him, let Uncle Hai follow you. The middle-aged man said firmly. Thank you, father. The little girl went forward and hugged the middle-aged man. On the other side, 7 treasures glazed sect. Senior brothers and sisters who are soul elders, don't miss out on this opportunity. A rank 4 treasure box costs 250,000 soul coins. It's a profit if you buy it. Come and take a look. In the martial arts field, Ning Rongrong squatted on a stone chair. She waved her white and tender hands at the disciples of the sect who were practicing martial arts and shouted loudly. On the stone table in front of her, there were 10 identical square boxes arranged in an orderly manner. Hey! Rongrong is back. Wasn't she taken away by the mysterious person who defeated Elder Jian? Let's not talk about why she's back first. What the hell is she doing now? Listening to her shouting, it seems like she's selling boxes. Let's go and take a look. I want to see how she's going to trick us. Ning Rongrong's shouting quickly attracted the disciples of the sect who were practicing. In a few seconds, the stone table was surrounded by people. Senior brothers and sisters, if you have money, why don't you take a gamble? Especially those who are soul elders. If you don't buy it, you won't lose out, and you won't be tricked. If you get it, you'll make a killing. Ning Rongrong rubbed her palms. She looked like she was directly asking the disciples around her for money. Rongrong, you want 250,000 soul coins for just 1 box? What's in there? The group of disciples curiously sized up the 10 square boxes on the table. They couldn't see anything special about them, so they looked at Ning Rongrong with puzzled expressions. I got these from Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Ji. They said that each box is worth 1 million soul coins. Ning Rongrong's big eyes rolled around as she made up a story. Elder Jian and Elder Ji gave them to you? Is that true? The group of disciples looked at Ning Rongrong suspiciously. Senior brothers and sisters, why would I, Rongrong, lie to you? Do I look like someone who lacks money? Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the surrounding disciples looked at each other. They were obviously tempted. Give me 1. I want 1 too. After a long while, 3 disciples stepped forward and took out 25 soul coins each. Almost at the same time, the ring on Ning Rongrong's finger emitted a blue light. In the next moment, the 75 soul coins disappeared. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. Their faces were full of disbelief. Senior brothers, quickly pick 1. Ning Rongrong was very enthusiastic. After the 3 disciples who paid nodded, they picked a square box one after another. Rongrong, this box doesn't have an opening. Just as a disciple opened his mouth to ask, a loud bang was heard, and the square box exploded. At the same time, the other 2 square boxes exploded as well. The square boxes disappeared, and the words "thank you for your patronage" were floating in the air. Haha, there's really nothing. These 3 idiots, they actually believed Rongrong's words. It's harder to get back the money that has fallen into Rongrong's pocket. Listening to the mocking laughter around them, The eyes of the three disciples who spent the money were full of regret. We're really too naive. We actually believed Rongrong's nonsense. Let's just treat it as paying for a lesson. But this time, we've spent a little too much money. The three disciples shook their heads and sighed helplessly. The person who played them was the daughter of the sect leader. Senior brothers, I didn't lie to you. There's really a treasure in this box. It's just that there's a certain probability. Looking at the desolation on the faces of the three who had spent the money, Ning Rongrong's face became more apologetic. She quickly said, if you still have money, open the remaining boxes. There'll definitely be treasures in them. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, not only the three who had spent the money, but also the other people around the stone table could not help but twitch their mouths. Obviously, in their opinion, Ning Rongrong's appetite was too big. She was still not satisfied after cheating 75 soul coins. Rongrong, why are you back? At this moment, a middle-aged man and an old man walked over. Their voices were filled with surprise. Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, Elder Ji. Seeing them, the group of disciples quickly bowed to Ning Fengji and Ji Rong. Rongrong, your soul power? Ji Rong quickly discovered Ning Rongrong's change. Her mouth was slightly open, and her face was filled with astonishment. Grandpa Ji, I'm already a soul elder. Ning Rongrong looked at Ji Rong proudly. The moment she finished speaking, 3 soul rings lit up on her body. How is this possible? Seeing Ning Rongrong's 3 soul rings light up, the group of disciples was flabbergasted. It was as if they had been struck by lightning on a clear day. They were like clay statues. From what they knew, Ning Rongrong was not even 6 years old. Her martial soul should not have awakened yet. But now, not only did she awaken her martial soul, but she also had 3 soul rings, a soul elder who was not even 6 years old. Thinking of this, the group of disciples could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. 3 days, it's only been 3 days. Rongrong, is this all because of that boss? Ning Fengji and Ji Rong looked at each other. They stood there motionless like wooden blocks. Their eyes stared blankly at Ning Rongrong, and their faces were filled with shock. Chapter 207. Daddy, Grandpa Ji, you don't have to be so surprised. I can't blame you, you're just too inexperienced. Ning Rongrong became even more proud when she saw the expressions of Ning Fengji, Ji Rong, and the others. Let me tell you, I'll be famous on the continent very soon. Rongrong, what are these boxes? After recovering from his shock, Ning Fengji's gaze landed on the remaining 7 square boxes on the stone table. Ning Rongrong organized her thoughts and told Ning Fengji everything that had happened to her. She then added, although I'm a first-level agent of the All Heavens shop, I'm only a soul elder, so I can only sell 3rd-level boxes. Rongrong, I want these remaining 7 boxes. Ning Fengji took out 1.75 million gold coins from his soul tool and said. Buzz, the agent's ring glowed and devoured 1.75 million gold coins. Then, the 7 square boxes exploded at the same time. 6 of the boxes contained, thank you for your patronage. There was also a square box that contained 3 translucent thumb-sized red pills. Damn, there's really something in one of the boxes. What a strong fragrance. These pills are unusual. I wonder what they're used for. The surrounding disciples' gazes all focused on the 3 red pills. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Daddy, these red pills are called Soul Exalt pills. Whether you're a soul elder or a soul elder, consuming one will increase your soul power by 1 rank. Is it really like what you said? After hearing Ning Rongrong's introduction of the Soul Exalt pills, Ning Fengji became even more interested. You'll know once you try. Ning Rongrong raised her head. The 3 of you can have 1 each. Ning Fengji threw the 3 pills to the 3 disciples who had paid for them earlier. Thank you, Sect Master. The 3 disciples were excited. After bowing respectfully to Ning Fengji, they threw the pills into their mouths. Hiss, once the pills entered their mouths, the 3 disciples couldn't help but gasp. A faint chill spread in their mouths, followed by a warm and pure energy that entered their bodies through their throats and into their limbs. In the span of a few breaths, the originally calm air above the stone table began to ripple. Wisps of strange, pale white energy seeped out of the air and endlessly entered the bodies of the 3 disciples. Gradually, the soul force of the 3 disciples began to fluctuate, and their auras began to rise steadily. It really leveled up. Sensing that their soul power had stabilized, the 3 disciples looked at each other with joy on their faces. Unbelievable. There's actually such a pill. Why haven't I heard of it before? F***CK. If I had known earlier, I would have bought one too. The surrounding disciples could clearly feel the increase in soul power of the 3 disciples who had consumed the soul power pills, and their faces were filled with disbelief. However, Ningrongrong's soul power undulations also underwent a change before the disciples could finish their discussion. Compared to the other 3 disciples, Ningrongrong's soul power increased much faster. Level 32, 33, 34. By the time Ningrongrong's aura stabilized, she was already a rank 40 soul elder. She was only 1 soul ring away from becoming a soul ancestor. Rongrong, what's wrong with your cultivation? At this moment, not only were the disciples shocked, but even Ning Fengji and Jiyu Rong were also shocked. Ningrongrong's soul power had increased so quickly that they couldn't react in time. I'm a first-class agent of the All Heavens shop. The money I just earned was all used to increase my cultivation. Ningrongrong flashed her white teeth at Ning Fengji and Jiyu Rong as if to say, leveling up is just that easy. Rumble. Just as the disciples were envious, a loud explosion came from the north of the 7 Treasures glazed sect. What happened? That's the direction of Heaven Vault Mountain. Not only the disciples, but Ning Fengji and Jiyu Rong also looked towards Heaven Vault Mountain with furrowed brows. Let's go and take a look. Ning Fengji and Jiyu Rong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Father, I want to go too. Ning Rongrong hurriedly followed Ning Fengji and held his hand. On the other side. Plant forest. Unlike the Great Stardow Forest, this forest was a paradise for plants. There were tens of thousands of species of plants in the forest, and many of them had already lived for tens of thousands of years. Boss, the first-class agent you're looking for this time can't be a plant, right? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. He's over there. Almost at the same time, Chu Bei stopped the spatial shuttle and pointed downwards. Below them was a sunken basin. At the edge of the basin, there was a 6 or 7-year-old chubby boy lying on the ground, using the grass as cover. He was excitedly looking into the basin without blinking. If Chu Bei hadn't pointed out, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others wouldn't have discovered this chubby boy. Boom. Looking into the basin, there was an intense battle going on. 2 figures were intertwined with each other, and they cooperated to unleash terrifying attacks one after another. Both of them were wearing fiery red long robes, and there was a large picture of a cheetah on the back of their robes. Unlike ordinary cheetahs, this cheetah was completely red. Their target was a strange plant. Slender vines climbed up, entangling with each other until they were about 10 meters in the air. It looked like it was a special plant formed by countless vines. Its entire body was a clear blue, and its skin flickered with a special kind of crystal. At this moment, the vines of this strange plant, which were more than a foot in diameter, danced rhythmically. Every time it swung down, a blue light tore through the void and whipped towards the 2 figures with the sound of the air being torn apart. This is the Blue-Silver King. Chu Bei muttered to himself as he watched the strange plants being besieged on the battlefield. Damn it, it's already so difficult to obtain a 50,000-year plant-type soul ring. If I can use this to break through to rank 90 and become a titled Doluor, my sect's chances of obtaining that treasure land in Heaven's Vault Mountain will be much higher. But that old fellow, the Poison Doluor, and the White Tiger sect, Wind Sword sect, Elephant Armor sect, and even the Martial Soul Hall are all eyeing it covetously. It won't be easy to obtain it. After the 2 figures conversed for a while, their 8th soul rings lit up, and they transformed into huge fire leopards. Roar! As they roared, the 2 fire leopards burned with blazing flames and attacked the strange plant from the left and right. Greedy humans! The strange plant let out an old voice, and then the vines it flung out suddenly lit up with a bright blue light, and a terrifying energy erupted as it attacked the 2 fire leopards. Bang! Red and blue lights intertwined with a loud bang, and the aftermath of the collision shook the surrounding trees. Retrieve mission. Host will obtain all the treasures in the Icefire Yin-Yang well. Mission completion reward, cultivation conversion speed increased. 1 use of a Class 11 low-grade commodity. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Chubei's mind. Icefire Yin-Yang well? Chubei frowned. The system never gave missions without a reason. This mission must be related to the treasure land in Heaven's Vault Mountain that the two people on the battlefield mentioned. Boss, who are they? They're so strong. Wang Fan looked at the two figures fighting in the basin. The Fire Leopard sect of the 4 lower sects, Chubei replied indifferently. Boss, what plant is this? Why do I feel that it's very familiar? Tang San pointed at the strange plants that were being surrounded on the battlefield. He tilted his head to look at Chubei, his eyes filled with confusion. Because it's the king of the blue-silver grass, the blue-silver king. Chubei controlled the spatial shuttle to land behind the little fat boy, who was watching intently at the edge of the basin. Chubei's sudden appearance startled the little fat boy, and he almost screamed. Shush. After seeing Chubei with 3 children who were about his age, the little fat boy was relieved. He pointed at the battle in the basin and made a shushing gesture, indicating for Chubei's group to be quiet. The 2 Sol Doluor from the Fire Leopard sect retreated quickly in the aftermath of the battle, and their faces were slightly pale. The 2 vines that the blue-silver king had lashed out had been broken, and there were still flames coming out of the broken parts. Clearly, neither side had gained the upper hand in the collision just now. Are you done fighting? If you are, I have a question for the 2 of you. Chubei walked into the basin under the little fat boy's astonished gaze. After that, he waved at the 2 Sol Doluor from the Fire Leopard sect. Where did this lunatic come from? The 2 Sol Doluor from the Fire Leopard sect frowned when they saw Chubei's sudden arrival. When they heard his casual question, they were stunned at first, but they snapped back to their senses and scolded him. They looked like they were looking at an idiot. What did the 2 of you mean when you talked about the treasured land in Heaven's Vault Mountain? Tell me about it. Chubei ignored the 2 Sol Doluor's mocking gazes, and his expression remained calm. Who do you think you are? Get lost if you don't want to die. The 2 Sol Doluor glanced at Chubei. They were clearly enraged, and one of them even raised his hand and slammed it down. However, before the high-temperature fireball could reach Chubei, it was annihilated by an invisible and tyrannical power. The 2 Sol Doluor exchanged a glance as their attacks suddenly disappeared, and a hint of astonishment appeared in their eyes. Evidently, they also realized that Chubei was unusual. However, before they could unleash their second attack, a sharp gust of wind blew behind them. The 2 Sol Doluor felt a chill run down their spines. They immediately turned around, and their eyes widened in shock. They saw a huge energy palm that was dozens of meters tall sweeping toward them. The 2 Sol Doluor didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately transformed back into their fire leopards, and thick armor lit up on the surface of their bodies. Bam! Even so, the 2 of them still couldn't withstand the terrifying strength of the energy palm. Their armor instantly shattered, and they were smashed into the ground like cannonballs. Who are you? The 2 Sol Doluor crawled out from the crater. There was blood at the corner of their mouths. When they looked at Chubei again, their eyes were filled with fear. Answer my question from before. Chubei stood with his hands behind his back. He swept his gaze across the 2 Sol Doluor. His expression was indifferent, and his tone was dignified. Chapter 208. In the basin, the 2 Sol Doluor from the Fire Leopard sect met Chubei's cold in the forest gaze and looked at each other. After hesitating for a moment, one of them said, 3 days ago, the Poison Doluor discovered a treasure land in Heaven's Vault Mountain. That treasure land is filled with celestial energy and 7-colored light. However, this treasure land hasn't fully formed yet, and it's being isolated by a mysterious energy. Although this treasure land was discovered by the Poison Doluor, there's no such thing as an absolute secret. After the other top powers heard about it, they started to covet this treasure land. Just last night, dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly surged from that treasure land. We thought that we could only fight for it if we became titled Doluor, so we came here to try our luck. According to my predictions, this treasure land should be formed today. After hearing this, Chu Bei furrowed his brow and asked, "Is there a spring in that treasure land? How do you know? Have you already been there?" After hearing Chu Bei's words, one of the Soul Doluor was astonished. "Can you tell me more about the spring?" Chu Bei asked. "As that treasure land hasn't fully formed yet, there's a mysterious light barrier blocking it. We can only watch from afar. The spring isn't very big, but it's divided into two regions, milky white and vermilion. It's very strange," the other Soul Doluor said. "Seems like it's the Icefire Yin-Yang well." From the information he obtained from the two people in front of him, Chu Bei was certain that this treasure land was the location of the system's mission. After muttering to himself, Chu Bei glanced at the two Soul Doluor from the Fire Leopard sect and said, "You can leave now." The two Soul Doluor furrowed their brows and glanced at the Blue Silver King before looking at Chu Bei. "Don't tell me you're also interested in this 50,000-year soul ring? Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay here forever?" Chu Bei's voice turned cold again. He swept his cold gaze across the two Soul Doluor, and an extremely powerful aura seeped out of his body. The two Soul Doluor were shocked. After looking at Chu Bei with indignation, they communicated with their eyes and turned into streaks of light at the same time and left. "Another greedy human." The Blue Silver King shook its vines. However, compared to when he was facing the two Soul Doluor earlier, his voice was clearly a little more fearful. As a Blue Silver King that had cultivated for over 80,000 years, it could sense the aura fluctuations coming from Chu Bei's body. Even though these fluctuations weren't soul power fluctuations, they were more powerful than soul power fluctuations. With its abilities, it wouldn't lose even if it couldn't win against two rank 89 Soul Doluor. However, it would definitely die if it had to fight this person in front of it. "Don't be nervous, I don't need a soul ring." Chu Bei withdrew his aura and smiled at the Blue Silver King. "Then why haven't you left yet?" The Blue Silver King remained vigilant. Try to sense his aura carefully. With a smile on his face, Chu Bei pulled Tang San in front of him. This is the Emperor's aura. "Emperor, you're finally back." After a moment of silence, the Blue Silver King's aged voice suddenly became filled with excitement. "Emperor? Are you talking to me?" Tang San was stunned as he looked at the Blue Silver King. "That's because you have a more noble bloodline flowing in your body. If I'm the king of Blue Silver Grass, then you're the emperor of Blue Silver Grass." An old man's face appeared in the middle of the interweaving vines. There was a benevolent smile on his face. "I still have to cultivate for at least 15,000 years to reach your bloodline realm. Being able to see you and feel the aura of your bloodline, I seem to have found a way to reach an even nobler bloodline. Thank you, my emperor." Cough cough, that. "I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. I'm just a human with a Blue Silver Grass martial soul. My actual body isn't Blue Silver Grass." As he spoke, Tang San opened his right hand, and his Blue Silver Grass martial soul appeared in his palm. "No." The Blue Silver King shook his head and said anxiously, "Great Emperor, I can't be wrong. The aura on your body is that of the Blue Silver Empress." "I can't be wrong. The aura I feel isn't the aura of your martial soul. It's the aura that you carry. The blood flowing in your body is the bloodline of the Blue Silver Imperial family. Great Emperor, you're the descendant of the Blue Silver Empress." "The descendant of the Blue Silver Empress?" Tang San was stunned. He couldn't help but raise his head to look at Chu Bei. His eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. "My feeling can't be wrong. Your mother is the previous Blue Silver Emperor of our Blue Silver bloodline. The Blue Silver Emperor will always be of the same bloodline. Only when the previous Blue Silver Emperor passes away will the next Blue Silver Emperor appear." The Blue Silver King's voice was filled with sorrow. "The Empress has passed away. From today onwards, you're the Blue Silver Emperor. All of the Blue Silver bloodline are your subjects. My mother is the Blue Silver Empress." She's already passed away," Tang San muttered. He didn't know if the Blue Silver King was telling the truth. He could only look at Chu Bei for help. Your father should have told you this. But since you've met the Blue Silver King, I'll tell you. Chu Bei lowered his head to look at Tang San and said, your mother is indeed the Blue Silver Empress. Her name is Iron, and she's 100,000-year plant-type soul beast. She met your father after she took on a human form. Little San's mother is actually 100,000-year soul beast. Wang Fan's mouth was wide open. His face was filled with astonishment. Is she also 100,000-year soul beast? Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and pursed her lips. No one knew what she was thinking. Boss, how did my mother die? Tang San asked the question he was most concerned about after he recovered from his shock. Chu Bei shook his head. You can ask your father about your mother's death when you see him in the future. Emperor, let me truly awaken your martial soul. It's great to be able to feel the aura of the Empress from your body. 2 drops of blue liquid flowed down from the Blue Silver King's eyes. Awaken my martial soul? Tang San furrowed his brows and looked at Chu Bei. His eyes were filled with confusion. Go and do as he asks. During this process, you'll be able to see your mother and feel her aura. Chu Bei patted Tang San lightly. Tang San nodded after hearing Chu Bei's words. He walked towards the Blue Silver King and sat down cross-legged. The Blue Silver King's vines slowly rested on Tang San's shoulders. In the next moment, an enormous aura rose from the entire forest. This aura didn't come from the Blue Silver King, but from all the blue-silver grass in the forest. In the forest, countless blue-silver grass quietly emitted a faint blue light. The blue light emitted by billions of blue-silver grass gathered together to form a blue ocean. Tang San, who was in the center of this blue ocean, seemed to have become a huge devouring mouth. He was crazily devouring the blue energy that was rushing in from the outside. This was different from absorbing the power of a soul ring. The power of a soul ring came from the outside world, but this energy came from the same source as him. It was as if it was his own power. An unprecedented warm current rose from the deepest part of Tang San's body. During this process, he didn't feel the impact and pressure of the enormous energy, nor did he feel his body expanding. When the warm current surged in his body, an extremely gentle aura gently brushed across his body. When he felt this gentle aura, Tang San had an inexplicable urge to cry. It was an indescribable emotion. It was as if he was being caressed by his mother. Is this my mother? Tang San muttered softly. Tang San murmured softly. In his vision, he saw the scene when he was just born in this world. A beautiful woman with long blue hair hugged him in her arms. Sparkling and translucent blue tears flowed down the woman's tender face, dripping onto his chest and slowly seeping into it. Even though he couldn't hear the voice in the scene, he could clearly feel the lady's love calling for him. Mother, as time passed, the lady in the scene started to fade. At this moment, the real Tang San was still sitting cross-legged in front of the Blue Silver King. His face was already covered in tears. The surface of his skin had completely turned a sparkling blue. Countless strands of blue-silver grass emerged from his body and coiled around him. Tang San's soul power started to rise. Rank 22. Rank 23. Rank 24. As Tang San's soul power rose, the 2 soul rings on his body lit up. Gradually, the originally sparkling strands of blue-silver grass in the forest became even more transparent. They became as bright and transparent as sapphires. Looking at Tang San again, he looked even more harmonious. His black hair gradually turned dark blue. There was a faint golden luster mixed in. My Emperor, your martial soul has truly awakened. I will now create your 3rd soul ring. I'm worried that you won't be able to withstand the power of your soul ring. I will slowly increase the age of your soul ring. When the Blue Silver King finished speaking, Tang San's 3rd soul ring lit up. His soul ring was initially yellow. It gradually turned purplish yellow, and then purple. Xiao San, let me lend you a helping hand. After a calm voice drifted through the air, Chu Bei waved his hand. A ball of dense mist entered Tang San's body. With a low bang, Tang San's body seemed to have been reconstructed. His originally bronze skin actually had a tinge of gold. The blue-silver king seemed to have sensed the changes in Tang San's body. After looking at Chu Bei in astonishment, his expression became incomparably serious. He tried even harder to increase the age of Tang San's third soul ring. The color of the soul ring continued to change. Purple, dark purple, purplish black, black, 10,000 years. 20,000 years. 30,000 years. Emperor, the quality of your body has far exceeded my expectations with the help of that lord. As the age of the soul ring continued to increase, the blue-silver king became more and more astonished. 60,000 years. 70,000 years. 80,000 years. When the color of the soul ring turned completely red, the blue-silver king's intertwined torso suddenly trembled. Perhaps because he was too astonished, his face was already distorted. My emperor, the quality of your body is the most terrifying I've seen in the past 80,000 years. After a long while, the blue-silver king's excited voice drifted through the air. A red soul ring, 100,000-year soul ring. After a long while, Tang San opened his eyes. As he looked at the red soul ring on his body, his eyes gradually became misty. Although he could withstand a 100,000-year soul ring because of Chu Bei, this 100,000-year soul ring was the inheritance left to him by his mother. It carried the weight of his mother's love. Great Emperor, don't cry. The matter of the Empress is over. In the future, we, your subjects, still need your protection. The blue-silver king gently called out. Tang San wiped his tears and looked at the blue-silver king. Thank you. Tang San was a little choked up. He wasn't thanking the blue-silver king for helping him awaken the true blue-silver emperor. Instead, he was thanking the blue-silver emperor for allowing him to see his mother and feel her aura. Little 3, try releasing your blue-silver domain. Chu Bei's words pulled Tang San back to reality. Domain. Hearing this word from Chu Bei's mouth, Xiao Wu's eyes widened. She looked at Tang San in disbelief. Boss, is this it? Tang San indeed felt that his body had gained an unimaginable special attribute. With a buzz, a ball of blue light appeared on the surface of Tang San's body. This light spread out with Tang San as the center. Not long after, the area within 100 meters was enveloped by this blue light. Within the enveloped area, the blue-silver grass on the ground grew crazily. In a short moment, it had grown to 3 times the height of normal blue-silver grass. The life aura it released was also clearly stronger. Is this that domain? In Little 3's domain, I feel my aura become much stronger. This feeling is so satisfying. Wang Fan had a look of envy. The special characteristic of blue-silver grass is its perseverance and tenacity. In this blue-silver domain, Tang San can increase your soul power and life aura. Of course, if he wants, he can also reduce your soul power. Standing in Tang San's blue-silver domain, Chu Bei looked at Wang Fan and Xiao Wu and said, Boss, we haven't increased our soul power today. Xiao Wu seemed to have thought of something. She took out the money that Ning Rongrong had left for her and raised her head to look at Chu Bei. Chu Bei smiled. Then, he arranged things for Xiao Wu, Wang Fan, and Tang San. 3 minutes later, Xiao Wu went from a rank 21 Soul Grandmaster to a rank 31 Soul Elder. Wang Fan also went from a rank 21 Soul Master to a rank 31 Soul Elder. Because Tang San had become a Soul Elder with the help of the Blue-Silver King, and after spending money, he directly became a rank 41 Soul Ancestor. Boss, can you hear me? I'm Ning Rongrong. I found a treasure. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Not only Chu Bei, but Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Fan also heard Ning Rongrong's voice. Tell me the details. Chu Bei's mind moved. Boss, it's great that you can hear me. In an instant, Ning Rongrong's excited voice came from the other side. Boss, I'm at Heaven's Vault Mountain now. There are many people gathered here. It seems that a peerless treasure is about to appear. If you're free, hurry over. With your strength, you'll definitely be able to compete with them. What a coincidence. I was just about to head over. Hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Chu Bei's lips curled up into a smile. Xiao Wu, Wang Fan, and Tang San looked at each other. They were also interested. Chapter 209. Master, my name is Ma Hongjun. I'm sensible and obedient. Please accept me as your disciple. At this moment, little Fatty, who had been lying at the edge of the basin, shouted. As he was too excited, he lost his footing and rolled down the basin. Fortunately, he had enough meat on his body, so he didn't suffer any internal injuries. When he reached the basin, little Fatty hurriedly got up and tidied his clothes. He knelt in front of Chu Bei with a sincere expression. Little fellow, you want to become stronger? Chu Bei smiled as he looked at little Fatty, who had taken the initiative to run to him. Yes, yes. Ma Hongjun nodded his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with worship as he looked at Chu Bei. Forget about accepting a disciple, but you can be like them. You can become my first-rank agent. Chu Bei pointed at Tang San and the others. Thank you, sir. Ma Hongjun nodded again. Then let's go through the signing process. As Chu Bei threw the agent's ring to Ma Hongjun, he tapped Ma Hongjun's forehead and poured information about the first-rank agent into his mind. Host has successfully signed agent Ma Hongjun. Battle through the heavens cultivation conversion is accelerating. Progress 67%. Progress 68%. Progress 69%. When Ma Hongjun dripped his blood on the ring, the system's voice sounded. When the system's voice disappeared, his cultivation conversion progress increased from 67% to 76%. As for his soul power, he jumped from a rank 75 soul sage to a rank 80 soul sage. Shrek's 7 monsters, we're only missing one. Chu Bei smiled knowingly as he looked at the chubby boy in front of him. After that, Chu Bei waved his sleeves. A pitch-black opening appeared in front of him, and he led Tang San and the others in. Heaven Vault Mountain was located in the Heaven Do Empire. At the center of Heaven Vault Mountain's peak was an inverted cone-shaped depression. At this moment, there was a huge rainbow-colored sphere around the depression. At the edge of the depression, several powers were gathered. Among them, 7 powers occupied the most important positions. On the back of one of the robes, there was a white tiger with a ferocious bloody mouth. It was the White Tiger sect, one of the 4 lower sects. The forces beside the White Tiger sect wore robes with a sharp longsword printed on the chest. They were the Wind Sword sect, one of the 4 lower sects. The forces beside the Wind Sword sect had a scarlet leopard emblem on their backs. It was the Fire Leopard sect, one of the 4 lower sects. The people from the 4th faction had a picture of a tortoiseshell mammoth on their backs. They were from the Elephant Armor sect, one of the 4 major sects. The 5th force had the word soul printed on their backs. They were the number 1 force in the continent, the Martial Spirit Palace. The 6th force was one of the 3 upper sects led by Ning Fengji and Jiyu Rong, the 7 treasures glazed sect. As for the 7th power, to be precise, it should be a single person. This was a skinny old man who looked like a javelin. His hair and beard were all dark green. He stood there quietly with his eyes closed. His entire being gave off an illusory feeling, as if he was an illusion. His face was expressionless. Or rather, his expression was completely stiff. His cheeks were sunken, and his green hair was messy. He was wearing a simple grey robe. How dare you covet the treasure land that I discovered? You're looking down on me. The moment the old man opened his eyes, the temperature in the air seemed to drop by a few degrees. It was a pair of dark green eyes, without a trace of life in them. Not only did they reveal a coldness, but they also revealed a cold evilness. Poison Doluor, you can't say that. Although you discovered this treasure land first, it still has no owner. Why can't we fight for it? The leader of the Elephant Armor sect said. I'm afraid you don't have that big of an appetite. The old man snorted coldly. His body was immediately surrounded by a hazy dark green gas. It was extremely frightening. The old man was one of the titled Doluor, the poison Doluor, Dugu Bo. Immediately, all the powerhouses present focused their gazes on the 7-colored sphere as they waited anxiously. After a long while, accompanied by a rumble, a clamor sounded from behind the Wind Sword sect, one of the 4 lower sects. This mountain has already been sealed by us. How can you still come up? If you've entered by mistake, leave immediately. The place where Chu Bei's group landed was precisely where the Windsword sect's forces were located. A disciple at the back of the Windsword sect immediately ordered them to leave after discovering Chu Bei and the rest. "If you don't leave, don't blame me for attacking." Seeing that Chu Bei and the rest didn't intend to leave, the disciple from the Windsword sect immediately frowned. "You're courting death." Seeing that Chu Bei and the rest ignored his words and continued forward, the disciple's eyes were filled with killing intent. After that, he drew his sword and charged towards Chu Bei. However, before that disciple could get within a meter of Chu Bei, his entire body trembled violently. After that, he flew backwards and crashed onto the ground, motionless. "What's going on?" Hearing the commotion, the leading elder from the Windsword sect shouted. When he saw Chu Bei and the rest, his face was filled with displeasure. "Elder Shui, he killed junior brother Mu," a disciple said immediately. Hearing this, the Windsword sect's elder's cold gaze landed on Chu Bei. Without any explanation, he waved his sleeve, and a total of 8 soul rings lit up. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. When the 8th soul ring lit up, a purplish red sword appeared in the elder's hand. The sword vibrated, and a sharp sword light tore through the void and swept towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei glanced at the elder indifferently. He was expressionless as he continued to lead Tang San and the rest forward. It was only when the sword light was in front of him that he used his finger like a sword and casually shot out a burst of energy towards the elder's sword light. Whoosh! Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the old man's sword gleam was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. In the next moment, before the elder could react, that seemingly ordinary but actually terrifying burst of energy had already pierced through his body. Fresh blood splattered in the air. In the blink of an eye, a perfectly fine living person was split into 2 halves. His corpse fell to the ground, and it was extremely bloody. Elder Shui is dead. How is this possible? Elder Shui is a rank 88 soul Doluor. How did this happen? Who exactly is he? Seeing the elder's corpse on the ground, the Windsword sect's disciples were stunned. After they recovered from their shock, they looked at Chu Bei in fear. They didn't even see his martial soul or soul rings, and their elder was killed. Poison Doluor Dugu Bo's brows also furrowed tightly upon seeing this, and a grim look appeared on his face. The elder who died was a rank 88 assault-type soul Doluor. He was one of the top 5 in the Windsword sect. Even if it was him, he would have to expend some effort to defeat his opponent. However, this unknown person was able to kill his opponent in an instant, and this was under the premise that his opponent had used his 8th soul ring. Furthermore, this person didn't seem to have expended much energy. He still looked very relaxed. Of course, the 2 rank 89 soul Doluor from the Fire Leopard sect were the most astonished among the various powers on Heaven's Vault Mountain. They didn't expect this person to come. Furthermore, he killed a rank 88 assault-type soul Doluor from the Windsword sect. Xu Jie and Chen Shu felt very lucky. Fortunately, they chose to give in Jiwu Forest. Otherwise, they would have become corpses. Brother Shu, from your expressions, do you recognize this person? The leader of the Elephant Armor sect asked after noticing Xu Jie's strange expression. Xu Jie shook his head. We only met him in Jiwu Forest not long ago. We don't know who he is. We only know that he's very strong. It's very likely that he's a rank 95 titled Doluor. I wonder which sect this titled Doluor is from. He dared to kill Xue Chao in front of everyone. It's obvious that he's not afraid of the Windsword sect. The leader of the White Tiger sect looked at Chu Bei and guessed his identity. Chu Bei glanced at Xue Chao's corpse. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he wouldn't show any mercy. Boss, I'm here. Just as everyone was guessing where Chu Bei came from, Ning Rongrong, who was standing between Jiu Rong and Ning Fengji, waved her hand excitedly and shouted. Chu Bei looked at Ning Rongrong and nodded slightly. After that, he walked over with Tang San and the rest. Is he from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect? When did the 7 Treasures Glazed sect gain another titled Doluor? Together with Zhenggu and Xu Jie, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect has 3 titled Doluor. When they saw Chu Bei and the rest walking towards the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, everyone thought that Chu Bei was from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. May I know what your title is? Du Gubo looked at Chu Bei and asked, Are you also here for my treasured land? Your treasured land? Treasures of heaven and earth have always belonged to those who are capable. As he spoke, Chu Bei had already led Tang San and the rest to Ning Fengji's side. What a great belong to those who are capable. Du Gubo focused his gaze and snorted coldly. Then we'll rely on our own abilities later. You want this treasured land because you think it can suppress the poison in your body and relieve your pain. Chu Bei's calm voice drifted through the air. He actually said that the poison Doluor is poisoned? How can someone who plays with poisons be poisoned? After hearing Chu Bei's words, everyone seemed to have heard a joke. Their expressions were weird. However, Du Gubo's expression changed drastically. He looked at Chu Bei in astonishment. How do you know that I'm suffering from the poison's backlash? After calming himself down, Du Gubo looked coldly at Chu Bei. The aura on his body started to rise. In recent years, his ribs would feel numb and itchy from time to time. It was extremely uncomfortable. Every noon and midnight, he would feel a piercing pain in his head. His entire body would spasm. This process was so painful that he wanted to die. In order to relieve the pain from the poison's backlash, he had used all sorts of methods. However, they were all to no avail. It was only when he discovered this treasured land 3 days ago that he realized that the pain in his body could be alleviated by staying here. Chapter 210. What? The poison Doluor was really poisoned. Hearing Du Gubo's admission, the various powers experts were stunned. You're old, and you've lived long enough. It'll pass after a few years. It's just a pity for your granddaughter. Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and calmly looked at Du Gubo. He continued, Once the poison backfires on her, I'm afraid she won't have the same perseverance as you to endure the pain. Her poison will only flare up more violently than yours, because she's been immersed in this poison since she was in her mother's womb. What are you trying to say? Du Gubo's brows were tightly knitted, and killing intent surged in his eyes. A ball of black mist swept towards Chu Bei. Chu Bei casually waved his sleeves to disperse the black mist. He indifferently said, I can heal your bone-devouring poison. You can cure the poison in my body? Du Gubo suppressed the throbbing in his heart and probed, Why should I believe you? How can you prove it? If you want to use this method to make me give up on fighting for this treasure land, you'll be disappointed. No matter what, I'm determined to obtain this treasure land. Chu Bei shook his head and no longer paid attention to Du Gubo. He turned to look at the colonel. Through the light barrier, the oval-shaped pool below was divided into milky white and vermilion red. The strange thing was that although these two colors of spring water were in the same pool, they were clearly separated. They didn't invade each other, and remained on one side of the pool. The surging water vapor turned into a rainbow color in mid-air, and continuously supplied the light barrier with energy. Boss, this is... Tang San looked at the spring water below and was stunned at first. When he came to his senses, his body involuntarily trembled from excitement. He never would have thought that he would see such a magnificent scene on the Doluor continent. In the hidden weapon 100 separations of the mysterious heaven treasure record from the previous world, there was a secret record on poison other than hidden weapons. It recorded a few extremely rare medicines, some of which were highly toxic, and some of which were natural treasures. At the end of this secret record, there was a detailed description of a treasure basin. Of course, this so-called treasure basin didn't refer to gold or silver, but rare plants. The treasure basin was blessed by the heavens. It was the place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. The scene before his eyes was exactly the same as the treasure basin described in the mysterious heaven treasure record. This was especially true for the milky white and vermilion spring water that was clearly separated from each other. This was the most recognizable feature. You are not mistaken. This spring water is the Icefire Yin-Yang well. Chu Bei seemed to have seen through Tang San's thoughts as he spoke in a faint voice. Icefire Yin-Yang well? Hearing the words mentioned by Chu Bei, not only Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Wang Fan, and the other little fellows, but even Ning Fengji, Ji Rong, and the other experts who had lived for a long time were puzzled. They could not help but cast their gazes on Chu Bei. In the distance, Du Gu Bo, the experts of the four lower sects, and the others all pricked up their ears. The Icefire Yin-Yang well refers to the unique spring that you see before you. It is a pair of eyes, and the yin and yang restrain each other. Even 10 million years might not be enough to form one. Although it can be used to nurture animals, it is not very beneficial to ordinary people. This is because as long as you live near the Icefire Yin-Yang well, your body will be attacked by the two extreme attributes of heaven and earth spirit qi for a short period of time. If you do not leave in time, your body will explode and you will die. Of course, opportunities are often accompanied by risks. If you can endure the attack of the two extreme attributes, your cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds. Speaking up to this point, Chu Bei's gaze landed on Du Gu Bo's body again. The reason why the pain from the poison's backlash is alleviated here is because the extreme heat and extreme cold both have a restraining effect on poison. After hearing what you said, I am even more determined to obtain this treasure land. Du Gu Bo's eyes were filled with greed. The eyes of the people of the four lower sects and the martial spirit hall shone even brighter. Chu Bei smiled faintly. His calm demeanor made it seem as if he did not see these people as his opponents at all. He placed his hands behind his back and waited quietly for the treasure basin to fully form. Whoosh! Finally, as everyone waited, the Icefire Yin-Yang well began to boil and bubble. Then, under countless gazes, the thick white fog around it dissipated. At this moment, the powerful cultivators of the various forces could finally see the situation around the Icefire Yin-Yang well. This was like a paradise for plants. There were all kinds of plants in all kinds of shapes and sizes. As far as the eye could see, every single plant was a rare and precious item. Even the four lower sects and the martial spirit palace, which had a huge foundation, were dumbfounded by what they saw. Du Gu Bo rubbed his palms and his face was flushed. He looked as if he could not wait to go through the seven-colored light barrier and pluck the plants. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp explosion, a spore-shaped plant exploded. It was a blue-green worm stalk with a shiny surface and 8 pairs of ringed legs. Blue snow silkworm, everyone exclaimed when they recognized the spiritual item in the spore. Tang San and Du Gu Bo were especially excited. Snow silkworm, the best of the best among the worm stalks. The blue snow silkworm was the supreme of the snow silkworms. Crack! Another crisp cracking sound rang out. It was a plant that resembled a lotus. Its outer skin was yellowish-brown, and its cross-section was yellowish-red. Its leaves were intertwined, and its stalks were long and curved. Its leaves were egg-shaped and heart-shaped. This is the cinnabar lotus. It can grow so big. Everyone exclaimed again. Unlike the worm stalks, the cinnabar lotus liked the cold. It was very cold and could suppress heat. It was also a rare herb that was very effective against fire poison. Both the blue snow silkworm and the cinnabar lotus were priceless treasures. If they saw these two spiritual plants under normal circumstances, everyone would probably take a good look at them. However, everyone's gazes quickly landed on an extremely rare plant. It was a pale pink, leafless flower. Every petal was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. The pale pink flower swayed gently with the mist. Its stamen was pale purple, as if purple diamonds were embedded there. When everyone's gazes landed on this huge pink flower, they were all stunned. Then, their eyes were filled with excitement, and their breathing quickened. The delicate silk immortal, one of the 10 great immortal treasures. It was the nemesis of all poisons, and could neutralize all poisons. It couldn't detoxify poisons, but it could suppress poisons. Anyone who consumed the delicate silk immortal wouldn't be afraid of any poisons. Crack, crack. Crisp cracking sounds could be heard around the Icefire Yin-Yang well. Star anise mysterious ice grass. Blazing delicate apricot. Soul origin flower. Celestial wind fire grass. Everyone's breathing stopped as they saw the supreme-grade spiritual plants appear one after another. The passion in their eyes became more and more intense. The wealth hidden in this land is far more terrifying than we imagined. We have to invite the sect leader here. That's right. With our current strength, we can't take this land from the poison Doluor and that mysterious person. You guys continue to guard this place. I'll go and invite the Jew Doluor over. Very soon, a soul Doluor from the Elephant Armor sect, Fire Leopard sect, White Tiger sect, and the other 3 sects left. The Martial Soul Hall and the Wind Sword sect followed closely behind. 1 person from each sect left. Whoosh. As time passed, the spring water in the Icefire Yin-Yang well boiled more and more. When it reached a limit, it started to calm down. The spore plants in the surroundings had almost all exploded, revealing the rare spirit plants within. An hour later, several streaks of light flashed across the sky above Heaven Vault Mountain and landed on the mountain peak. Greetings, sect leader. The disciples of the Elephant Armor sect shouted in unison. He was a muscular middle-aged man. He was Lin Bin, the sect leader of the Elephant Armor sect. He was a rank 91 titled Doluor. Swish. Just as Lin Bin landed, several other figures landed. They were led by a man in a fiery red robe. He was Wang Yong, the sect leader of the Fire Leopard sect. He was a rank 91 titled Doluor. Who's the one who doesn't respect the Wind Sword sect? How dare you kill an elder of my sect? At this moment, a thunderous voice sounded above Heaven Vault Mountain. It was filled with a strong killing intent. His voice was heard before he arrived. Very soon, a figure stopped above the Wind Sword sect. His gaze landed on the corpse of the elder that Chu Bei had sliced into 2. His gaze was cold. Li Hai, the sect leader of the Wind Sword sect. He was a rank 92 titled Doluor. Sect leader, he's the one who killed Elder Shui. A disciple angrily pointed at Chu Bei, who was beside Ning Fengji. Sect leader Ning, he's from your sect. Li Hai's aura rose. His 9 soul rings lit up, and a light blue sword appeared in his hand. The blade of the sword radiated a cold light, and its vibrations were sharp and ear-piercing. Brother Li, my sect can't tolerate such a person. I can only tell you that Elder Sword was defeated by Boss Chu 3 days ago. He was defeated by the way of the sword. Just as Li Hai was about to disregard Ning Fengji's dignity and attack Chu Bei with his sword, Ning Fengji's calm voice sounded. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Li Hai's pupils shrank. His body trembled violently, and the sword that he had prepared was instantly retracted. He defeated Sword Venerable with his sword. Li Hai furrowed his brows, and his voice was filled with astonishment. You stopped at the right time. Otherwise, you would be a corpse now. Chu Bei glanced at Li Hai indifferently. His cold voice didn't contain any emotion. After meeting Chu Bei's gaze, Li Hai became more vigilant, and his expression turned ugly. His martial soul was a sword, and he had naturally sparred with the sword Doluor many times. However, he had always been defeated. If the person in front of him had really defeated the sword Doluor, then he definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Because of this, he didn't swing his sword earlier. Did you hear that? He defeated Sword Venerable. In the way of the sword. If that's the case, then this person is at least rank 97. But why haven't I heard of this person before? After hearing Ning Fengji's words, the various experts around the call sized up Chu Bei again. They were shocked. Chapter 211. Boss Chu, we meet again. Around the call, just as everyone was shocked by the news that Chu Bei had defeated the Sword Venerable, a ripple appeared in the sky, and 2 figures walked out from the ripple. The person who spoke was wearing a long white robe, and there was a white tiger imprinted on the back of his robe. Dai Tianya, the sect leader of the White Tiger sect, and a rank 92 titled Doluor. Boss, I brought my uncle here through the Void Transmission Stone. This thing is really useful. Dai Mubai was beside Dai Tianya. When Ning Rongrong sent a message through the Void Transmission Stone, he was the first to hear it. Not only that, but he also discovered that he could use the Void Transmission Stone to reach the location of the other representatives who also had a Void Transmission Stone. Because of this, he was able to bring Dai Mubai over so quickly. Chu Bei nodded at Dai Tianya and smiled in return. The last time they met, it was in the Star Luo Palace. Sect leader, what's Boss Chu's background? The sect leaders of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect and the White Tiger sect are very polite to him. Xu Jie and Chen Shu from the Fire Leopard sect asked Wang Yong at the same time. What I know about him is the same as the two of you. He defeated the Sword Venerable in the way of the sword. As for how strong he is, and why he's called boss, I can't say for sure. Wang Yong paused for a moment before he added, however, according to sect leader Ning, his martial soul isn't a sword. Until now, no one has seen his martial soul, and no one has even seen his soul rings. If not for the fact that he defeated the Sword Venerable so easily, I'm afraid no one would think that he's a titled Doluo. After all, he looks too young. After listening to Wang Yong, Xu Jie and Chen Shu looked at each other. When they looked at Chu Bei again, they were even more curious. They were very glad that sometimes, choosing to back down was a wise decision. As for their thoughts of waiting for their sect leader to come before taking revenge, they had already thrown that to the back of their minds. Boss, Tang San, Brother Mubai, you're all here. It wasn't long before another ripple appeared in the sky above the col, and then a 7 or 8-year-old child and a middle-aged man appeared. Oscar, did you also come here through the void sound transmission stone? Dai Mubai asked. Yeah, I heard Rongrong's words and came over, but I didn't expect there to be so many people. After responding to Dai Mubai, Oscar brought the middle-aged man beside him to Chu Bei. Chu Bei's gaze landed on the middle-aged man. He then looked at the red dot on the system panel's proxy map. A playful look appeared on his face. He had never thought that his next acting target would be brought to him by Oscar just like that. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s or 50s. His figure was slightly thin, and his short black hair was parted in a 370 split. His appearance was ordinary, and there was a hint of tiredness in his eyes. Boss, I just met this person. Oscar pointed at the middle-aged man and introduced him to Chu Bei, but before he could finish, the latter waved his hand and interrupted him. You Xiaogang, right? Chu Bei looked at the middle-aged man calmly. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Oscar and the middle-aged man opened their mouths wide in shock. How do you know my name? The middle-aged man asked nervously. Chu Bei smiled and continued. You came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and should have had a bright future, but you didn't expect your martial soul to mutate negatively, so you were ridiculed. You had a bottleneck in your soul power, so you devoted all your thoughts to the study of martial soul theory. After leaving the clan, you met Flender and Liu Erlong, and earned the famous title of the Golden Iron Triangle. Coincidentally, you and Flender fell in love with Liu Erlong at the same time. Fortunately, you won Liu Erlong's heart in the end. Unfortunately, you found out that Erlong was your cousin on your wedding night. As for your first love, she was the disciple of the former Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, who is the current Pope, Bibi Dong. All in all, half of your life was very tragic. After saying that, Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest. Am I wrong? This uncle is really pitiful. He only found out that the bride was his cousin on their wedding night. It's really like the saying, all lovers in the world will eventually become siblings. The current Pope, Bibi Dong, is his first love? His background is very big. The Golden Iron Triangle, I heard father talk about it before. It's a very powerful group. After hearing Chu Bei's words, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and the others all looked at Yu Xiaogang with pity and surprise. Yu Xiaogang looked at Chu Bei in a daze, and the shock in his eyes was even more obvious. It seemed that not only was his cultivation high, but he was also a know-it-all. Very few people knew about the situation that he had described earlier, especially his relationship with Bibi Dong. Boss Chu, this is all in the past. Don't make fun of me. The corners of Yu Xiaogang's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Then, he looked at Chu Bei with incomparable sincerity and said, the ability you bestowed upon Oscar is truly too miraculous. I wonder if I have the qualifications to become your representative. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Chu Bei was stunned at first, but then he smiled and nodded. I see that your talent is extraordinary. Naturally, you have the qualifications. When this matter is over, I'll give you the proxy ring. Thank you, Boss. Yu Xiaogang was stunned at first, but then his face was filled with joy and excitement. He thought that he would face many obstacles to becoming Chu Bei's proxy. Who would have thought that it would be so straightforward? After the excitement, Yu Xiaogang hurriedly moved and walked behind Chu Bei with Oscar. They continued to wait for the treasured land in the coal to be completely formed. The people from the Martial Soul Hall aren't coming? What a coincidence. There's one less opponent. Dai Tianya looked in the direction of the Martial Soul Hall and muttered to himself. However, just as he finished speaking, 3 long streaks of light swept over from afar and landed in front of the Martial Soul Hall's army. Ju Doluo, Gui Doluo, and the Pope. After seeing the 3 people from the Martial Soul Hall, Ning Fengji, Jiyu Rong, Dai Tianya from the White Tiger sect, Li Hai from the Windsword sect, Lin Bin from the Elephant Armor sect, and Wang Yong from the Fire Leopard sect exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Poison Doluo Dugu Bo's dark green pupils contracted involuntarily. His brows were tightly furrowed, and there was a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Evidently, they didn't expect the Martial Soul Hall to treat this treasured land with such importance. Not only did they send 2 titled Doluo, but even the Pope himself was here. Chu Bei's expression didn't change much. He only sized up the Ju Doluo, Gui Doluo, and the Pope. On the other hand, Yu Xiaogang, who was behind Chu Bei, had a drastic change in expression when he saw the Martial Spirit Palace's Pope. His body stiffened. Uncle Gang, isn't that your first love? Aren't you going to greet her? Tang San had a playful look on his face as he pointed at Bibi Dong. Shut up. You kids shouldn't worry about adult matters. Yu Xiaogang angrily glared at Tang San, then ignored Bibi Dong as if nothing had happened. Bibi Dong landed at the front of the Martial Soul Hall and swept his indifferent gaze across his surroundings. When his gaze landed on Chu Bei and the others, he fixed his gaze on Yu Xiaogang. His lithe body shuddered violently for an instant. However, the astonishment on his face only lasted for a moment, and he quickly regained his composure. After that, he leisurely strode towards Chu Bei and the others. The Ju Doluo and Gui Doluo followed closely behind him. Today, Bibi Dong was dressed in a luxurious black robe that was inlaid with golden patterns. He wore a 9-song purple gold crown, and he held a scepter that was about 2 meters long and inlaid with countless gemstones. His body exuded an invisible sense of nobility and holiness, and people couldn't help but want to worship him. Seeing Bibi Dong walking over, Yu Xiaogang let out a faint sigh. His originally calm eyes were filled with waves. There was regret, reminiscence, and even more disappointment. Long time no see. Bibi Dong's gentle and pleasant voice easily made people feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Yes, long time no see. How have you been these years? Yu Xiaogang's gaze became bitter. A faint smile appeared on Bibi Dong's face. Of course it's good. As the ruler of the Martial Soul Hall, even the emperors of the 2 empires have to be courteous to me. Do you think I'm not good? Dong Dong, I know the pain in your heart. Yu Xiaogang sighed again, and he seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. Dong Dong? I can't remember how many years it has been since someone dared to call me that. Bibi Dong's voice suddenly became cold. Please call me the Pope, or Your Holiness. I'm no longer the silly Bibi Dong from back then. Your Holiness the Pope, let bygones be bygones. Yu Xiaogang's pupils shrank a little, and a trace of pain flowed out from his eyes. He turned around, as if he didn't want to look at that familiar face. Haha, you said let bygones be bygones? Bibi Dong suddenly laughed, as if she had completely changed into a different person. The original holy aura on her body disappeared and was replaced by a heart-palpitating madness. Yu Xiaogang, do you still remember how you left me back then? For the sake of his younger sister? Funny, this is too funny. You actually refused to accept me because of your own sister. I can become the Pope, admittedly it's because of you, but I hate you. You are the person I hate the most in my life. I'm already standing at the peak of the continent. I want you to suffer, I want to torture Liu Erlong, and I want to destroy everything you care about. Bibi Dong's emotions became more and more agitated, Her eyes were as cold as a poisonous snake. Was it me who left you? What the truth is, who knows? Looking at the crazed Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaogang's face was filled with pain. Bibi Dong, he's about to become the representative of my All Heavens shop. If you want to hurt him, or have any ideas about those related to him, I hope you'll consider it carefully before making a move. Chu Bei calmly looked at Bibi Dong, and it wasn't difficult to hear the thick threat in his words. Chapter 212. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Bibi Dong looked at Chu Bei and snorted coldly. Intense killing intent rose in his eyes. Your Holiness, please don't involve anyone else in our matters. Yu Xiaogang took a step forward and stood in front of Chu Bei. His eyes met Bibi Dong's. Bibi Dong glanced at Chu Bei again before shifting his disdainful and murderous gaze away from him. He waved his sleeves and returned to the front of the Martial Soul Hall's army. Did you hear the conversation between the Martial Soul Hall's Pope and that man? They actually have that kind of relationship. Who knows where that man came from? To be able to catch the eye of His Holiness, he must be a big shot. But that man seems to have abandoned Your Holiness. In the end, he married his own cousin. How interesting. He abandoned the Pope. That man is really something. But seeing how the Pope lost his composure, he must hate that man. No one is allowed to discuss the Pope's private matters. Just as everyone was quietly discussing the matter between Bibi Dong and Yu Xiaogang, Gui Doluor's majestic voice reverberated throughout Heaven's Vault Mountain. However, if one looked closely, they would notice that both the Ghost Doluor and the Chrysanthemum Doluor were still stunned. Evidently, they had been shocked by Bibi Dong's words. All of you are really going all out for my treasure land. The sect master isn't in the sect, and even the Pope isn't in the Martial Soul Hall. Du Gubo's gaze swept across the various powers, and his expression darkened. If this had been before, he would have been confident of obtaining this treasure land. But now, it seemed like he could only snatch some rare treasures. In fact, all of the lower four sects had already given up on this treasure land when they saw the Ghost Doluor, the Chrysanthemum Doluor, and the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. After all, their sects couldn't compare to the Martial Soul Hall. Right now, their thoughts were the same as Du Gubo's. They wanted to snatch as many rare treasures as they could before the treasure land completely formed and the rainbow barrier disappeared. This was especially true for the delicate Silk Immortal, one of the 10 great rare immortal items. Rumble. Suddenly, the 7-colored light barrier emitted a rumbling sound. Almost at the same time, the spring water below stopped boiling completely. A faint colored mist slowly formed on the surface of the water, which was extremely gorgeous. It seems like the treasured land has taken shape. The light barrier is about to break. The 4 sect masters, Ning Fengji, Du Gubo, the Ju Doluor, Gui Doluor, and the other powerful beings from the Martial Soul Hall were all very excited to see this. Boom! Under everyone's expectant gazes, the rainbow-colored light barrier turned into a rain of light and dissipated after a few seconds. It was also in this instant that Jiyu Rong, Ning Fengji, Dai Tianya of the White Tiger sect, Li Hai of the Windsword sect, Lin Bin of the Elephant Armor sect, Wang Yong of the Fire Leopard sect, Du Gubo of the Poison Doluor, Yu Guan of the Chrysanthemum Doluor, and Gui Mai of the Ghost Doluor all unleashed their maximum speed at the same time as they hurtled toward the Colonel Buzz Buzz. However, just as the group of titled Doluor surged into the col, a layer of dazzling golden light surged out of the Colonel. Before everyone could react, a huge 9-story golden pagoda appeared above the spring water. To be more precise, it covered all the areas around the spring water that had spirit plants. The golden pagoda had 8 corners, and each corner was formed by 3 intertwining divine dragons. Just looking at it gave one a majestic feeling. The unknown metal material could not only release dazzling light, but there were also specks of bluish-green light mixed within it. It was like the stars in the night sky, and it was very magical. What the hell is this? The group of titled Doluor looked at the 9-story golden pagoda that had suddenly appeared in front of them, and their brows furrowed as they hovered in the air. When they looked along one of the corners of the pagoda, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank when they saw where the golden light was spreading from that corner. At this moment, there were specks of light spreading out from Chu Bei's palm, and they were connected to the 9-story golden pagoda that was enveloping the treasured land in the kernel. What's going on with that pagoda? It seems to have been created by the mysterious person who defeated the sword Doluor. Is this his way of doing things? Did you see his martial soul just now? And his soul rings? No, I only saw his hands release that golden light for some reason, and that huge golden pagoda appeared in the treasured land. It turned into that metal. Could that huge 9-story golden pagoda be his soul skill? That can't be. I've never seen a soul skill like that before. Around the call, the powerful individuals from the various organizations were stunned as they looked at the 9-story golden pagoda. Their eyes were wide open, and they were in disbelief. After that, they turned to look at Chu Bei, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Sensing everyone's gazes, Chu Bei looked at the golden pagoda that was enveloping the treasured land and nodded in satisfaction. This was the Class 10 exquisite pagoda that he had sold. It was the pagoda in the hands of the pagoda Heavenly King, Li Jing. You're indeed the person who defeated the sword Doluor. What a great technique. Dugu Bo glanced coldly at Chu Bei, and 9 soul rings appeared around his body. His 9th soul ring flashed. Jade phosphorus divine light. Dugu Bo transformed into a huge python. His scales were green, and they glowed with a frightening light. Following a loud roar, his huge snake tail whipped towards the 9-story golden pagoda. The space that the snake tail swept across collapsed, and rumbled. Mammoth shield. Lin Bin from the elephant armor sect also had 9 soul rings. After his 9th soul ring lit up, he roared and transformed into a huge ancient mammoth elephant. His elephant hooves contained terrifying energy as they kicked the 9-story golden pagoda. Leopard flame. The fire leopard sect's Wang Yong transformed into a scarlet-red cheetah. The instant his 9th soul ring flashed, he let out a long roar towards the sky. A fire leopard that was the same size as him surged out of his body and swept towards the 9-story golden pagoda. Everywhere it passed, the air sizzled as it burned, and the surrounding temperature rose. White tiger annihilation. The white tiger sect's Dai Tianya transformed into a huge white tiger. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Soul power gathered in his mouth, and then a beam of intersecting golden light surged out. The golden light carried a frightening aura as it struck towards the 9-story golden pagoda. Netherworld sword kill. A light blue long sword appeared in Li Hai's hand. The blade of the sword revealed a cold light. As he roared, a beam of sword light shot out from the tip of the sword. The sound of it breaking through the air was ear-piercing. Ghostly possession. Gui Mai roared, and his 9 soul rings lit up as his body started to float in the air. Amidst the black gas, he slapped his palm towards the 9-story golden pagoda. Broken chrysanthemum, wounded everywhere, heartbroken flowers fall. Ju Doluor Yu Guan opened his right palm, and a layer of faint purple gas appeared in his palm. Purple light spread, and a huge purple chrysanthemum grew. The weird thing was that every petal of the chrysanthemum was furry and cute. The entire chrysanthemum was one entity, but it didn't emit any fragrance. The stamen in the center was more than half a foot taller than the petals. The tip of the stamen flashed with a faint golden light. As he shouted, the purple chrysanthemum petals scattered and turned into cold blades that swept towards the 9-story golden pagoda. Almost at the same time, the 7 titled Doluor used their 9th soul skills and unleashed their strongest attacks towards the 9-story golden pagoda. Their soul skills carried all kinds of strange lights. As they attacked the 9-story golden pagoda, they immediately intersected with beautiful colors. Chapter 213. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 titled Doluor's terrifying attacks landed on the 9-story golden pagoda at the same time, causing a deafening boom. Amidst the boom, the pagoda shuddered slightly, and a metallic sound rang out. After that, before the 7 titled Doluor could react, the pagoda suddenly unleashed an unparalleled aura. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a frightening energy ripple spread from the pagoda. After the energy ripple left the pagoda, it immediately turned into a ferocious river that pounced towards the 7 titled Doluor like an ancient ferocious beast. Bam! Bam, bam. This recoil came too suddenly, and the 7 titled Doluor couldn't react in time before they were sent flying. They only managed to stabilize themselves after flying 100 meters away. When the 7 titled Doluor returned to the top of the col, they looked at each other before their gazes landed on the 9-story golden pagoda. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Their combined strongest attack wasn't able to shatter this 9-story golden pagoda. This golden pagoda's defensive strength is so strong. Is it really that mysterious person's martial soul? Shouldn't that mysterious person's martial soul be a sword? After all, he defeated the sword Doluor yesterday. Not only did the 7 titled Doluor fail to shatter it, they were even sent flying by it. This pagoda is really terrifying. Everyone looked at the 9-story golden pagoda above the Icefire Yin-Yang well before looking at the 7 titled Doluor around the pagoda. They all gasped. At this moment, Bibi Dawn was holding her scepter and releasing a holy aura from her body. She stood in front of everyone from the martial soul hall and glanced at the golden pagoda before looking at Chu Bei. She furrowed her brows, and her expression became a little more serious. Earlier, he thought that the person who had threatened him was just an elder from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. However, it seemed like that person wasn't who he thought he was. Yu Xiaogang's gaze alternated between the golden pagoda and Chu Bei. Apart from shock, there was more curiosity and confusion in his eyes, as well as a kind of desire. He had studied martial soul theory for many years, but had never seen such an ability. Right now, he was eager to see what this mysterious person's martial soul was and what his soul skill was. Perhaps, he would be able to open a new door to his martial soul through her. Even though Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, and the others didn't understand what Chu Bei was doing, their faces were brimming with excitement. They only knew that their boss had single-handedly protected this precious land from 7 titled Doluor. It's pretty useful. Chu Bei nodded in satisfaction at the defensive power of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. Your Excellency, you're really something. We just want to snatch some spirit plants. But what you want is the entire treasure land. You're not even willing to let us get a single spirit plant. The light blue sword in Li Hai's hand trembled as he pointed at the 9-story golden pagoda that covered the entire valley and snorted. Chu Bei smiled, and did not refute, because what the other said was correct. What he wanted was the entire treasured land. Ever since the system had issued the quest, he didn't want anyone to take away any of the spirit plants. The things that the Martial Soul Hall wants cannot be coveted by others. Since we can't break this golden pagoda, I'm sure it will disappear automatically if we defeat you. The chrysanthemum Doluor Yu Guan and the ghost Doluor Gui Mai exchanged glances, and their gazes landed on Chu Bei at the same time as they spoke coldly. That's true, but if you want to defeat me, I'm afraid it'll be harder than breaking this pagoda. Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest, and looked at Yu Guan and Gui Mai mockingly. You're too confident. Yu Guan and Gui Mai snorted coldly, and looked at each other. After communicating with their gazes, their 9 soul rings lit up at the same time. Rank 2 static domain. After he shouted, Gui Doluor released a silver light that was different from the black fog from before. It was a brilliant silver flame, and in an instant, it had already surrounded his body. At the same time, the chrysanthemum Doluor Yu Guan, who was beside him, also released a layer of golden flames. Under everyone's gazes, Gui Mai and Yu Guan stood facing each other. Their 4 hands clasped together, and their bodies suddenly fused together. A total of 18 soul rings instantly condensed into a huge gold and silver halo that quietly flew out. Everyone felt their vision blur, and suddenly, the world seemed to have turned gold and silver. Everything around them seemed to have stopped at this moment. Martial soul fusion skill. The moment the gold and silver halo appeared, Yu Xiaogang shouted 5 heavy syllables. He looked at Chu Bei with a little more worry in his eyes. Ning Fengji, Ji Yu Rong, Dai Tianya, and the others frowned. Evidently, they had heard of Gui Mai and Yu Guan's martial soul fusion skill. In the current continent, there were very few soul masters who could use martial soul fusion skills, and even fewer titled Doluor who could use martial soul fusion skills. Coincidentally, Gui Mai and Yu Guan were existences who could use martial soul fusion skills, Almost instantly, the gooey Doluor and the chrysanthemum Doluor's bodies disappeared when the gold and silver halo formed. When the two Doluor reappeared, they were already on Chubei's left and right. Freeze. In the next moment, the two of them pointed their palms at Chubei at the same time, and shouted a single word. Following this, the gold and silver halo pierced through the void and enveloped Chubei's body in the blink of an eye. The situation is not good. Their martial soul fusion skill is a control-type ability, and your boss is being controlled because of his carelessness. Looking at the gold and silver halo above Chubei's head, Yu Xiaogang's pupils suddenly shrank, and the worry on his face became even more apparent. Uncle Gang, you don't have to worry. Boss will be fine. Tang San tiptoed and patted Yu Xiaogang's shoulder, giving him a reassuring look. Boss is super strong. Wang Fan echoed. You don't understand how terrifying a martial soul fusion skill is, especially when it's used by two titled Doluor. If he had been wary of this move from the start, he might have been able to avoid it and have a chance to defeat them. However, I'm afraid it's too late now. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath. He had studied martial soul theory for many years, and his understanding was far more thorough than these kids. After a moment, his gaze returned to the battle in the sky, and his fists were tightly clenched. No matter how strong they are, can they be stronger than a rank 99 ultimate Doluor? Xiao Wu glanced at Yu Xiaogang and said. In the City of Massacre, they had personally witnessed their boss defeat the rank 99 King of Massacre. What do you mean? Your boss defeated an ultimate Doluor? Yu Xiaogang's gaze returned to Xiao Wu, and he immediately asked. Xiao Wu shrugged, and didn't reply. That person's methods are strong and strange, but his alertness seems to be a little lacking. Du Gubo, Wang Yong, and the rest of the titled Doluor looked at each other. If they were in Huo Yuhao's shoes, they would definitely avoid the martial soul fusion skill of the Ghost Doluor and Chrysanthemum Doluor. At least they wouldn't be as helpless as their opponents. Looking at the controlled Chubei in the sky, Bibi Dong shook his head, and the seriousness on his face disappeared. Your Excellency, you're too arrogant. Not to mention you, even that old man from the Elder Hall wouldn't underestimate the two of us. Seeing Chubei being controlled by the gold and silver rings, Yu Guan and Gui Mai looked at each other and smiled. There was joy between their brows. Not to mention Chubei, even the strongest person in the Hall of Souls, the peak Doluor 1000 Dao's flow, was hit by the gold and silver rings on purpose to test their martial soul fusion skill, and was restrained for 2 whole minutes. In the next moment, their 9th soul rings lit up at the same time. Broken chrysanthemum, wounded everywhere, heartbroken flowers fall. Yu Guan's strange velvet chrysanthemum exploded, and turned into petals that filled the sky. The petals intertwined and instantly formed a huge tornado that swept towards Chubei, who was under the gold and silver rings. Ghostly possession. Almost at the same time, Gui Mai shouted, and a huge illusory black shadow appeared behind him. The black shadow raised its right palm and slapped towards Chubei. The two of them had used the same attack on the 9-story Golden Pagoda earlier. Because of the Golden Pagoda's strong defenses, they couldn't do anything. However, Chubei had a mortal body, and was controlled by their martial soul fusion skill, so he couldn't move. There was no way he could withstand their attacks. As everyone watched, the two titled Doluor's strongest attacks, one palm and one tornado, broke through the air and blasted towards Chubei with terrifying might. Wherever they passed, the void rumbled, and pitch-black cracks started to spread. However, just as the two Doluor's attacks were about to land on Chubei's body, Chubei's figure suddenly changed, and his entire body released brilliant golden light. This isn't a soul skill at all. After seeing Chubei's transformation, the powerful individuals from the various powers raised their heads and subconsciously swallowed their saliva. Right now, Chubei's entire body had turned into a huge palm that was 100 meters in diameter. Compared to this huge palm, the Gui Doluor and Ju Doluor's gold and silver rings seemed very small. However, this palm wasn't a human's palm, but a type of golden metal. On the back of the palm, scriptures flashed and crackled non-stop. A ball of pure white light that resembled the moon appeared in the center of the palm, and it exuded a holy aura. All of a sudden, The giant golden palm rose up and smacked the gold and silver rings with unerring accuracy. Catcher. As the two of them collided, the gold and silver rings dissipated into a rain of light. Before everyone could react, the huge golden palm swept horizontally again, and met the gooey Doluor and Dew Doluor's strongest attacks. Amidst the booms, the ghost Doluor and chrysanthemum Doluor's attacks were like child's play as they were instantly destroyed. Impossible. You've clearly been immobilized, how can you? Yu Guan's and Gui Mai's eyes suddenly narrowed as they watched the huge golden palm continue to slam over. However, before they could do anything, an incomparably terrifying energy had already shattered the defensive barrier around them and violently struck their bodies. Boom! Under the attack of the huge golden palm, Yu Guan and Gui Mai streaked across the sky with lightning speed and crashed into a mountain 100 meters away. Under the huge impact, the mountain collapsed with a loud bang. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust filled the sky. From the moment Yu Guan and Gui Mai unleashed their strongest attacks to the moment Chu Bei transformed into a huge golden palm and sent the two of them flying, it seemed like a long process, but it actually happened in the blink of an eye. As they looked at the collapsed mountain in the distance, everyone on Heaven's Vault Peak fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the huge golden palm in the sky, which was surrounded by mysterious scriptures. Several seconds later, a figure from the Martial Soul Hall transformed into a long streak of light and shot out towards the collapsed mountain. When everyone saw that figure bring back the gooey Doluor and Dew Doluor, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, Yu Guan and Gui Mai were completely covered in blood. Their torn clothes were dyed red, and it was even possible to vaguely see that their chests were deeply sunken in. Part of their internal organs were exposed, and they looked extremely miserable. Pope, the Dew Doluor and Gui Doluor are dead. After checking Yu Guan and Gui Mai's vital signs, that figure knelt in front of Bibi Dong and spoke with a trembling voice. I got it. Bibi Dong's expression was still calm, but one could tell that his heart was pounding from the way his hand was trembling as he held the scepter. After hearing this, Du Gubo, Wang Yong, Li Hai, and the rest of the titled Doluor around the 9-story golden pagoda looked at each other. After that, they all looked at Yu Guan and Gui Mai's corpses. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Whether it was Yu Guan or Gui Mai, both of them were stronger than any of them. Furthermore, they had unleashed their martial soul skills, and they didn't even have the ability to resist them. However, the two of them had died so easily at the hands of that mysterious person. Ever since they became titled Doluor, they were at the top of the Doluor continent's pyramid, and they were high and mighty. Not to mention death, even being injured was something that happened many years ago. In their eyes, even if they died, they would die naturally from old age. This was because titled Doluor were more or less equal in strength, and no one would really fight to the death. Power, money, status, they had all of it. What else was worth exchanging their lives for? However, right now, they had personally witnessed the deaths of Yu Guan and Gui Mai, who were both titled Doluor. At this moment, they suddenly felt that even though they had become titled Doluor, death was still very close to them. It was so close that they might have made the wrong choice. Wasn't that mysterious person immobilized? How can he still attack? He killed Gui Doluor and Dew Doluor. What rank is he? Now, the Martial Soul Hall won't rest until he's dead. Let's see how the Pope deals with this. Around the call, the various powers were all looking at Chu Bei, who had already reverted back to his original appearance. While they were shocked, they were also discussing intensely. Uncle Gang, I told you that boss would be fine. You were worried for nothing. Tang San patted Yu Xiaogang's shoulder again. This time, Yu Xiaogang didn't retort. He was already so stunned by what had happened that he couldn't describe it with words. The martial soul theory that he had studied for decades had become useless in front of this mysterious man. In fact, he even started to suspect that his martial soul theory was wrong from the start. With such means, it's no wonder you dared to threaten me. A cold voice drifted from the top of Heaven Vault Mountain. Bibi Dong glanced at Yu Guan and Gui Mai's corpses. His expression was gloomy as he slowly rose into the air and hovered in front of Chu Bei. Meeting Bibi Dong's gaze, Chu Bei's expression was indifferent. You want to take revenge for them? I want to spar with you. Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with killing intent. As his cold voice sounded, he stabbed the scepter in his hand into the ground below. In the next moment, Bibi Dong's body shone with a strange light. Then, his legs disappeared. From his abdomen downwards, he turned into a huge sphere. 8 thick and long legs grew out from this sphere. Large tufts of green hair grew on them. The sticky liquid on the green hair dripped from the sky and onto the ground. It constantly made popping sounds as it corroded the ground. Gradually, the skin on his upper body started to be covered by a layer of purplish-black armor. Even his face was covered by a piece of armor. Under his eyes, 4 small eyes grew out. At this moment, the holy aura on Bibi Dong's body dissipated. No matter how one looked at it, he was no longer the martial spirit hall's pope. Instead, he looked more like a huge poisonous spider. She looks so disgusting. Looking at the scene on the battlefield, Ning Rongrong looked like she wanted to vomit. I didn't expect the martial spirit hall's pope to have such a martial soul. Dai Mubai couldn't help but mutter. Almost at the same time, the various powers on the battlefield started to discuss Bibi Dong's appearance. Even the poison Doluor, Dugu Bo, and the other Doluor couldn't help but frown. Evidently, this was their first time seeing Bibi Dong unleash his martial soul. Bibi Dong ignored the discussions around him and snorted coldly again. The reason why she wasn't willing to reveal her martial soul was because she looked too ugly after unleashing her martial soul. Because her position was already at the peak of the continent, she only needed to give out orders for the matters that she encountered on a daily basis. However, because of this mysterious existence who had killed Yu Guan and Gui Mai, she had no choice but to act personally. Within the brilliant light, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red soul rings lined up neatly on Bibi Dong's body. The rumors are true. She really does have 100,000-year soul ring. Ning Fengji, Ji Yurong, and the others looked at each other with astonishment in their eyes. Compared to a 10,000-year soul ring, a 100,000-year soul ring was a qualitative leap. The soul skills it possessed were also far more terrifying than those of a 10,000-year soul ring. The reason why they were so shocked was that Bibi Dong's strength was so strong that he could actually kill a 100,000-year soul beast. Seeing the 100,000-year soul ring light up on Bibi Dong's body, Xiao Wu, who was beside Tang San, trembled visibly. Her eyes turned red. Let me have a taste of your skills. On the battlefield, Bibi Dong stared coldly at Chu Bei in his spider form. His 2 large eyes and 4 small eyes were especially terrifying. After Cold in the Forest finished speaking, a black light spread out from Bibi Dong's body and enveloped the entire Kangcheong Peak in an instant. This is a domain. Standing in the black light, Dugu Bo's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately circulated his soul power to resist the invasion of the black light. Ji Yurong, Ning Fengji, Dai Tianya, and the other titled Doluor did the same. Is this the strength of the martial soul hall's pope? Some of the weaker disciples of the forces present began to tremble uncontrollably under the black light, and their faces turned pale. Chapter 214. Around the Col, as the powerful individuals from the various organizations were still in shock from Bibi Dong's domain, a red light spread from her body and overlapped with the black light from before. Dual domains. The leaders of the various organizations exclaimed when they felt the circulation of their soul force stagnate once again. They stared at Bibi Dong with incredulity in their eyes. Even after becoming a titled Doluor, domains were still an unattainable ability. Being able to obtain one domain was already a gift from the heavens. However, Pope Bibi Dong had 2 domains, the black light and the red light intertwined. Everyone who was within this light couldn't help but feel death, bloodlust, massacre, fear, and all sorts of negative emotions. It's only been a few years, and she's already so strong. Yu Xiaogang stared at Bibi Dong in a daze. Is this your death domain and killer god domain? Chu Bei asked Bibi Dong calmly. Hearing Chu Bei's words, Bibi Dong's body trembled slightly. She didn't expect that her dual domain would be seen through by the other party. Tang-san, don't you think that her second domain is similar to the King of Massacre's domain? Xiao Wu tugged at the corner of Tang-san's shirt and asked. Because of Chu Bei's protection, they weren't affected by Bibi Dong's dual domains. Tang-san nodded slightly. Even if it's not the same domain, it should be similar. However, in terms of domains, her domain isn't as good as my great-grandfather's. Chu Bei glanced at Tang-san and Xiao Wu. There was a look of approval in his eyes. The King of Massacre's massacre domain had already materialized into a blood fog. However, Bibi Dong's domain was still in the formless light stage. Spider Empress clone, Bibi Dong shouted softly. An intense purple light shone from the surface of her body. At the same time, her eighth black soul ring started to shine. The blinding purple light solidified on her left side. As the light flickered, a Spider Empress clone that looked exactly like her body appeared. Death Spider Web. Just as the Spider Empress clone formed, Bibi Dong's third soul ring started to shine. She opened her mouth and spat out 2 purple spiderwebs. The purple spiderweb shrouded Chu Bei's position with dense purple chi, and rapidly expanded in the process of flashing. The instant the spider web flew towards Chu Bei, the Spider Emperor clone transformed into a ball of purple light. It opened its mouth and followed closely behind the spider web towards Chu Bei. Wherever it passed, the void trembled, as if it had been cut open by some kind of sharp weapon, leaving behind a long spatial crack. Bramble spider armor. Bibi Dong's fourth soul ring lit up, and long purplish-black spikes that were more than a meter long covered every inch of his body. The purple shell on his body also became exceptionally thick. At practically the same time, his figure vanished from the spot and appeared behind the Spider Emperor's clone. Death imprisonment. As his fifth soul ring lit up, purple ripples appeared in the air around his body. As the ripples swept through the air instantly congealed, and it seemed to possess a temporary sealing effect similar to the Chrysanthemum Doluor and Ghost Doluor's martial soul fusion skill. Among the 4 soul skills, Death Imprisonment was the last to be used, but it was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, the purple ripples appeared in front of Chu Bei. No wonder he's the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. I didn't expect his battle awareness to be so terrifying at such a young age. Jiyu Rong, Dugu Bo, Dai Tianya and the rest looked at each other as they watched Bibi Dong use 4 soul skills in a row. There was a look of astonishment in their eyes. First, he used his 5th soul skill, Death Imprisonment, to temporarily seal his opponent. Then, he used his 3rd soul skill, Death Spiderweb, to completely bind his opponent. After that, he used his 8th soul skill, Spider Empress Clone, to self-destruct his opponent. Finally, he used his 4th soul skill, Bramble Spider Armor, to inject poison into his opponent. Even if he was up against someone stronger than him, it would be difficult for the latter to withstand such a series of soul skills. This battle plan is not bad. As he watched Bibi Dong's combo, Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. He really couldn't bear to destroy his opponent's ingenious and logical combo. Following this, Chu Bei didn't dodge or evade. He pointed his finger lightly and placed his hands behind his back, allowing his opponent's series of soul skills to hit him. Do you not put me in your eyes at all? Arrogant and conceited people don't live for long. As she looked at Chu Bei, who was still calm and composed, Bibi Dong felt an indescribable anger rise in her heart. She had never been looked down upon like this before. Chu Bei smiled and revealed his snow-white teeth at Bibi Dong. Other than the finger he pointed at her earlier, he didn't do anything else. Below them, Yu Xiaogang's heart tightened. However, when he saw Tang San and Xiao Wu's confident looks, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Under everyone's gazes, just as Bibi Dong's 5th soul skill, Death Imprisonment, was about to hit Chu Bei's body, a huge pitch-black hole suddenly appeared in the void where Chu Bei had pointed at. From the hole, a pitch-black flame surged out. The moment this pitch-black flame appeared, the void in front of Chu Bei distorted and collapsed. Kai kai kai. When the purple ripple was burned by the pitch-black flame and reached Chu Bei, its effect was like a cool breeze. It only blew at Chu Bei's robes and hair, but it didn't have any effect on his body. After the ripple, the 10-meter-long death spiderweb arrived in front of Chu Bei. However, before the spiderweb could wrap around Chubei's body, it was met with a ball of pitch-black flame. Then, it mysteriously disintegrated and turned into specks of light that dissipated. The frightening green venom on the spiderweb also evaporated into thin air. Seeing that her two soul skills had failed one after another, and seeing that terrifying pitch-black flame, Bibi Dong furrowed her brows and muttered softly. After that, Bibi Dong took a deep breath and tried her best to calm down. The moment her 8th soul skill, Spider Emperor's Clone, reached Chubei, she controlled it to self-destruct. Boom! The huge spider was like a nuclear bomb, exploding with a loud bang, bringing with it a resplendent and dazzling purple light. However, amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the place where the explosion occurred seemed to have been separated into two different worlds. The void around Chubei exploded, and patches of spatial cracks extended outwards. The terrifying shockwaves even caused countless spatial fragments to fly into the air. Even Dugubo and the other titled Doluor subconsciously lit up their soul rings to resist the shockwaves from the explosion. The area where Chubei and the pitch-black flame were at seemed to have become a vacuum. When she looked at Chubei again, she realized that his clothes weren't damaged at all. He still maintained his calm and composed posture, and his expression was as if the explosion didn't even happen. How is this possible? Bibi Dong sized up the pitch-black flame again, and her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. At this moment, her main body also arrived in front of Chubei. When she unleashed her 4th soul skill, Thorny Spider Armor, she finally understood. The ball of pitch-black flame in front of her opponent didn't just have an unbearably high temperature, it also had a strange and terrifying devouring power. This ball of black flame floated in front of her opponent, and was like a black hole that could devour everything in the world. The energy from the explosion of the Spider Emperor's avatar was immediately devoured by the strange black flames. When she unleashed her 4th soul skill, Thorny Spider Armor, her guess was proven right. Her thorny spider armor didn't even get within a meter of her opponent before the devouring power of the pitch-black flame destroyed it. "You're done with your combo? Are there any more?" Chubei smiled as he looked at Bibi Dong, who had a serious expression on her face. This cluster of black flames was the Nihility Devouring Flame, which was ranked 2nd on the Heavenly Flame ranking that he had obtained in the battle Break the Heavens plane. He was only barely able to use these heavenly flames that he had obtained in battle after his soul power had reached rank 80 in the Doluor continent. Fortunately, the strength of these strange flames wasn't directly related to his own strength. It was only due to the difference in his strength that he could use them for battle. Sect Master Ning, what kind of flame is that? It actually dispelled Bibi Dong's combo. Dai Tianya frowned and turned to look at Ning Fengji, who was beside him, with confusion in his eyes. Ning Fengji shook his head. "I don't even know what his martial soul is, let alone that strange black flame." Boss Chu was like a ball of fog. Not to mention completely seeing through him, they couldn't even see through a corner of the fog. Every move he made was beyond their understanding. What was even more frightening was that they hadn't seen his martial soul since the beginning, let alone his soul ring. When they looked at Yu Xiaogang again, his mouth was wide open, and his eyes were wide open. His exaggerated expression was completely like a fanboy who had seen his idol. "If you don't have any more trump cards, then it's my turn." On the battlefield, a calm and teasing voice sounded in Bibi Dong's ears. When he heard this, Bibi Dong's entire body turned cold, and an inexplicable sense of danger surged in his heart. Chubei had unknowingly activated the Nihility Devouring Flame, and used the latter's flames to form a huge black blade. There were thousands of pitch-black fire snakes around the blade, and just one look was enough to send chills down one's spine. Under Chubei's control, the black blade slashed towards Bibi Dong. Suddenly, an energy blade light that was mixed with black flames burst from the blade, and tore through the void. It instantly appeared in front of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's pupils shrank when he sensed the terrifying aura of the blade light. He didn't have time to think, and immediately lit up his 9th soul ring. Kaila. The black blade light directly sliced open Bibi Dong's thick purple shell. In the sky, the huge spider that Bibi Dong had transformed into was sliced into two from the middle, and the cut was extremely smooth. The black blade light that pierced through continued to sweep forward until it exploded in the sky, and brought about a pitch-black hole that was almost 100 meters wide. Black flames that had yet to dissipate spread from the hole. Even though they were several kilometers away, everyone on the top of Heaven's Vault Mountain still felt a chill on their faces, and they felt a piercing pain. Is the Martial Soul Hall's Pope dead? Is that mysterious person's cultivation already so high? Even Pope BB Dong isn't his match. The Ghost Doluor, the Chrysanthemum Doluor, and the Pope have died one after another. The Martial Soul Hall has suffered heavy losses. I'm afraid the Martial Soul Hall will be in chaos soon. All of this is because of that mysterious person. Don't forget that the Martial Soul Hall still has the Doluor Hall. There's a peak-level Doluor there. Even if the Pope is dead, the Martial Soul Hall won't be in chaos. Look, Pope BB Dong's corpse is moving. The powerful individuals from the various factions looked at BB Dong's corpse that had been cut in half. Amidst intense discussions, the two halves of the corpse that were originally falling vertically suddenly stopped descending and hovered in the air. In the next moment, the purple demonic patterns on the two halves of the corpse released a dazzling light under countless astonished gazes. Then, they moved closer to each other and slowly merged together. Not long after, the corpse that had been cut in half returned to its original shape. However, the purple demonic patterns on its body had an additional tinge of faint gold. Once his body recovered, BB Dong immediately removed his martial soul true body and returned to his original body. With a puff, BB Dong spat out a mouthful of golden blood. His body shook violently, and he looked at Chu Bei with a little more fear in his eyes. She was very glad that her intuition was accurate. Even though she was uncertain, she still lit up her 9th soul ring. The result also told her that her decision was right. Although she had expended a lot of soul power, her life was saved. Thinking about what would have happened if she hadn't used her 9th soul ring, she was still afraid. The 9th soul skill of the Death Spider Emperor that she had used was called Undying Body. Even if her body was shattered by the enemy's attack, she could still reassemble. Of course, every time she used her 9th soul ring, she would need to consume a part of her blood essence. Furthermore, she had to use it at the most appropriate time. Just like the attack from the other party earlier, if she had hesitated for a second, she would have ended up in a different situation. After all, the power of the other party's blade was enough to kill her instantly. The Pope is not dead, that's great. Seeing that BB Dong was resurrected, everyone from the Martial Soul Hall immediately walked out of their sorrow with excitement on their faces. Du Gubo, Dai Tianya, and the others looked at BB Dong with envy in their eyes. The soul skill of this 100,000-year soul beast was indeed heaven-defying. If used at the right time, it would be a true life-saving skill. I thought you would be reluctant to use it because of the consumption of your blood essence. Looking at the slightly pale BB Dong, Chu Bei smiled faintly. Don't tell me you don't consume any soul power when using this strange black flame. BB Dong rose to the same height as Chu Bei again and snorted coldly. You're talking about consumption with me? Chu Bei laughed. He was very pleased with himself. Even if he didn't use the Nihility devouring flame, he could still use his willpower. Given that the other party's abilities weren't even comparable to Tang Chen's, it would be easy for him to kill a few hundred of them. BB Dong glanced at the black blade in Chu Bei's hand that was raised again. As she recalled the blade light that he had unleashed earlier, which had the power to destroy heaven and earth, she couldn't help but retreat 100 meters. After distancing herself from Chu Bei, BB Dong's body changed again. The spiderweb pattern on her forehead instantly turned dark green, and a layer of crystalline dark green light spread from her body. This time, her legs didn't change, but 3 pairs of dark green spider legs appeared on her back. Her arms also turned into long dark green spears, and her lower body was completely covered by a layer of dark green light. She was different from the Death Spider Emperor from before. This was another huge spider. At the same time, black, 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 red, red, 7 soul rings appeared on her body. Twin martial souls. Ning Fengji's gaze focused, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Du Gubo, Dai Tianya, and the other titled Doluor were also astonished. They didn't just lose their composure because of her first, second, and third soul rings, but also because her sixth soul ring had turned red. This meant that the next 8 or 9 soul rings that she obtained would all be 100,000-year soul rings. For some reason, they were grateful to this mysterious person who had appeared out of nowhere on the battlefield. Because of this person, Bibi Dong had exposed her trump cards and displayed her true abilities. It was also because of this that they understood how strong Bibi Dong was, and realized the gap between them and her. Little San, do you see that? She's the person with twin martial souls that I mentioned to you before. Chu Bei looked at Tang San, and his calm voice rang in the latter's ears. From what you're saying, does that fellow also have twin martial souls? Following Chu Bei's gaze, Bibi Dong glanced in Tang San's direction and muttered. Her first martial soul was the Death Spider Emperor, and her second martial soul was the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Demon Spider Summoning. Following Bibi Dong's shout, his third soul ring lit up. Following this, a dark green light started to spread in the air. In the light, dark green poisonous spiders with a diameter of about 10 centimeters drilled out one after another. These dark green poisonous spiders looked a little illusory, and were formed by the death aura released by Bibi Dong. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under Bibi Dong's control, the dense poisonous spiders swarmed towards Chu Bei. If the soul skills of her first martial soul were inclined towards close combat, then the soul skills of her second martial soul were more inclined towards strange and changeable. After witnessing the might of Chu Bei's blade, Bibi Dong did not hesitate to choose to put a sufficient distance between himself and his opponent, thus giving himself a chance to dodge. As for the demon spider summoning, it was used to consume her opponent's soul power until she couldn't use the strange pitch-black flames anymore. Looking at the dark green poisonous spiders swarming towards him, Chu Bei's expression changed slightly. Of course, it wasn't because he was afraid, but because these poisonous spiders were too frightening and disgusting. As these poisonous spiders pounced towards him, Chu Bei drew on the nihility devouring flame and couldn't wait to release tens of millions of pitch-black fire snakes. Amidst the crackling sounds, the fire snake army covered the sky as they flew towards the poisonous spiders. Compared to the poisonous spiders, the fire snake army was faster, there were more of them, and they covered a wider area. Kaji, Kaji, Kaji. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of poisonous spiders were engulfed by the fire snake army, and they exploded into dark green light in the mouths of the fire snakes. Bibi Dong's eyes were wide open. Ever since she became the Martial Soul Hall's Pope, there wasn't much that could stir her emotions. However, today, this mysterious person of unknown origin had repeatedly made her calm state of mind reach a climax. Not only were his attacks terrifying, but they were also endless. She even suspected whether he had twin martial souls and had 18 soul skills. Chapter 215. On the battlefield, Bibi Dong heaved a sigh of relief. After recovering from her shock, she let out a shrill howl towards the sky. In the next moment, the spiderweb-like demonic pattern on her forehead instantly transformed into a green eye. A pale green beam of light shot out from it and shot towards Chu Bei's head. This wasn't Bibi Dong's soul skill, but her spiritual immunity skull's soul skill, True World. Simply put, this was a soul skill that attacked the spirit. It didn't harm the physical body, but it could directly attack a person's spirit. Under normal circumstances, Bibi Dong wouldn't use this skull skill because it consumed a lot of spiritual power. It needed to consume a third of her spiritual power to use it. However, her series of soul skills didn't have any effect on her opponent. She had no choice but to change her mind and attack his spirit. The system has detected a spirit attack from the outside world. Would the host like to reflect 3 times the damage? A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chu Bei was stunned for a moment before a mocking smile appeared on his face. Almost at the same time, Chu Bei gave her a choice. A similar situation had happened in the Dochi continent before. However, Jiu Yuan was testing him then. With the system's voice twice, Chu Bei had some guesses. As the system was located in his sea of consciousness, the system would act on its behalf if someone attacked his spirit. After all, If his sea of consciousness was damaged, the system would also be damaged. Poochie. When Bibi Dong's spiritual skull hit Chu Bei, the latter was safe and sound. However, she staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face turned pale. A messy aura surged out from her body and tore the space around her apart. So you know how to. Bibi Dong's aura became weak. Her entire body trembled and she had no choice but to land on the ground. Did they fight again just now? Du Gubo, Dai Tianya, and the rest of the titled Doluor looked at Bibi Dong, who had a pained expression on her face. They then looked at Chu Bei, who was calm and composed. There was a playful smile on their faces, but there was confusion between their brows. If I'm not wrong, they should have had a soul skill competition just now. However, Bibi Dong lost miserably. Jiyu Rong said, "My 7th soul skill is also a spirit-type attack. Perhaps it can't cause as much damage as his, but I know that when two people unleash a spirit-type attack at the same time, if their spiritual powers are similar, both of their spirits will be shaken. Not only one person should be injured." You mean, in terms of spiritual energy, the mysterious man is one level higher than Bai Dong? Dai Mubai asked tentatively. In theory, yes. Jiyu Rong nodded and then glanced in Chu Bei's direction. The respect in his eyes deepened. Are you going to continue watching as bystanders? Don't forget, our goal is the treasure land below. If you can't defeat him, don't even think about touching any of the spirit plants below. Bibi Dong's cold gaze swept across Du Gubo, Li Hai, and the others. His cold voice reverberated throughout Heaven's Vault Mountain. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, Du Gubo, Lin Bin, Wang Yong, and the others looked at each other. Bibi Dong's words made sense. If it was for the immortal plants below, they were indeed tied to the same boat. However, they hesitated when they remembered that their common enemy was this mysterious man with strange means and incredible strength. After all, this man was too powerful. He was so powerful that even Bibi Dong was no match for him. Sir, the Elephant Armor sect has no intention of being your enemy. I wonder if you're willing to let me pick 2 spirit plants. After I'm done, the Elephant Armor sect will leave immediately. Lin Bin pondered for a moment before he stepped forward and cupped his fists in Chu Bei's direction. My thoughts are the same as sect leader Lin's. As long as we can pick a few spirit plants, we'll leave immediately. Wang Yong from the Fire Leopard sect, Li Hai from the Windsword sect, and Du Gubo from the Fire Leopard sect spoke one after another. Only Dai Tianya from the White Tiger sect looked hesitant. As for Ning Fengji and Jiyu Rong, from their expressions, they didn't seem to want to fight with Chu Bei for this treasure land. Are you scared to this extent? You're titled Doluor after all. Don't you even have the courage to fight? Bibi Dong looked at Du Gubo, Wang Yong, Lin Bin, and the others with disdain. He mocked and ridiculed them. Du Gubo, Wang Yong, and the others ignored Bibi Dong's mockery. They looked at Chu Bei calmly and waited for his reply. No. However, Chu Bei shook his head decisively and rejected them without any hesitation. You can't take anything from this treasure land. If you want to take it, show me what you're capable of. Since he's rejected all of you, shouldn't all of you be on my side? Bibi Dong laughed sarcastically. In the next moment, he roared furiously. The 6 spider spears on his back were stabbed into the ground as he shook his arms. Streaks of purplish and green gas flowed rapidly around Bibi Dong's body. Although he looked like he was in pain, his aura became stronger. Eternal creation. Bibi Dong's eyes flashed coldly. He bore with the pain from his injuries as his 6th soul ring shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, her martial soul true body seemed to have transformed into a piece of green jade. He raised his 2 scythes at the same time. A spot of green light spread, and the scythes lit up as they slashed out diagonally. In the next moment, a huge fork-shaped ripple went straight for Chu Bei. Eternal creation was a 100,000-year soul skill. It was also Bibi Dong's strongest single-target attack. Once hit, the injuries would spread endlessly. He could only rely on his soul power to resist until his soul power was depleted and he died. No matter where it touched his body, it would be fatal. Sir, I'll say it again. I have no intention of becoming your enemy. However, I have to apologize for the sake of this spiritual plant. The moment Lin Bin finished speaking, his ninth soul ring lit up, and he transformed into an enormous ancient mammoth elephant. His elephant hooves, which contained terrifying power, kicked towards Chu Bei. Jade phosphorus divine light. After seeing Lin Bin attack, Dugu Bo didn't hesitate. He turned into a huge python and whipped his tail towards Chu Bei. The space where his tail swept across collapsed and rumbled. Leopard flame. Wang Yong turned into a scarlet-red cheetah. His ninth soul ring flashed, and a flaming leopard of the same size surged out from his body towards Chu Bei. Netherworld dual sword kill. Li Hai glanced coldly at Chu Bei. His aura was at its peak, and his killing intent surged. At the same time, two light blue swords appeared in his palms. They stabbed towards Chu Bei. Chapter 216. Uncle, don't make a move. Seeing Dugu Bo and the rest make a move, Dai Mubai hurriedly stopped Dai Tianya, as if he was afraid that Dugu Bo and the rest would join the battle. Dai Tianya looked at Dai Mubai before looking at Chu Bei, who was leisurely on the battlefield. He shook his head and sighed, but didn't make a move. It's good that all of you come at me together. It saves me the trouble. Seeing Dugu Bo, Li Hai, and the rest besieging him, Chu Bei was still calm and composed. After he spoke calmly, a slender blade appeared in his right hand, and he swung it down. Boom! Just as Chu Bei swung his blade, a deafening sound resonated in the sky above Heaven Vault Mountain. Following which, flowing light appeared, and the wind and clouds surged. Suddenly, streaks of strange, pitch-black lightning surged out from the black clouds. Some were ball-shaped, some were snake-shaped, and all kinds of weird shapes. The sound of thunder kept on ringing, and it was very frightening. Bibi Dong, Dugu Bo, and the rest of the top powerhouses hurriedly looked up after hearing the commotion above them. They saw a strange river flowing in the sky, and light lingered around it as it flowed into the sky. Is he really human with such means? Looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, Dai Tianya, who didn't make a move, muttered to himself. Yu Xiaogang's mouth was wide open, and his stiff expression was a little wooden. At this moment, he was already extremely shocked. Boss is really ridiculously strong. As for Tang San, Wang Fan, Ning Rongrong, Dai Mubai, and the rest, they were very excited. Their admiration for Chu Bei was even stronger. Rumble. Amidst the rolling thunder, 5 huge gaps suddenly appeared in the strange river. Below each gap was the 5 titled Doluor who were attacking him. Seeing the gaps that suddenly appeared above their heads, Bibi Dong, Dugu Bo, Wang Yong, Lin Bin, and Li Hai felt their hearts tremble. They subconsciously raised their strongest defenses, and at the same time, unleashed their attacks towards the gaps. However, before the attack could enter the gap, red light filled the gap, and a scorching hot meteorite smashed down. The meteorite was surrounded by lightning, and under its light, Bibi Dong, Dugu Bo, and the others suddenly found themselves imprisoned by some kind of invisible force. Even though he could still circulate his soul force, he couldn't move his body at all. Bang! The 5 giant meteors struck the 5 titled Doluor at almost the same time. Booms rang out in unison, and an aura of destruction surged out from the void. Perhaps it was Chu Bei's deliberate control, but compared to the meteorite above Bibi Dong, the meteorite above Dugu Bo, Wang Yong, and the others released a much weaker aura. Even so, Dugu Bo, Wang Yong, Lin Bin, and Li Hai still smashed into the 9-story golden pagoda like cannonballs under the bombardment of the terrifying meteorites. At the moment of the collision, the originally calm and vigorous auras of the 4 fell to the lowest point. Poochie. Their clothes were torn to pieces, and they spat out fresh blood. As for Bibi Dong, because the meteorite that struck her was the strongest and most terrifying, her body was instantly smashed into countless pieces of flesh. Fortunately, her 9th soul ring lit up in time, and these pieces of flesh shone with a hazy glow, and started to gather together. After a brief moment, Dugu Bo, Wang Yong, and the others endured their injuries and returned to the sky. When they saw Bibi Dong, who had been turned into a pile of flesh, their pupils shrank, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. When they looked at Chu Bei again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. At their level, they naturally didn't think that their defenses were stronger than Bibi Dong's. It was just that the mysterious person had deliberately held back against the four of them. If their meteorite was the same as the one above Bibi Dong, they would have ended up like Bibi Dong, and been turned into a pile of flesh and blood. As they thought until here, the four of them lifted their heads to look at the giant meteorite that was still hovering in the sky, and they shuddered. The energy contained in this meteorite wasn't something that they could resist. The three sect leaders, the Poison Doluor, and the Martial Soul Hall's Pope were actually defeated. What's that mysterious person's level? Could he be a pinnacle Doluor like the Doluor Palace's Thousand Dao Liu? If not for Pope Bibi Dong's life-saving soul ring, he would probably be dead now. That person is really too terrifying. It seems like this treasure land already belongs to someone. Needless to say, it's definitely his. At the edge of Heaven's Vault Mountain's peak, the powerful individuals from the various powers fixed their gazes on the battlefield in the sky, and they were all dumbfounded. Dai Tianya, who was standing at the side, looked at Bibi Dong, who had turned into a pile of minced meat that was slowly gathering together, as well as Wang Yong, Dugu Bo, Lin Bin, and Li Hai, whose auras were extremely weak, and his face instantly turned grey. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire body was numb. Initially, when he saw Dugu Bo and the others besieging Chu Bei, he was a little hesitant about whether to help. After all, he also wanted a few immortal-grade herbs. After considering that the other party was Dai Mubai's boss, he chose to give up. But now, it seemed like he had to thank Dai Mubai. Otherwise, the best outcome would have been to lose his ability to fight like Dugu Bo and the others. Around the col, the group of powerful individuals stared at Chu Bei in a daze. They knew that after today's battle, the mysterious person on the battlefield would definitely become the target of investigation by the various powers. After a few seconds, Bibi Dong's shattered body recovered once again, but her skin was completely pale at this moment, and even her breathing had become extremely weak. Using her ninth soul skill twice in a row had almost exhausted all of her essence blood. "You've escaped a calamity again," Chu Bei said as he glanced at Bibi Dong indifferently. As his mocking voice sounded, the gravity blade in his right hand trembled slightly. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared above Bibi Dong's head. Golden light filled the air, and the crackling sound of thunder could be heard continuously. Sensing that her body had been imprisoned again, and looking at the meteorite that had appeared above her head with an even more terrifying aura, Bibi Dong shook her head. There was a sense of helplessness between her brows, and a sense of powerlessness arose in her heart. She didn't have any more essence blood to light up her ninth soul ring. "Is this my fate? God, you're so unfair to me." Bibi Dong stared at the huge hammer above her, and her beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness. She didn't want to die, not because she was afraid of death, but because her hatred had yet to be released. The angel race was still alive in this world, so how could she be willing to die like this? However, there was no solution to the predicament in front of her. It was all because that mysterious person was too strong, so strong that there was nothing she could do. At this moment, Yu Xiaogang was stunned as if he had been struck by lightning. He only regained his senses when he saw the huge meteorite above Bibi Dong was about to fall again. "Sir, please don't kill Dong Dong." Yu Xiaogang's expression changed abruptly, and he hurriedly knelt in Chu Bei's direction. There was fear in his anxious cries. "It's just death, I don't need you to plead for mercy." Bibi Dong used the last of her strength to shout at Yu Xiaogang. "Sir, please let her go. I beg you, as long as you let Dong Dong go, I'm willing to do anything for you." Yu Xiaogang ignored Bibi Dong, and continued to plead with Chu Bei. When he met Yu Xiaogang's pleading eyes, Chu Bei sighed and withdrew the killing intent in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand, and the huge meteorite above Bibi Dong's head disappeared. "Forget it. For Xiaogang's sake, I'll spare your life this time." Chu Bei's indifferent voice drifted through the air. "No, I don't want your pity. Kill me." Bibi Dong first shouted at Chu Bei, and then she stared at Yu Xiaogang with her empty eyes. Her body swayed, and she seemed to have lost her mind. She kept muttering, "I don't want to owe you anything." "No, Why aren't you taking your pope away? Yu Xiaogang seemed to be afraid that Chu Bei would change his mind, and he couldn't wait to roar in the direction of the martial Soul Hall's army. Hearing this, the two Soul Doluo at the front of the martial Soul Hall's army looked at each other, and immediately went forward to help Bibi Dong, and quickly left with her. Chu Bei glanced at the martial Soul Hall's army in the distance, and waved his right hand. As the gravity blade disappeared, the phenomenon in the distant sky quickly returned to normal. This gravity blade was an ability from the Pirate Plane's general, Fujitora, that he had obtained through the system. After being strengthened by the system, this ability was now classified as a top-grade Class 10 commodity. The meteorite attack earlier was one of the methods of this ability. Why are you still here? Don't tell me that you're still coveting this treasure land. Chu Bei stood in the void, and his cold gaze swept across Du Gubo, Li Hai, and the others. However, if you dare to make a move again, I can't guarantee that you'll still be alive. His cold voice echoed in Lin Bin, Wang Yong, Du Gubo, and Li Hai's ears, and it was like a demonic voice from hell. After hearing Chu Bei's words, Lin Bin, Wang Yong, Du Gubo, and Li Hai looked at each other and laughed bitterly. They were very helpless now, and even if they wanted to, they didn't have the strength to deal with a Soul Doluo. Du Gubo cupped his fists at Chu Bei and said, "Sir, we just want to watch you take away the spirit plants on this treasure land." Chu Bei couldn't help but laugh when he saw the stubbornness on Du Gubo and the others' faces. Chu Bei stepped forward, and arrived above the exquisite pagoda, and pointed his finger. Buzz! The pagoda trembled, and released golden light. In the next moment, the star anise mysterious ice grass, blazing delicate apricot, soul origin flower, extreme windfire apple tree, and the other top-grade spirit plants, including the delicate silk, all disappeared one after another. In the end, even the icefire yin-yang well, which was made up of milky white and vermilion colors, disappeared. You have successfully retrieved the icefire yin-yang well and all the treasures around it. You have been rewarded with the right to use Class 11 low-grade commodities once. Battle through the heavens cultivation is increasing. Progress, 77%. Progress, 78%. Progress, 79%. A series of system notifications sounded in Chu Bei's mind. When the last system notification disappeared, the conversion progress had changed from 76% to 84%. As for his soul power, he had jumped from a rank 80 soul sage to a rank 88 soul doluor. Chapter 217. Sir, we'll take our leave first. Looking at the empty coal, Lin Bin, Wang Yong, Li Hai, and the other leaders of the various forces shook their heads and greeted Chu Bei one after another. Then, they left with the experts of their respective sects. Boss Chu, we'll take our leave too. Ning Fengji and Jiu Rong looked at each other, then brought Ning Rongrong to Chu Bei. Thank you for giving my daughter this opportunity, boss. I'll definitely be your most successful agent. I guarantee that the daily sales will reach the upper limit. Before leaving, Ning Rongrong waved her small fist at Chu Bei. Sir, you said that I can also be your agent. Do you still remember? After most of the people had left, Yu Xiaogang looked at Chu Bei nervously and tried to remind him. Chu Bei's gaze landed on Yu Xiaogang's body as he tapped his finger on the other party's forehead. After that, it was a fixed process. When Chu Bei successfully signed the contract with Yu Xiaogang, his cultivation conversion progress went from 84% to 91%. As for his soul power, he jumped from a rank 88 soul doluor to a rank 94 titled doluor. According to the system's judgment, the cultivation of the Doluor continent and the Duki continent were roughly the same. For example, a soul doluor was equivalent to a do zun. A titled doluor was equivalent to a do sheng. As for the so-called rank 100 gods, they should be the do di of the Duki continent. This ability is really amazing. Yu Xiaogang carefully touched the agent ring on his middle finger. With a thought, 10 identical square boxes appeared in front of him. Before coming to Qianqiong Mountain, it was because he had witnessed the scene of Oscar selling the square box that he had followed him all this while, begging him to bring him to see Chu Bei. Mr. Chu, I wonder if I can also be your agent. Seeing that Yu Xiaogang had become a first-class agent, Dai Tianya was eager. He quickly walked in front of Chu Bei with anticipation. You and I are not fated to be together. If you need anything, just buy money. Chu Bei gave Dai Tianya a look. Boss Chu, we'll take our leave as well. You're welcome to visit the White Tiger sect. Dai Tianya coughed awkwardly and left with the people of the White Tiger sect. Dai Mubai chose to stay. Why haven't you left yet? Chu Bei looked at Dugu Bo, who had a conflicted expression. Hearing this, Dugu Bo immediately flew forward. Boss Chu, please cure the poison in my body and my underage granddaughter. At first, he was doubtful that the other party could cure the poison in his body, but after seeing the other party's methods, he firmly believed in the other party. Chu Bei glanced at Dugu Bo and waved his sleeve. Buzz, the void trembled, and a ripple appeared. A golden disc with a diameter of 1 meter emerged from the ripples, emitting a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, one could clearly see that the disc was divided into 10 regions. Each region flashed with a square box of different colors. Besides that, there was a silver pointer hanging from the disc. There were 7 big words engraved at the top. Rank 9 Lucky Roulette. This is? Dugu Bo looked at Chu Bei with confusion in his eyes as he looked at the roulette that had appeared out of thin air and was floating in the air. There's a treasure in this box that can cure the poison in you and your granddaughter. Chu Bei looked at Dugu Bo calmly. Every time you spin it, the price is 4 million soul coins. Other than soul coins, other valuable treasures can be sold for the same price. Hearing the price of 4 million per session, even Dugu Bo's expression changed. Even so, Dugu Bo quickly took out all the money and valuable treasures in the soul tool. No matter how valuable money was, it was just a worldly possession. His granddaughter was the most precious thing to him. Ding, the pointer spun. In the end, Dugu Bo spun a total of 6 sets, which meant that there were 60 square boxes. He opened the poison-repelling 3 immortal water that could cure the poison. Thank you, sir. Dugu Bo only drank half a bottle of 3 immortal water before he was shocked to discover that the pain in his body had disappeared. After his excitement, he clasped his fists and thanked Chu Bei. Boss, who is he? After Dugu Bo left, Oscar looked at Chu Bei curiously after he finished sizing up Ma Hongjun. He's our new partner, and also a rank 1 proxy. Before Chu Bei could reply, Tang San explained to Oscar. Shrek's 7 monsters are only missing 1. Looking at the names on the list, Chu Bei's lips curled up into a smile. Right now, there was only 1 rank 1 proxy left. Hey! However, when Chu Bei checked the location of the last target through the system map, he was a little surprised. Logically speaking, his next target should be the Star Luo Empire's Ju residence. However, the other party's current location was in the Holy Soul Village. Don't tell me he's offering himself to me. Chu Bei smiled knowingly. After raising Ma Hongjun and Dugu Bo's abilities by a large tier, he returned to the Holy Soul Village. Sir, I didn't expect you to return so quickly. Someone came to the village to look for you. As I didn't know when you would return, I wanted them to leave first. Not long after Chu Bei and the rest returned to the Holy Soul Village, the village chief heard the commotion and ran over. Behind the village chief, there was a middle-aged man and a girl in black who was about 5 or 6 years old. Zhu Qing. Why are you here? Seeing the girl behind the old village chief, the pupils of Dai Mubai, who was following beside Chu Bei, suddenly shrank. His body suddenly quivered and he could not help but exclaim, Brother Mubai, do you know her? Oscar pointed at Zhu Qing as he looked at Dai Mubai and asked curiously, I don't just know her. After saying that, Dai Mubai quickly walked up to the girl in black enthusiastically. Zhu Qing, are you here to look for me? Zhu Qing glanced at Dai Mubai and ignored him. Instead, she walked up to Chu Bei, raised her head, and gritted her teeth. My name is Zhu Qing, and I want to be your representative too. Zhu Qing, the boss's representative selection is predestined. If you're not fated, no matter how much you beg, you won't. Before Dai Mubai could finish his words, Chu Bei waved his hand and interrupted Dai Mubai. Sure. Immediately after, Two calm syllables came out of Chu Bei's mouth. His voice wasn't loud, but to Dai Mubai, it sounded like thunder. Boss, Zhu. Zhu Qing is also fated with you? After recovering from his shock, Dai Mubai stared at Chu Bei in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. If you can do it, why can't I? Without waiting for Chu Bei to speak, the black-clothed girl coldly glared at Dai Mubai as she let out a clear and cold shout. After meeting Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Dai Mubai scratched his head and didn't know what to say. Oscar, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the rest looked at each other before looking at Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. They clearly knew each other, but they didn't seem to get along. They started to guess their relationship. Host has successfully signed a first-tier representative, Zhu Zhuqing. Battle through the heavens cultivation conversion is accelerating. Progress, 92%, progress, 93%, progress, 94%. When Zhu Zhuqing dripped her blood on the ring, the system's voice sounded. When the system's voice disappeared, the cultivation conversion progress went from 91% to 97%. As for her soul power, she jumped from a rank 94 titled Soul Sage to a rank 97 titled Doluor. Now, it's all done. Looking at the 10 names on the system's first-level agent panel, Chu Bei's lips curled into a smile. The capital of the Heaven Do Empire, 150 kilometers east of Heaven Do City. Behind the mountains was a small village that wasn't very different from the Holy Soul Village. Behind the village was a mountain. The mountain itself wasn't very tall, but it was very steep. The entire mountain was almost vertical to the ground, and was very smooth. There weren't any plants on it, and it was actually a stone mountain. Although there weren't any pavilions at the top of the mountain, there was a castle-like building. The building was grey, and looked like a part of the mountain. It almost occupied the entire top of the mountain. This was where the Clear Sky sect, one of the 3 upper sects, was located. I've been in seclusion for too long. I didn't expect such a mysterious and powerful individual to appear on the continent. First, he defeated the sword Doluor in the way of the sword. Then, he fought several titled Doluor and defeated Bibi Dong twice. On the top of the mountain, a figure looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky. He spoke in a deep voice, and there was a confused look in his eyes. The man was more than 2 meters tall. He had a strong back and a strong waist. His face was chiseled, and he had short white hair. Although he was wearing a simple grey robe, he gave off an imposing aura as he stood there. This man was the current sect master of the Clear Sky sect, Tang Xiao. The other Doluor of the Clear Sky sect was called Xiao Tian. Brother Xiao, we're the number 1 sect on the continent. How much longer do we have to live like this? Let's find Brother Hao. We've been in seclusion for too long. It's time for the outside world to recognize our sect. I don't believe that the Martial Soul Hall can do anything to us. The person who spoke was a graceful and elegant, beautiful woman. At first glance, she seemed to be 27 or 28 years old. However, her eyes seemed to have seen through everything in the world. She was definitely not someone a 27 or 28-year-old woman could compare to. Do you miss him? Tang Xiao looked at the other side of the mountain. But who knows where he is? Has he gotten over Little Silver's death? On the other side, outside the Pontiff's palace at the headquarters of the Martial Soul Hall, Bibi Dong's face was gloomy. In front of her, the higher-ups of the Pontiff's palace stood respectfully. Why haven't you mentioned such a person to me? Is the Martial Soul Hall's intelligence network a bunch of trash? Bibi Dong's cold gaze swept across the higher-ups. It wasn't hard to hear the anger in her voice. This. The higher-ups looked at each other, and no one dared to say anything. What are you all still standing here for? Hurry up and bring me this person's information as soon as possible, Bibi Dong shouted. Then, she walked into the Pontiff's palace with her scepter. After returning to the Pontiff's palace, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged on a jade bed. Then, she closed her eyes and started to meditate. 2 days later, Bibi Dong slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. At this moment, her eyes were completely blood-red. The bright red color made it seem as if blood would drip out at any time. On each of her fingers, There were 5-inch long, pitch-black fingernails. They formed a stark contrast with her fair skin. Her originally noble and beautiful face now looked horribly distorted. There were even streaks of blood on her face. Behind her, there was a black shadow that couldn't be seen clearly. As a layer of black and purple light surged, Bibi Dong's ferocious expression eased. However, her face still looked a little pale. "If you don't kill me, it will be the most regrettable thing you've ever done in your life." A terrifying cry like that of an owl reverberated in the hall. The moment Bibi Dong's voice fell, the huge shadow behind him abruptly swelled to twice its original size. In the Holy Spirit village, Chu Bei was lying in a rocking chair. He looked at the All Heavens shop's reputation value on the system panel with his brows furrowed. He had been on the Doluor continent for several days, but the system's evaluation of the All Heavens shop's reputation was only 7. It wasn't even 10. This number was still far from the 95 reputation value needed to unlock rank 11 merchandise. After a few days of observation, Chu Bei roughly determined that the system's evaluation of reputation value wasn't just about hearing about the All Heavens shop. At the very least, one had to have a deep understanding of it. The problem he was facing now was that the Doluor continent was too big, and there were too few rank 1 and rank 2 agents. Moreover, there was a sales limit. For this reason, it was very difficult to increase his reputation value in a short period of time. The host's Dochi continent's cultivation conversion progress is 100%. Rank 1 and Rank 2 Agent Authority upgrade. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Chu Bei's mind. Sensing that his soul power had increased again, Chu Bei stretched his body in satisfaction. Now, his cultivation on the Dochi continent was completely connected with that on the Doluor continent. If measured by the Doluor continent's soul power, he was now a rank 99 limit Doluor. When Chu Bei finished looking at the shop's rank 1 and rank 2 agent authority upgrades, the worry on his face instantly disappeared. Whether it was rank 1 or rank 2 agents, after the upgrade, he had the right to choose a location and establish a branch. Moreover, in addition to being able to sell lucky boxes, he could also directly select goods from the All Heavens shop and sell them according to the system's price. There was no sales limit. Of course, the price of the goods sold was also determined by the agent's own strength. What a kind system. Chu Bei sighed from the bottom of his heart. Especially the unlimited sales limit, it was deeply engraved in his heart. Although the highest rank of a rank 1 agent's goods was rank 9, and the highest rank of a rank 2 agent's goods was rank 8, this upper limit was completely enough. Looking at the entire continent, how many people needed rank 10 goods? Calming his excited heart, Chu Bei used his divine thought to summon all the rank 1 and rank 2 agents. After a long while, above Chu Bei's location, strands of ripples undulated. Following that, one figure after another walked out with a void sound transmission stone. In less than 3 minutes, all 90 rank 2 agents had arrived. Oscar, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Wang Fan, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, Yu Xiaogang, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other 10 rank 1 agents, including Tang Chen, were all gathered in front of Chu Bei. Chapter 218. Boss, why did you call us here? In the Holy Soul Village, a group of second-rank agents who had rushed over looked at Chu Bei in confusion. Oscar, Dai Mubai, and the other first-rank agents were also puzzled. I called all of you here to increase your authority as an agent. After speaking calmly, Chu Bei waved his right hand, and a ray of golden light swept across everyone. Instantly, a stream of information flowed into every agent's mind. At the same time, the agent rings and bracelets in their hands underwent slight changes. After a long time, boss, do you mean that we can have our own branch now? We can have a city each. After sorting out the information in their minds, all the agents were excited. Chu Bei nodded slightly, then his gaze landed on Dai Mubai. Mubai, you'll be in charge of Star Luo Imperial City. After speaking, Chu Bei turned to Oscar. Oscar, you'll be in charge of Heaven Do Imperial City. Xiao Wu, you'll be in charge of Great Star Do Forest. Tang San, you'll be in charge of Great Plant Forest. Wang Fan, you'll be in charge of Notting City. Yu Xiaogang, you'll be in charge of Soto City. Tang Chen, you'll be in charge of Sea God's Island. Chu Bei's loud voice reverberated in the Holy Soul Village. According to the plan, Chu Bei divided the entire Doluor continent into close to 100 plots, and assigned an agent to each plot. During the transaction process, if you encounter any problems, you can help each other through the Void Sound Transmission Stone. If you really can't solve it, I'll be there personally. After assigning the slots, Chu Bei swept his gaze across the agents. We'll definitely manage the branches well and make the All Heavens shop famous. All the agents were excited. Since that's the case, let's gather today. From tomorrow onwards, head to the places I've assigned and set up branches. Chu Bei smiled. In just a short moment, the entire Holy Soul Village became extremely lively again. All the agents were competing to discuss the transactions in the past 2 days. Boss, if you're free, you can make a trip to Sea God's Island. The people there only believe in the Sea God and are very xenophobic. It won't be easy to set up a branch. Tang Chen cupped his fists towards Chu Bei before turning into a rainbow and flying away. Boss, is that person also a first-class agent? When did you sign it? Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and the rest looked at Chu Bei as they watched Tang Chen's departing figure. He was once the king of slaughter and a rank 99 limit Doluor. Before Chu Bei could speak, Xiao Wu, who was at the side, spoke first. Moreover, what else does he have? He is third brother's great-grandfather, king of slaughter, ultimate Doluor, great-grandfather. After hearing what Xiao Wu said, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the rest focused their gazes on Tang San. Their mouths were agape and their faces were filled with astonishment. Boss, is he going to the Sea God's Island? Yu Xiaogang probed. Is there a second Sea God's Island? Chu Bei laughed. Sea God's Island? What kind of place is that? Wang Fan, Tang San, Oscar, and the rest raised their heads in confusion. Chu Bei glanced at Yu Xiaogang and gave him a look, indicating that he should tell these newbies what he knew. Yu Xiaogang nodded, then his gaze landed on Tang San, Oscar, and the rest. Although the Sea God's Island is an island, you can treat it as a soul beast forest that is isolated from the mainland. There were many strange soul beasts and soul masters living in that place. When the Martial Spirit Hall accidentally discovered the existence of this island, they sent 2,000 soul masters to this island to try and recruit the soul masters there. In the end, more than half of them never returned, and less than 100 of them returned alive. Among them, 2 titled Doluor died there forever. Because of this, the Martial Spirit Hall called it the Demonic Island. As for why it's called the Sea God's Island, it's because the soul masters living there call themselves the Children of the Sea, and they believe in an ancestor who calls himself the Sea God. After that failure, the Martial Spirit Hall didn't dare to have any ideas about the Sea God's Island. It's said that there's a peak-level Doluor on the Sea God's Island, just like the great consecrator of the Martial Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu. Yu Xiaogang tidied up the memories in his mind and told the 7 little fellows about the Sea God's Island. Uncle Gang, is everyone on the Sea God's Island a soul master? And the Sea God you mentioned, is he really a god? Is he also on the island? Tang San asked with a curious look in his eyes. That's right, and according to my conservative estimate, there are at least 3,000 people on the island. When I went to the Sea God's Island, I heard about the existence of the Sea God from them many times. Yu Xiaogang looked at Tang San and replied, Since you're so curious about the Sea God's Island, come with me and see for yourself. Chu Bei smiled. The reason why he wanted to go to the sea was to find a second-tier agent. According to the system, although the vast sea wasn't within the scope of one's reputation, it could be used as an additional bonus. For example, if the All Heavens shop's reputation on the Doluor continent reached 85, and the additional reputation in the sea reached 10, the total would be 95, and the mission would be considered completed. Boss, you're going to the Sea God's Island? Yu Xiaogang was flabbergasted. While I'm broadening the horizons of these little fellows, I'm also going to train on the island. Chu Bei said. Boss, the Sea God's Island is indeed a good place to train. However, The sea god's island also has a rule. Once you pass the training, you'll have to become a soul master there and can't leave the sea god's island for the rest of your life. If these little fellows really pass the training, are you going to forcefully bring them out of the island? Thinking about Chubei's strength, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but add, "Boss, although you're strong, the sea god's island is the territory of sea soul masters. On the sea, even a sea soul Doluor can kill a titled Doluor on land. If you really use force, let's not talk about whether the legendary sea god really exists, just the peak-level Doluor on the island won't be easy to deal with. Why? Do you not believe in my strength?" Chubei looked at Yu Xiaogang mockingly. He was smiling, and there was confidence between his brows. Meeting Chubei's gaze, Yu Xiaogang was stunned. He wanted to say something, but stopped. After a long while, Yu Xiaogang took out an object that was about a foot long from his soul tool. It was shaped like a shuttle, with a dragon's head at the front and a fishtail at the back. There were 4 fin-like wings on both sides of the object. It was milky white, as if it was carved from jade. From time to time, it would emit strange energy undulations. "Boss, this is the Dragon Abyss boat. It's also known as the Conqueror of the Seas. I got it by luck." Yu Xiaogang caressed the Dragon Abyss boat. "Uncle Gang, you said it's the Conqueror of the Seas? But it's so small." Ning Rongrong couldn't help but use her finger to draw a circle in the air. "Don't be fooled by its appearance." After speaking, Yu Xiaogang threw his right hand. The palm-sized object suddenly enlarged, and became a huge object that was about 12 meters long and 2 meters wide at its thickest part. It can hold almost 20 people at the same time. It can go up and down in the sea. It can sail on the surface of the sea, and it can also dive into the sea. With it, you don't have to be afraid of any wind or waves. Even if the wind or waves are too strong, you can immediately dive into the deep sea. It's a treasure boat blessed by nature. Yu Xiaogang was proud as he introduced the Dragon Abyss boat. Oceanic City was located at the westernmost part of the Doluor continent. It was a city that bordered the sea. Standing at the Oceanic Pier, there were hundreds of ships docked there. This was the starting and ending point of the sea trade. It was also a huge source of income for the entire Oceanic City. Living by the sea had long become the unchanging truth of Oceanic City. "Boss, this is the first time I've seen the sea. It's magnificent." Ning Rongrong stood at the side of the pier. She opened her arms and felt the sea breeze. Her face was filled with excitement. Oscar, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and the rest were also excited. Their expressions were indescribably carefree. Like Ning Rongrong, it was their first time embracing the sea. It had to be said that the scenery of the sea couldn't be replaced by any other scenery. If one hadn't truly been to the sea, they would never be able to experience that magnificent feeling. The sea stretched as far as the eye could see. In the distance, the sea met the sky. Layers of rolling waves were like the pure white clouds in the sky. Under the sunlight, the surface of the sea sparkled. "Boss, are we going to set off now?" Yu Xiaogang looked at Chubei. After seeing the latter nod, he waved his hand and the Dragon Abyss boat appeared on the sea. Soon, Chubei and the rest boarded the Dragon Abyss boat and sailed on the sea. On the deck, Yu Xiaogang looked in the direction they were going. He was worried about something. But looking at Chubei's back, he swallowed the words he wanted to say. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the rest were happily feeding the seagulls. It was as if they were on a vacation. As time passed, "Boss, something seems to be happening in front." Suddenly, Ma Hongjun cried out. In front of them, several large boats similar to the Dragon Abyss boat were flying towards them. To be more precise, it was more appropriate to use the word fleeing to describe it. There were 3 to 5 people standing at the bow of each boat. All of them had soul rings flickering on their bodies. Those with higher cultivations had 6 soul rings, and those with lower cultivations had 4 soul rings. "Turn around, quickly turn around. The deep-sea demons are here." A man on a large boat was the first to notice Chubei and the rest. He circulated his soul power and shouted loudly. His voice was filled with fear. Don't just stand there, quickly leave. If you don't, you'll lose your life. Damn it, I shouldn't have listened to you guys. I shouldn't have taken this route where the deep-sea demons often appear. Another person on a large boat shouted at Chubei and the rest. There was no lack of regret in his voice. However, just as these people's fearful voices sounded, the sky above the sea distorted strangely. In the next moment, the Dragon Abyss boat shook violently. If not for Yu Xiaogang raising the boat's hull in time, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the rest would have been thrown into the sea. Chapter 219. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the boundless sea, the seawater roared and churned like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the ship that was at the back of the group was thrown into the air. The ship, which was almost 100 meters long and covered in armor, was smashed into pieces by the terrifying impact. Amidst the miserable cries, one could vaguely see flesh and blood flying everywhere. It was extremely frightening. Even though they were a few meters away and were still in the Dragon Abyss ship, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the rest still felt dizzy from the strong impact. Their heads were throbbing with pain. Whoosh! The seawater roared, and the waves surged. Below the ship that was smashed into pieces, a thick water pillar that was dozens of meters in diameter shot up into the sky. Under everyone's horrified gazes, a huge body that was like a small island slowly floated up from the water. The surrounding seawater was covered in a layer of dense blue light, as if it was the blue sky. Deep sea demon, it's really the deep sea demon. Why would it appear here? We're clearly very far from its territory. I didn't expect that my first time out to sea would be my last. Goddess of Destiny, are you playing with me? When a corner of the huge creature appeared, the numerous ships stopped moving forward. The people on the ships seemed to have given up on escaping. Their eyes were filled with fear, and they looked like they were about to die. They knew that they couldn't escape. No matter how hard they tried, it would be a waste of energy. According to what they knew, only 2 people had survived after being targeted by the deep-sea demon. One was the legend of the Sea God's Island, and the religion of the Sea God's Island, the Sea God's Lord. The other was the current great consecrator of the Sea God's Island, the pinnacle Doluor Bosaishi. I actually encountered it. What a misfortune. Looking at the huge creature in front of him, Yu Xiaogang shook his head and laughed at himself. Uncle Gang, you know this super big fellow? Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the rest looked at Yu Xiaogang. The king of the aquatic soul beasts, the deep-sea demon whale king. Yu Xiaogang took a deep breath and spoke with a heavy tone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A low roar came from the churning waves, and a huge sound wave. Under the influence of these sound waves, the weaker people on the ships were directly shaken to the point of fainting. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge body under the sea completely floated to the surface. Just by looking at its body, it was already more than 200 meters long. Its entire body was the color of sapphire, and there were 2 huge eyes with a diameter of over 3 meters on its head. The one on the left seemed to have been pierced by a sharp weapon into a black hole, while the right eye was in perfect condition and was coldly scanning the ships with a cold gaze. With a slight movement of its body, its huge tail was raised from its back. With a twisted blue light, it fiercely slapped the surface of the sea. Instantly, hundreds of millions of water droplets soared into the sky. Every drop was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the void and creating sonic booms. Is this the overlord of the sea? Oscar, Dai Mubai, and the others stared ahead with their mouths and eyes wide open. They were different from the soul cultivators on the other ships. There was no fear in their eyes, only shock and astonishment, because they had something to rely on. Uncle Gang, how old is this soul beast? Xiao Wu looked at Yu Xiaogang and asked. At least 100,000 years. Yu Xiaogang's expression was grave. He let out a long breath and said, when the Martial Soul Hall landed on Sea God's Island, a rank 94 titled Doluor took the lead. However, before he reached Sea God's Island, he was sent back the scene of his death. He was killed by this deep-sea devil whale king. Boss brought us straight from Oceanic City to Sea God's Island, and we had to pass through this deep-sea overlord's territory. Who would have thought that it would appear before we reached its territory? After saying that, Yu Xiaogang shook his head and sighed. His gaze landed on Chu Bei's straight back. Right now, if his boss couldn't stop this deep-sea devil whale king, not only the ships in front, but even they wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. It killed a rank 94 titled Doluor? Xiao Wu caught the key point. To be precise, it was an instant kill. That titled Doluor from the Martial Soul Hall didn't even have time to resist before he was killed, Yu Xiaogang added. What? An instant kill of a titled Doluor? It wasn't just Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, and the rest all sucked in a breath of cold air. They looked at the deep-sea devil whale king with fear in their eyes. In terms of strength, a rank 94 titled Doluor was equivalent to a 100,000-year soul beast. However, this deep-sea devil whale king was able to kill a rank 94 titled Doluor in an instant. It must have cultivated for more than 100,000 years. You don't have to look at me like that. I don't know exactly how many years it has been. Yu Xiaogang shrugged when he met Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and the rest's questioning gazes. It has cultivated for more than 300,000 years. However, due to its continuous devouring, it has cultivated for more than 990,000 years. At this moment, a calm voice rang out. What? 990,000 years? Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the rest, including Yu Xiaogang, were all shocked when they heard this voice. They all looked at Chu Bei in astonishment. Chu Bei calmly sized up the deep-sea devil whale king and said, in terms of cultivation, it's not weaker than a rank 99 peak Doluor. Boss, you're still as calm as ever. Even in the sea, you shouldn't be weaker than this deep-sea devil whale king. Yu Xiaogang stared at Chu Bei and tried to probe him. What do you think? Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Yu Xiaogang with interest. Whoosh, whoosh. Before Yu Xiaogang could reply, the sea in front of them churned violently again. The sound of the surging waves was frightening. Trespassers, die. Suddenly, a demonic voice that seemed to come from hell drifted in the air and clearly entered everyone's ears. When they heard this voice, the hearts of the sea soul masters on the huge ships sank to the bottom. As the cold syllables sounded, the blue seawater around the deep-sea devil whale king instantly became as black as ink. The unparalleled pressure caused the air to solidify. In the next moment, the huge tail that was more than 50 meters long slammed down on the ships on the surface of the sea, including the Dragon Abyss boat that Chu Bei and the rest were on. Wherever the huge tail passed, the void seemed to be imprisoned. The churning sea below suddenly calmed down. At this moment, everything seemed to be still. Only the huge tail of the deep-sea devil whale king and the huge blue pillar of light that was more than 100 meters in diameter were left. I don't want to die, but I have no choice now. If reincarnation really exists in this world, I won't be a member of the sea in my next life. What joy is there in life? What bitterness is there in death? It's just a dream. Lord Sea God, if you really exist, please descend and save your people. Looking at the huge tail that covered the sky above, some of the sea soul masters on the ships had remorse in their eyes, some were relieved and began to laugh at themselves, and some were praying in fear. Boom. However, when everyone closed their eyes and waited for death, a deafening roar sounded in their ears. This sound was like the sound of a heavy object crashing into a hard rock. After a long time, the group of sea soul masters found that they were still conscious and slowly opened their eyes with confusion. Hiss, when they saw the scene above their heads, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then, their expressions changed from confusion, to surprise, to puzzlement, and finally to excitement. They saw a huge energy hand that was 1,000 meters long above their heads, blocking the terrifying blow of the deep-sea devil whale king for them. Looking down from above, the huge tail of the deep-sea devil whale king was smashed on the palm of the giant hand and couldn't move down anymore. Lord Sea God, it must be Lord Sea God. Yes, the giant hand above must be Sea God's masterpiece, his protecting us. Sea God really exists, with him here, we don't have to die. The Sea Soul Masters, who had accepted their fate and were ready to die, were stunned when they saw the giant energy hand above their heads. After they reacted, they became excited. Mere human, are you challenging the majesty of this king? The roar released by the deep-sea devil whale king was so loud that it was full of penetrating power. In this long roar, the calm sea water violently surged again. The group of sea soul masters came back to their senses and followed the gaze of the deep-sea devil whale king. It was an object not far from them that looked like a ship but was not a ship. It's them. The pupils of the sea soul masters on two of the ships shrank and couldn't help but exclaim out loud. In any case, they didn't expect that the person who saved them was not the sea god that they believed in, but the group of people that they asked to turn around and flee together. How could it be? Wasn't it sea god who saved us? He saved us. Is he from the sea god's island? Other than the sea god, how could anyone save us from this devil? Look at the light extending from his palm. Isn't that connected to the giant hand above our heads? In short, no matter who he is our savior now. Is he a titled Doluor? But he looks so unfamiliar. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. Even if you want to watch the battle, stay away. Just when the group of sea soul masters was looking at Chu Bei in surprise, Chu Bei's indifferent voice sounded in their ears. Hearing this, these sea soul masters didn't hesitate at all. After casting a grateful look at Chu Bei, they controlled the ship and quickly left. Their faces were filled with joy. Although the ship was far away, these sea soul masters' eyes still didn't leave the Dragon Abyss ship that Chu Bei was on. I thought I would have to look for you, but I didn't expect you to send yourself here. You really saved me a lot of time. Chu Bei rose into the air and looked at the deep-sea devil whale king. It was the second rank agent he was looking for. Chapter 220. Above the churning sea, Chu Bei floated above the deep-sea monster whale king. Compared to the deep-sea monster whale king's 200-meter body, Chu Bei seemed particularly small. However, the aura he released was not weaker than the deep-sea monster whale king. You said you were looking for me? The deep-sea monster whale king coldly stared at Chu Bei and snorted. It had been roaming the sea for nearly 1,000,000 years. Whether it was sea spirit beasts or soul masters, they all avoided it at first sight. However, this human in front of it actually took the initiative to look for it. This was a great humiliation for it. Boom! The deep-sea monster whale king didn't even ask Chu Bei why he was looking for it. It directly roared with monstrous anger, and a 10-meter diameter blue beam suddenly broke through the sea without warning. In almost an instant, it broke through the void and arrived in front of Chu Bei. Are you in such a hurry? Chu Bei shook his head. At the same time, he sensed the energy contained in the blue beam. There was only a small amount of soul power mixed in it, but more of an inexplicable power that seemed to come from the depths of the sea. Seeing that the blue beam was about to hit Chu Bei raised his hand and a gorgeous multicolored flame appeared in front of him. There were 22 fire spirits jumping in the sea of flames. These multicolored flames were the 22 heavenly flames that Chu Bei had fused in the Dochi continent. Kai kai kai. Before the blue beam could reach Chu Bei, it was burned into nothingness by the multicolored flames. The deep-sea monster whale king let out a puzzled sound. Its ocean light beam was not afraid of any flames, but now it was burned into nothingness by the strange flames of the other party. Boom! The deep-sea monster whale king seemed to be somewhat unconvinced. Its giant tail swung, and the sea became even more turbulent. Layer after layer of waves stacked together, more than 10 meters high. Amidst the crashing of the waves, huge waterspouts emerged from the seawater around Chu Bei and blasted towards Chu Bei from all directions at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, these waterspouts containing terrifying sea energy swallowed Chu Bei. A mere human, even if you have a peak Doluor, you are far from being my opponent in the sea. However, the deep-sea monster whale king's complacent words had not yet spread out. Its huge single eye was a strange look, as if it had seen something inconceivable. These waterspouts that could extinguish tens of thousands of square meters of flames were not only unable to extinguish the multicolored flames, but they were also completely evaporated by the latter's blazing heat. When all waterspouts disappeared, the sea monster whale king was still, not moving. There was a faint smile on his slightly raised lips, and he looked at it with a teasing gaze. Damned human, what's with that look? Looking at the playful expression on Chubei's face, the deep-sea demonic whale king was furious. It swung its huge tail and smashed it into the sea, creating a path to the heavens. Sea monster whale king roared, and the nearby sea soul beasts fled in panic. Some sea soul beasts that had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and possessed intelligence floated to the surface far away. They stared at Chubei, as if they were sizing up this man who dared to anger their king. Let me see how strong you are. Chubei stretched out his hand and waved at the deep-sea monster whale king provocatively. Roar. With a roar, the deep-sea monster whale king's huge body suddenly turned over in the sea. A layer of dark blue light lingered around its huge tail, and it slapped towards Chubei in the air. Wherever its huge tail passed, bluish-purple lightning would be dazzling, and the terrifying energy would forcibly tear the void apart. This time, the deep-sea monster whale king did not borrow the power of the sea. Instead, it used its own body's energy to launch a pure attack. Chubei was no longer just defending. With a wave of his right hand, the colorful flames around him surged and turned into a huge spear. In the next moment, Chubei held the tail end of the flaming spear in his hand. With himself as the center, the spear drew a large circle in the air, and then fiercely swung it to meet the deep-sea magic whale king's huge tail, which was surrounded by a deep blue light. Under several gazes, the energy from the whale's tail violently collided with the flaming spear thrown by Chubei. Suddenly, the light above the sea suddenly dimmed. Under such a terrifying collision, there was not the slightest sound. It was terrifyingly silent. However, just when everyone thought that the terrifying energy contained in the two sides cancelled each other out, the flaming spear that was originally stagnant suddenly brought a burst of sound. Kyla. The gorgeous flame cut through the sky and pierced through the deep-sea monster whale king's huge tail, bringing with it a large amount of dark red blood and a sizzling sound of burning. In an instant, the blue sea was dyed red with blood. Almost at the same time, the deep-sea monster whale king's miserable and painful wails spread through the void. It was chilling to hear. The wails were accompanied by a huge pressure. The sea spirit beasts who were watching in the distance were frightened and retreated a few hundred meters. One by one, they sank into the sea and only revealed their small heads to continue watching. He actually injured that demon. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that there is someone in this world who can make that demon bleed. What is this person's background? Looking at the direction he came from, he should be from Oceanic City. Is he from the mainland? To be able to injure this demon, his strength is at least at the same level as the great consecrator of the sea god's island. It is said that there are two peak Doluor in the mainland. One is Tang Chen of the Clear Sky sect, and the other is Qian Liu of the Martial Soul Palace. Could he be one of them? The ship that was previously far away stopped moving forward. The Sea Spirit Masters stood on the deck and stared at the battle between Chubei and the deep-sea monster Whale King. When they saw that the deep-sea monster Whale King was beaten to a pulp, they were all shocked. Boss is indeed invincible. On the Dragon Abyss ship, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and the others shouted excitedly. Their eyes were shining, especially when they saw that Chubei's spear had pierced the deep-sea monster Whale King. They couldn't help but sway and cheer. Their excited appearance made it seem as if they had injured the deep-sea monster Whale King. This is a 990,000-year soul beast. Looking at Chubei's back in the sky, Yu Xiaogang couldn't help but murmur. Now, he was certain of the guess in his heart. God, the other party is a god who has surpassed a peak Doluor. A living god. Is your strength okay? Looking at the huge bloody hole in the deep-sea monster Whale King's tail, Chubei nodded in satisfaction. The spear just now was based on his own strength and the support of the 22 types of mysterious fires. It was even able to fight against a Do Di for a short period of time. Human, you indeed have some strength. No wonder you dare to provoke this king. The deep-sea monster Whale King's single eye had already turned blood red. It locked onto Chubei and said in an incomparably cold voice, "How many tens of thousands of years has it been?" This king has already forgotten the taste of blood. Die, you must die. Even if the sea god comes, he can't save you. Amidst the cold voice that was filled with dense killing intent, a layer of purple-red light appeared on the deep-sea monster whale king's tail. Under the illumination of the light, the huge bloody hole healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Bei didn't think much of this ability of the deep-sea monster whale king. Even the 100,000-year soul beast Death Spider Emperor had a life-saving skill, let alone this million-year deep-sea monster whale king. Human, you are very lucky because you will be the second person in these tens of thousands of years to make me use my true strength. The deep-sea monster whale king stared at Chu Bei with its single eye. Do million-year soul beasts talk so much when fighting? Chu Bei shrugged. You really deserve to die. Hearing Chu Bei's words, the deep-sea monster whale king's huge body suddenly trembled in anger. After forcefully suppressing the anger in its heart, the deep-sea monster whale king's huge tail slapped the surface of the sea once again, setting off monstrous waves while its body suddenly rose from the sea. What was astonishing was that after its huge body rose into the air, it actually hovered there and didn't fall back into the sea. Roar. Accompanied by the roar, an incomparably huge amount of energy erupted from the deep-sea monster whale king's head. Suddenly, a little bit of blue-green light rose from the boundless sea. These blue-green light spots consciously gathered towards the deep-sea monster whale king, and more gathered. After a while, a blue layer formed around the deep-sea monster whale king's huge body. Looking up again at the sky above the deep-sea monster whale king's head, the azure sky became filled with rolling dark clouds. Amidst the crackling sounds, 9 huge lightning bolts as thick as water tanks descended and surrounded the deep-sea monster whale king's body. It turns out that in addition to the water attribute, it also has the thunder attribute. Interesting. Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest and didn't rush to attack. He wanted to see what this deep-sea monster whale king was going to do. Gradually, the deep-sea monster whale king's skin seemed to condense a layer of blue-purple crystal. At the same time, its huge body began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Along with that, the blue light wrapping around the surface of its body also crazily compressed. When the blue-purple light completely converged, the 200-meter-long deep-sea monster whale king disappeared. What appeared in Chu Bei's field of vision was a simple middle-aged man. Compared to Chu Bei, this middle-aged man's figure was relatively huge. He was more than 5 meters tall and had long dark blue hair draped over his back. The middle-aged man was wearing a strange dark purple armor. The armor appeared to be in a crystalline state. It was composed of a breastplate, shoulder plate, belly plate, battle skirt, and 4 limbs. His whole body was integrated without any gaps. The most peculiar thing was that there was a fist-sized gem in front of the middle-aged man's chest. This gem was releasing a dark blue light and was flickering with revolving energy. This gem seemed to have an inseparable connection with the sea, because 1 or 2 blue light spots would rise from the sea below and enter the gem from time to time. It actually turned into a human form. Maybe we are the first batch of people to live to see a demon in human form. Wrong, those who died probably didn't see this demon in human form. When we return to the city, I can brag about it for 3 days. Haha, it's all thanks to this mysterious expert that we were able to broaden our horizons. The group of Sea Soul Masters stared blankly at the middle-aged man facing Chu Bei in the distant sky. The shock in their eyes was even more intense. On the Dragon Abyss boat, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and the others were dumbfounded. This was the first time they saw a soul beast in human form. Only Xiao Wu's expression was relatively calm because she was a 100,000-year soul beast. This is an energy armor. Witnessing the transformation of the deep-sea devil whale king in the sky, Yu Xiaogang first frowned, then his expression changed and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Energy armor? Uncle Gang, what are you talking about? Sensing the change in Yu Xiaogang's expression, Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong couldn't help but ask. It has already reached the realm of a god. I once read an ancient book in the Martial Spirit Palace, and there was a description of gods in it. It was said that every person who became a god at rank 100 could fuse external energy with their body and form a divine armor when they became a god. At that time, I didn't think much of it, but now that I see this scene in front of me, I'm afraid that there was a true god in the martial spirit palace before. Although this deep-sea demonic whale king can't do that, it can only transform its energy into armor and can't completely fuse with its body. However, it's only a step away, Yu Xiaogang said faintly. It's only a step away, it's good that it hasn't completely become a god. Hearing Yu Xiaogang's words, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others were relieved. It was as if a stone hanging in their hearts had been put down, and they continued to look at the battlefield in the sky. At the same time, Sea God's Palace on the Sea God's Island. Lan Mai, what happened in the sea? This energy, what the hell is that deep-sea devil doing? The red-robed woman sitting on the main seat of the main hall suddenly opened her eyes, and her beautiful eyebrows knitted. The woman's whole body was covered in a layer of bright red robe, and her sea-blue long hair was draped over her back. Her gentle and beautiful face seemed to be at most 30 years old. In her right hand, she was holding a 3-meter-long golden scepter. Looking carefully, the whole scepter was engraved with azure patterns, just like the color of the sea, and the head of the scepter had a rhombus protrusion like a spear. Great Consecrator, I will go to the sea to investigate. A woman wearing a blue gauze dress bowed to the red-robed woman, and quickly left the main hall. In the sky above the sea, the deep-sea devil whale king in human form and Chu Bei were facing each other from a distance, and their gazes didn't give way to each other. The deep-sea devil whale king's eyebrows were filled with dense killing intent, while Chu Bei crossed his arms in front of his chest. His calm posture made it seem as if he was waiting for the deep-sea devil whale king's attack. A terrifying aura spread out from the deep-sea devil whale king's body. What surprised it was that under its pressure, the man opposite it didn't move in the slightest. Moreover, the other party's faintly discernible aura was even stronger than its own. Human, go to hell. Unable to gain the upper hand in terms of aura, the deep-sea devil whale king bellowed. It suddenly raised its right hand, and purple light balls swept out from the sea below. In just a split second, they densely covered an area of several hundred square meters. Chapter 221. On the battlefield, every ball of light shot out by the deep-sea demon whale king was consciously locked onto Chu Bei. The huge energy fluctuation immediately turned the sky purple and distorted crazily. These purple balls of light mixed with the power of water and thunder only took a breath's time from condensing to shooting out. Don't use these fancy attacks. It's just a waste of time for me. Take out your strongest attack and end it quickly. I still have something to say to you. As his calm voice faded, Chu Bei pointed out a finger. Then, from the colorful flames around him, numerous fire snakes appeared and shot out in all directions. In an ear-piercing sound, the thousands of purple balls condensed by the deep-sea demon whale king were annihilated by the fire snakes like a meteor shower. The speed was so fast that it could only be described as lightning. Damn it! Seeing that its attack was destroyed again, the deep-sea demon whale king frowned. Meeting Chu Bei's disdainful gaze again, the deep-sea demon whale king's face twisted with hatred. Then, as if it had made a difficult decision, the sapphire blue light on its chest bloomed. Rings of light rippled from its chest. Wherever the blue light passed, the void instantly froze. Suddenly, the deep-sea demon whale king opened its mouth and let out a loud and clear roar. At the same time, a white mist appeared. At first, the deep-sea demon whale king's voice was a little hoarse, but as the white mist spurted out, its voice turned into a dragon's roar. In the next moment, the dark clouds above its head surged crazily. Under everyone's gaze, it turned into a 3-clawed divine dragon. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? It turned into a dragon. There really are dragons in this world. Could it be that the true form of the deep-sea demon whale is not a whale, but a legendary divine dragon? All the oceanic soul masters were shocked as they looked at the divine dragon that was releasing a monstrous pressure in the sky. Their eyes were filled with fear. On the Dragon Abyss boat, Yu Xiaogang, Tang San, and the others were also stunned. Obviously, this change was too sudden. The deep-sea demon whale king turned into a divine dragon. It's a pity that you're still a step away from becoming a true dragon. Looking at the three-clawed divine dragon that the demonic whale king had transformed into, Chubei shook his head and sighed. Once I devour you, I will be able to take that final step. The deep-sea demon whale king coldly stared at Chubei. Its attacks were again and again neutralized by the opposite party, and it was even injured by the opposite party. It was truly angry. Another dragon roar. The three-clawed dragon that the deep-sea demonic whale king had transformed into was suffused with blood-red light, like a volcano that was about to erupt. At this moment, the sea and the void seemed to have been frozen. The group of Sea Soul Masters, as well as Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others on the Dragon Abyss ship, realized that they had lost control of their bodies. The sound of the outside world seemed to have been completely isolated by that enormous energy, and the only thing they could hear was the sound of their own heartbeats. In his line of sight, all that was left was the three-clawed divine dragon wrapped in blood-red light, as well as the gigantic multicolored staff formed from the monstrous flames. On the surface of the giant staff, there were 22 fire spirits of different forms jumping and tumbling, each releasing a different flame aura. A dragon and a staff intertwined in the void. Boom! The two destructive energies collided with each other, and with a deafening boom, the void on the battlefield exploded into pieces. Everything in front of everyone's eyes became unreal. The sea level suddenly dropped by 100 meters, and a huge vortex was forcibly suppressed by the surging aftermath of the collision. The 10,000-year soul beasts hiding in the distance could no longer float on the surface of the sea, and all of them dove into the depths. Their hearts trembled, and the terrifying energy made them instinctively afraid, and they couldn't summon the slightest bit of resistance. Boom! The loud sound lasted for a long time. The sky and the sea seemed to have become eternal at this moment. The enormous red and the multicolored light merged together in everyone's line of sight, until it was compressed to a point. Explode! The sound reached a limit. The destructive sound waves caused the sea to roar, and the sea surface within a few hundred square miles rolled and boiled at the same time. A huge tsunami soared into the sky, as if doomsday had arrived. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the dazzling sunlight could no longer be seen. There was only a black and red light. The terrifying energy fluctuations were not only felt by the group of Sea Soul Masters, but also by the Sea God's Island, which was hundreds of nautical miles away. The void shattered, and a pitch-black gap appeared, crazily swallowing the energy from the explosion. Before everyone could calm down, a huge red figure flew out from the battlefield, and then heavily smashed into the sea. In an instant, the sea was dyed red, and the pungent smell of blood mixed with the smell of seawater, and with the wind and waves, it filled the tip of everyone's nose. Gulp! Looking at the huge monster rolling in pain in the sea, the eyes of the Sea Soul Masters, Yu Xiaogang, and the others widened, and they instinctively swallowed their saliva out of shock. At this moment, the deep-sea demon whale king had changed back from its dragon form to its whale form. Its huge body was almost broken into two, and it was only connected by the dense white bones. In the sparkling purple light, the broken wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, but it still couldn't stop the blood from gushing out. When he looked at the void again, the colorful staff trembled slightly and disappeared. Chubei hovered in the void with his hands behind his back, coldly looking at the wailing deep-sea demon whale king below, and his robes fluttered in the wind. Like a god, he inadvertently revealed the power of looking down on the world, and people couldn't help but feel a sense of worship. Now, can you listen to me properly? Similar words once again exploded in the void like rolling thunder, reverberating on the sea for a long time. Roar amidst the wailing, the deep-sea demon whale king looked at Chubei in horror. I will arrange a mission for you, and if you do it to my satisfaction, I will help you take the last step and step into the ranks of God. Chubei's dignified voice drifted in the air. Hearing Chubei's words, the deep-sea demon whale king was stunned at first, then it endured the pain in its body, and looked at Chubei with some expectation. As long as I can become a god, I can do anything. After seeing Chubei's means, the deep-sea demon whale king no longer had the slightest arrogance, especially when it heard that the other party would help it step into the ranks of gods. Its words even had a trace of respect. Do your best to let the soul beasts in the sea know the name of the All Heavens shop and benefit from it. As his voice fell, Chu Bei waved his right hand, and the proxy ring flew to the deep-sea demon whale king. At the same time, a stream of information flowed into the other party's mind. After sorting out the information flow, the deep-sea demon whale king looked at Chu Bei again, and then swung its almost broken giant tail, taking its huge body into the depths of the sea. Wherever it passed, blood was everywhere, and the smell of blood was pungent. Looking at the disappearing deep-sea demon whale king, Chu Bei pointed at the void. Suddenly, the originally collapsed void gradually stabilized, and the roaring sea calmed down again. If it wasn't for the dazzling blood-red sea water, it would be as if nothing had happened. Escaped? That deep-sea demon actually escaped. To be precise, that person should have spared its life. They seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. Is a land-based peak Doluor so strong? It's different from the rumors. Isn't it said that land-based soul masters are far inferior to sea soul masters at the same level? Even the great consecrator of the sea god's island could only fight to a draw with this deep-sea demon whale king. Then how did he win? The scary thing is, after watching the battle, I don't even know what his martial soul is. Could it be flames? After a long time, the Sea Soul Masters looked in the direction where the deep-sea demon whale king had gone, and recovered from their shock, each of them staring at Chu Bei dumbfoundedly. Then, the Sea Soul Masters exchanged glances, and seemed to have come to the same decision. At the same time, they drove the ship back to the Dragon Abyss ship. On the other side, about 10 nautical miles away from the Dragon Abyss ship, a white shark more than 20 meters in size looked at Chu Bei with fear, and then swung its giant tail and dived into the depths of the sea. Wherever it passed, the sea water was suffused with a white luster. If someone recognized this great white shark, they would definitely exclaim, Sea God's Island Guardian Battle Beast, 100,000-year-old sea soul beast, one of the 3 overlords of the coastal waters, the demon soul great white shark. Boss, you're really invincible on land and in the sea. In my opinion, even the sea god isn't your opponent. When Chu Bei landed on the Dragon Abyss ship, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but excitedly run forward and hug Chu Bei's arm. Her small face was full of excitement. Chu Bei patted Ning Rongrong's head and couldn't help but smile. Boss, may I know what kind of god you are? Yu Xiaogang asked tentatively, and became cautious. You'll know in the future. Chu Bei waved his robe, pretending to be mysterious. Just when Yu Xiaogang wanted to ask more, the sound of crashing waves could be heard, and several huge ships docked around the Dragon Abyss ship. Thank you for saving us, benefactor. The Sea Soul Masters stood on the deck and bowed to Chu Bei at the same time. You don't have to thank me. It was convenient. Chu Bei's expression was indifferent. Benefactor, may I know if your name is the Martial Spirit Hall's Thousand Dao sect or the Clear Sky sect's Tang Chen? A Soul Emperor hesitated for a moment before asking. Neither. Boss is the owner of the All Heavens shop. Before Chu Bei could say anything, Dai Mubai spoke first. All Heavens shop. The Sea Soul Masters frowned, and there was confusion in their eyes. Evidently, they had never heard of this name. It's normal that you don't know it now, but you'll be familiar with it soon, Dai Mubai replied. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Chu Bei glanced at the Sea Soul Masters indifferently. After speaking, he drove the Dragon Abyss ship towards Sea God's Island. If it's not the Thousand Dao sect or Tang Chen, could there be a third peak Doluor in the continent? Let's go back to the city. Let's find out more about this organization called the All Heavens Shop. Looking at the Dragon Abyss ship in the distance, the Sea Soul Masters all walked towards Oceanic City. The battle that they had witnessed today was enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Not long after Chu Bei and the Sea Soul Masters left, a long rainbow flew over from afar. In the end, it stopped above the sea where Chu Bei and the deep-sea Devil Whale King had fought. Chapter 222. This aura, this blood. Deep-sea demonic whale king. Not long after Chu Bei and the others left, a woman dressed in a blue gauze dress arrived above the battlefield. She looked down at the sea that was dyed red with blood and sniffed. After sensing the aura in the blood, her expression changed and her eyes were filled with shock. How can anyone hurt it? Even the great consecrator can only fight it to a draw. Could it be Lord Sea God? The woman in blue whispered softly. Her eyebrows were full of confusion. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she came back to her senses. She immediately rushed in the direction she had come from. Her speed was at its peak. 10 nautical miles away from the sea god's island. Master, there are sharks. There are a lot of them. Dai Mubai suddenly exclaimed. Hundreds and thousands of white sharks quickly discovered the Dragon Abyss cruiser and surrounded it in a short while. These sharks are the guardian sharks of the sea god's island. Since we didn't enter the sea god's island through the normal passage, they thought we were intruders, Yu Xiaogang said. Splash. The sea churned as the guardian sharks opened their bloody mouths and slowly approached the Dragon Abyss ship. However, just as the guardian sharks were about to attack the Dragon Abyss ship, a large white shark that was 20 meters long swam over. After the large white shark glanced at Chu Bei on the Dragon Abyss boat with fear, it made a strange sound from its mouth. In an instant, the hundreds and thousands of island guardian sharks around the Dragon Abyss boat quickly fled. I didn't expect you to appear at the right time. Chu Bei smiled as he looked at the great white demonic soul shark in front of him. Before the battle with the deep-sea demonic whale king, he had already felt its existence. It could be said that the shark had seen his battle with the deep-sea demonic whale king from beginning to end. The sea god really exists. I hope you don't mess around on the sea god's island. After speaking, the great white demon soul shark swung its tail and followed the Dragon Abyss boat from a distance. I didn't expect to see this island again after more than 10 years. Yu Xiaogang sighed as he followed behind Chu Bei. As far as the eye could see, the entire sea god's island was covered in greenery. It was so large that one couldn't see the end of it. There were all kinds of plants growing on the island, many of which could not be found inland. Stepping on the gravel, a cool breeze blew against his face. The fragrance of various flowers was fresh, warm, and refreshing. Who are you? Before Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others could enjoy the sea breeze of the divine sea island, a low shout was heard as over a dozen figures rushed out from the woods, blocking the path of Chu Bei and his disciples. These people all had different appearances, but they all had one thing in common. They were all wearing the same kind of tough armor. Each of them held a spear in their hands and looked at Chu Bei and his disciple with vigilance. Answer my question, why did you invade the sea god's island? A tall man stepped forward and 3 soul rings lit up around his body. Previously, when they were patrolling, they heard the roar of the island guardian shark and immediately rushed over to investigate. What puzzled them was that this group of people wasn't killed by the island guardian shark. Instead, they easily stepped onto the sea god's island. Bring me to sea by Saishi. Chu Bei's gaze swept across the patrolling soldiers as he spoke calmly. What a joke. Is the head consecrator someone you can see whenever you want? The tall man in the lead shouted. Then, he turned around and looked at the people behind him. These people trespassed on the sea god's island without permission. Tie them up and throw them into the sea prison. Deacon Lan will deal with them. Boss, there's no need for you to deal with these people. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others took a step forward as they looked at the soldiers of the sea god's island. There's no need to waste time on them. As soon as Chu Bei finished speaking, his eyes narrowed and the air froze. Ripples appeared in the air with him as the center. Wherever the ripples passed, the soldiers of the sea god's island fell to the ground with a loud bang. Their eyes were empty, and their bodies were stiff. Their mouths were wide open, as if they were frightened. Boss is amazing. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun glanced at the motionless soldiers on the ground with astonishment in their eyes. They only knew that this was Chu Bei's masterpiece, but they didn't know how he did it. Tang San, Wang Fan, and Xiao Wu's expressions didn't change much. After all, they had already seen Chu Bei's technique when they were in the massacre city. Killing people without leaving a trace. What did you do to them? The tall man glanced at his unconscious companions and looked at Chubei in horror. He couldn't help but take a step back. Outsiders like you who trespassed on the sea god's island will be punished by the head consecrator. Forget it. Since you guys are stopping me from looking for her, then let her come find me. Chubei looked at the depths of the sea god's island and gathered a dazzling fireball in his palm. Kai kai kai. When the fireball was the size of a soccer ball, Chubei threw it out casually. The fireball broke through the air and appeared above the forest. Its size increased by several times. At the same time, Sea God's Island, Sea God's Palace. Lan Mai, what happened on the sea just now? That explosive energy made even me afraid. Bai Sai, she held her scepter and frowned as she recalled the terrifying energy wave that came from the sea. Head consecrator, when I rushed over, the energy wave had already subsided. Head consecrator, these people trespassed on the sea god's island. The tall man bowed deeply to Bai Sai Shi. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a wave of her hand and then respectfully retreated to the side. Who are you? Why have you come to the sea god's island? Bai Sai Shi's gaze landed on Chubei. Although she looked very calm on the surface, there were many waves in her heart. Even with her strength, she couldn't detect any soul power fluctuations from him. Lan Mai and the deacons of the sea god's island behind Bai Sai Shi were a little surprised as they looked at her. They knew their head consecrator too well. Although she treated the citizens of the sea god's island very well, she didn't tolerate outsiders who came to invade the island. Under normal circumstances, she would imprison anyone who came to invade the island and throw them into the sea prison. A few years ago, when the Martial Soul Hall came to invade the sea god's island, she killed 2 of their titled Doluor and scared the Martial Soul Hall so much that they didn't dare to invade the sea god's island again for many years. But now, their head consecrator was different from her usual self. She was actually calmly asking about the invaders' intentions. This wasn't her style at all. Where's Tang Chen? Chubei stood with his hands behind his back and looked straight at Bai Sai Shi. His expression didn't change at all. When they were still on the sea, Chubei found that the red dot that represented Tang Chen's position on the system map was a little strange. From the beginning to the end, the red dot didn't move at all. Now, when they came to the island, he made such a big commotion, but Tang Chen didn't appear. This was even more strange. Who are you to Tang Chen? Don't tell me you're here for him. Bai Sai Shi frowned. Answer my question. Chubei's voice turned cold. What if I don't say? Seeing Chubei's attitude, Bai Sai Shi held the scepter in her hand and lightly shouted. After she shouted, Bai Sai Shi's body lit up with a light blue light. As her aura rose, the light blue gradually turned dark blue. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.